sell a little coin just to prove the whole market doesn't break or get destroyed. Company fine, Bitcoin fine, world still spins. You scream Ponzi while the weak cave in. Bitcoin getting stronger every cycle, reborn while I keep building through the middle of the storm. I'd like nothing better than to rip your wings off. Every short position getting weaker when we lift off. I'd like nothing better than to rip your wings off. We use the equity ATM, yeah, we said it with pride. Then this DRC machine came alive on the side. More tools, more options, more fuel for the fire, while the shorts pray every quarter that the stock expires. I buy Bitcoin like development land. Buy it low, build it up, then expand what we can. Flip the profit back again into more BTC. That's the difference between conviction and jealousy. I like nothing better than to rip your wings off. Watching every short seller realize there's no second best. I like nothing better than to rip your wings off. There is no second best.
There will be no real non-controlled currency in the world.
We're coming for you, banks.
And this is exactly what these Bitcoin Cash people are building.
Shout out to the Dragon Riders and the House of the Dragon.
Because it's a completely different situation than it was 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That's how frogs get boiled. And they added a bunch of new opcodes and they're doing a bunch of things over there.
It will be the most hated rally ever because a lot of people from some propaganda hate Bitcoin Cash.
Hello and welcome back to the Bitcoin Cash podcast, following Bitcoin Cash on its rise to global reserve currency. This is episode number 184, BTC catch-up featuring Vlad, Costea, SuperTestnet, and Linus. Today is Saturday, the 13th of June. As always, I forgot to update the date on the slides. It is the bear market, especially for Bitcoin Cashers, having fun staying poor. Today, BCH $208.34, which is down. One BTC sat buys an amazing 308.5 BCH sats, and one ETH is 806 megasats, also down there. Selene 30-day users 671, and the Tokenaut TVL is actually doing pretty well at 16,284. So today we have a panel of our BTC sibling chain guests to update us on all the latest of what's happening in BTC world and what BCH is doing wrong and needs to do better to win them over. This has been inspired by Vlad, who did an 8-hour marathon stream recently featuring a whole bunch of BCH guests. It's a fantastic stream. Go check it out if you haven't watched it. The whole thing is actually really, really good. But we are here to return the favor. So welcome to the show. Starting with you, Vlad. How did you get into Bitcoin?
Hi. So just for the record, I've always wanted to be on CoinSpice. It's been my dream since I was a teenager. Vin Armani, you seem to have lost some weight, and Colin, you grew your hair. It's very strange. But I guess people change over time and everything changes. And I changed too. I'm fatter than I was 10 years ago when I was watching CoinSpice, hoping that I would one day join CoinSpice. And
they'll have really to resurrect it. We've got to get those guys to come back, you know. We've got to convince.
Are we going to get the weather report from Mike in Space?
Okay, we're back. All right. I mean, CoinSpice, I also really enjoyed those guys' stream, especially the BSV Hash War stream, which has now, I think, even been taken offline. So I'm really hoping we can dig up an archived copy of that, because that is an amazing piece of Bitcoin history for anyone that remembers that one.
Yeah, I think that was the peak of... I think Bitcoin had Bitcoin Uncensored and Bitcoin Cash had CoinSpice. and that was the most fun we've ever had in this space. Then the bankers came and they took over, in a sense. Now we're dealing with sailor narratives and trying to please the suits and whatever.
Indeed.
Paul wants to join the stream. Do you have a link for me to share? With him?
Yeah, it's just in the group there, just being added.
And you ran him. Cool. Yeah, thanks.
In any case, Vlad, give us the story. How'd you get into Bitcoin?
Man, it's a long story, but it's a story of dismissing it and then looking at it again a year later or something. So I remember I first read about Bitcoin in 2013, but at the time I was doing my bachelor thesis, I think. I think the timeline checks out. I started university in 2011, so yeah. And I was very much interested in internet privacy. Here in Romania, there was this bill that was going to pass called ACTA, which was going to limit access to the internet. And the purpose was to destroy piracy, which is very well embedded into the culture in my country and in lots of parts from Eastern Europe. Like, I don't think many of us would have learned English and got jobs in computer-related stuff if it wasn't for the piracy of the 90s and the 2000s. And I actually got like 100,000 signatures online. This was like the peak of clicktivism. But people actually signed that, and I was like a celebrity for a week because of that. And I was serious about it. Like, I looked into ways to make my internet connection more private. I was looking into VPNs and whatever. And I stumbled upon Bitcoin on a meme page of all places. It's called 9gag.com. And there was this meme from Cyanide and Happiness. It's a series of comic books, which basically presented a burglar going to a normal person saying, "Give me all your money." The burglar, of course, had that sock covering his face because that's how you distinguish, I guess, villains from normal people. And the person basically said, "I don't have any money, I just have Bitcoin." And then the burglar handed him some dollars and said, "Oh, take this, you need it."
It reminds me of, I always like that one of the guy, and it's the government tax collector comes to him and says, give me all your money, and the guy says, "I only have Bitcoins," and the government tax collector says, "That's not real money," and then the guy says, "Good," and then they both look at each other, and then the tax collector's like, "Give me all your Bitcoins," and I'm like, that is the best meme about the value of Bitcoin as money.
It is funny. But I looked at what Bitcoin is at the time. I remember I just came back from a Deep Purple concert here in Bucharest. And yeah, Deep Purple, like old people, they're in their 70s, but still a rocking concert. I looked at Bitcoin on Wikipedia, and it said it's for banking the unbanked in the third world and whatever the narrative was at the time. And I thought to myself, I have a bank account. I can send money to whoever I want. I'm not unbanked, so why do I need Bitcoin? Anyway, it's stupid. And then I stumbled upon some FUD article saying that it's gonna die and blah, blah. I was like, okay, it's just maybe that the meme people on 9gag were right. But I went to Paris 2 years later. I was an exchange student, and one of our professors, Lex Paulson, he had a class about advocacy for new and emerging technologies. And my group was assigned to do a presentation about Bitcoin. And it was kind of amazing that I did my homework. I did the presentation in front of the class explaining about the 21 million cap and how the blockchain works and blah, blah, blah. But I treated this as homework. So I didn't practice what I preached. I did my advocacy part. I got a good grade. And then I looked at the Bitcoin price. It was like I think it was $500 at that point in 2015 or 16. No, it was 15. And that was basically what I was paying for rent. And I was eating McDonald's meals for 10 euro a day. So I was on a very tight budget. I was also thinking that I need to buy a whole Bitcoin if I wanted to get in. And I was like, probably not a good time. But a year later, I actually wanted to buy. I had some savings. I was back home. Maybe I had like $200. I wanted to buy Bitcoin. And then there was that article from Mike Hearn, who said that Bitcoin is a failed project. And then I congratulated myself. I said, Vlad, you were actually smart. You didn't buy this. It's a failed project. It never went anywhere. But I was spending a lot of time on the Silk Road at the time, not for buying, but for researching what's going on. And there were a lot of websites on the dark web like Intel Exchange, which had like supposedly information given away by government agents or whatever, exposing conspiracies and whatever. UFO pages. Like I was spending a lot of time because I was doing my master thesis this time around about internet governance. And this was like a chapter in my thesis about the dark web and what's happening there. So, of course, a lot of the economy there was fueled by Bitcoin. And I don't know why I had this mental, how should I put it? Like I did not make the connection between Bitcoin being used and then someone saying that it failed. Like why does the opinion of a developer matter as long as there is an entire underground economy that's using it? Like this proves that it's really not a failed project. It works. I didn't know the whole context of the block size wars. I've learned about everything years later. I've read pretty much everything I could, including Roger Vere's book, which I think I got my hands on like 2 years ago. And finally, the moment when I decided to buy Bitcoin was when the price went back to $1,000. And that was when I realized, okay, there's a disconnect here between what I'm being told in terms of media and narratives and also what's happening on markets. Like the market is telling me that everyone else is wrong and maybe that there's more to this than I initially thought. And then I spent most of 2017 investing in ICOs and shitcoins that never went anywhere because I had a job and I was making money. And I also watched from the sidelines what was happening with the Bitcoin Cash fork, SegWit2x. I was super confused. Like Bitcoin.com became a Bitcoin Cash website. Our Bitcoin was a Bitcoin website, but our BTC was a Bitcoin Cash. What do you call these Reddit pages? Subreddit,
yeah.
Yeah. So it was confusing. Then in 2018, I guess I picked sides, and it made sense for me that we're gonna have lightning and layers and whatever. Like the internet scales in layers, so why shouldn't Bitcoin? And I was very hopeful about this until like actually used lightning and I ran a node and I did all of that. And then I still kept the hope that it's gonna get better, but it never did. And it just became more deranged in this sense. Like, don't worry, we'll fix it. Well, it's not efficient in its current state. Maybe we should centralize it more. You shouldn't run your home node from a Raspberry Pi. Let data centers run it. It's fine if layer 2s are centralized as long as we keep the block size small and anyone can run a node. And then it becomes absurd to the point that, yes, anyone can run a node, but it's not very useful for being used as money. And in the meantime, we get ETFs and the bankers start controlling the narrative, and I don't recognize anyone anymore. I remember 2 years ago when I went to Nashville, and it was my first time in the US, my first time at a United States conference, which I understand are bigger and they do like to show off, but watching these politicians and I don't know, it felt like for the first time I was not part of a revolution anymore, and there was nothing exciting about it, maybe except the expectation that I might get rich because of this, but that's not really why I came here. Like I could have invested in Nvidia or something or Tesla and got similar results.
I mean, famously, I've heard that particularly those conferences 2024 and maybe also 2021 or 2022 were just known for being the hype of like cult excitement. That I've had a guest on the show who was there and she said it was like being in a cult where everybody was like on the same page. Like Michael Saylor, you know, was on stage. There was that one where Max Kaiser said like, fuck Elon, you know, and like that it was just such
I think that was
energy.
21 because after that, Max Kaiser went on a tour and sold tickets for people to listen to him whining about Elon Musk, basically.
He pivoted. Robin, you're nodding along there. Let me get you in here. So you're currently at BTC Prague. Maybe you can give us a little insight into the BTC conference scene.
I was just thinking about what Vlad just said, and like I have a little fun side story about that. A friend of mine, he found like some multi-market layer, what's it called, multi-level marketing scheme on the internet, and they invited people to a cruise to like basically brainwash them into like joining their system. And he was like, hey, let's just go on that cruise to like see how it works and like just see how they're brainwashing people, and we get a free cruise and everything. And so we did that. And what Vlad just said about the 2024 Bitcoin conference reminded me of this like brainwashing thing on the cruise, where they like tried to hype up everyone with like irrational narratives and like with just like trying to like trigger people's like primal reactions of like groupthink. And
Robin, was it called
so
World
I
Ventures?
can understand that. Sorry?
This pyramid scheme or whatever, was it called World Ventures?
No, I think it was called a Global Information Network or something.
Okay.
They always have a very grand sounding name, you know.
I've been to one of their seminars at World Ventures, and they were saying, well, you pay like $100 per month, and then you're going to go on very exotic vacations. And basically the way that it works is that, of course, you have people who never go on vacation, and then people who profit off of them. And it's like a Ponzi where they're profiting off of people who pay but never go. But at one point, they're
Like a
going to
gym.
want to go, and they're not going to be able to afford it, or there's not going to be any money. The whole scheme depends on how early you get in.
There's Paul.
Hello, Paul. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Cash podcast. Can't hear you.
Maybe I'm like backstage, like no one has acknowledged that I've popped up onto this thing. And then I couldn't see or hear Rob. It just said guest ID in use, because both Vlad and Robin sent. So just FYI, there's something interesting. There could be like 50 other people here with Robin Linus's link that are just hidden off. They're all guest 3 in the link. I was like, what is going on? I was like, this is really weird. And then so
just top tier software for the real world.
Hello to all the guest 3 listeners that are
because
live.
Then you're talking to Vlad, and then you start talking to Robin, and I'm like, and I can't hear Robin, and then I'm like, this is weird. Like, and I was like, okay, I could hear Vlad, but anyway.
It's actually a fourth world social experiment we're running on you, like a Darren Brown production, where we're going to reveal to you later that this was all scripted to see how you'd react.
Yeah, and it was interesting. So I got to hear all about Vlad talk about how it was a cult, but then I didn't hear anything Robin said about how it's. But the cult.
He said talking about how it's a cruise.
It must be the beginning of the end when now everyone's turning on Michael Saylor finally.
Yeah.
Because he was like, yeah, he's gone stage. He says, I never told anyone that was my Bitcoin.
No, I sort of disagree with that, because Michael Saylor was smart enough to get people, like by people, I mean community members, Bitcoiners, high-profile influencers to invest in his STRC or MSTR or whatever. So they're financially tied to the success of his Ponzi. So
they're bag holders. Yeah, I think that's why I say long MSTR, short Bitcoin. Because the illusion that he has is that, oh, this is the same thing as buying Bitcoin. But really, it's not at all. The fact that the MNAV premium changes proves that they're exact opposites, actually. If it was an ETF, they would be like kind of the same thing, sort of, arguably. Even then, not really. But if it was an ETF and it just said you buy one, we'll set aside a certain amount of Bitcoin. But because he said that it can vary, and because the crazy Asian CEO was like, oh, the MNAV premium, yeah, it just went from 1 to 2. It could go to 10 or 20. I remember he said that on like, I don't know, like an official Bitcoin magazine podcast or interview or something. And he's like, yeah, the MNAV premium could just keep going up like forever. And then Jim Chanos shorted it. He was like, yeah, it's at 2, but it should really be less than 1 if you really think about it. Yeah, I was like, yeah, yes, that is right. And it should kind of, honestly, arguably, it should be 0 if you add the overhead, the agency costs, you know, the risk of them just
custodial risk,
losing it. Exactly, right. So why would the taxes, the lawyers, everything, like what, you know, why would it actually be? It would be like 95%, but it would be like some weird like eigenvector thing where you just multiply by 95% like an infinite number of times, and you just end up with 0. So that's, but you know, we live in like a, you know, this is the thing is, this is the
the podcast is lit when we start talking about eigenvectors.
Yeah. I have this background
I
in
don't even know what that
economics. This is the curse of the economist often, is that you kind of like figure out like the equilibrium, but then it's like, yeah, it takes like 15 years to get there. And so often people just like, oh, and then like I thought like, because I was like, when they came out with Snapchat, I was like, this is the stupidest idea, because computers don't work that way. You can't just have disappear. But now not only was Snapchat, like right after I said that, they were like bought for like $1 billion. And then now everyone's doing disappearing messages. You know, it's like a really cool, it's like a very useful thing now. Everyone's lawyer has got them. You got them they're in Telegram now. They're in Signal. They're in everywhere. So everyone loves. So I was totally wrong.
They probably don't work on any of them.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, that's right. It's all a scam. I love it on WhatsApp. It's like you can delete the message and it's like delete for you or delete for everyone. It's like, why would I want to delete my own message just for
only
me?
for you?
What the hell?
Yes, I know. I never thought about that too, but when I saw that, I would always do like a kind of like a little take where I look at the camera, like kind of like, what? Like what? And I never thought about how stupid it was until now. Of course, everyone clicks to delete for everyone. It's like, I'm only going to delete it for me. They're still going to see it, and they're going to, from their point of view, it looks like I wanted them to still see it. That does sound.
I think it's so that you can delete other people's messages in there and just delete it for you. Like I don't want to see this message in my feed.
But we can't delete them for everyone, right? That doesn't make any sense. Is that possible? Can I just delete other people's messages? And
admins can, and they might have just copied the same interface that admins have.
That doesn't make any sense. But I agree with you that that's the only way. That's the only theory that explains the data, I think. So I think you're right. But what a terrible idea. Right? It should have like a little admin, like color or a little icon, delete for everyone. Not give it to every option, especially when you have 2 people talking to each other.
Yeah, that's right.
It's
a one-on-one conversation. You're just deleting your own half of the
That doesn't make any sense.
It's also funny that when you delete a message for both of you, then they see a deleted message.
Yes.
Sends that weird signal of like, what was the deleted message? Like, what did you delete there?
Usually it's better to just leave it. Usually it's better like, okay, we're in this deep, we got to just plow forward. Like, if I made a typo, I just got to retype it below.
You can always say it's a typo, even if it's something else. It's like, oh, I think we should get married, and it's like delete, and it's like, oh, sorry, can you pick up milk from the store? Sorry, typo. You know, you just set up a smoke screen.
But tell us, Robert.
Does it happen often to you?
Oh, go on.
No, I was just wondering if that happens often to you. I don't very frequently propose to someone by accident, but maybe some people do.
It could be any. It was just an example of something that you might want to take back.
First example that came to mind. You know, that's a typical kind of scenario.
I can just imagine that Paul Sports every couple of days he accidentally proposes to someone, and really he just wanted milk.
Well,
Uber Eats is really challenging for him.
Now I'm getting some insight onto why he deleted the messages that he sent to me, you know. Like,
right.
That's what it was the whole time.
Everyone's going to go back and scroll through all their messages to me and be like, wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly. It's now being exposed.
I could have had a life of happiness.
That's it.
Yeah.
Here we are instead. So sorry to everyone who missed out on marrying Paul as a result of the new disappearing messages.
Okay, no, but we have to ask, is the spell really broken? Because Vlad is right that sometimes this is the way the cult works, is that the rational people just start leaving and the cult gets more insane. Like when they have like the rapture, they say the rapture is going to be on Tuesday, you know? or whatever, the end of the world is going to be on Tuesday. Then Tuesday comes and goes, nothing happens. Then usually like a few people leave, but then the cult is like stronger than ever.
They'll say, well, it wasn't clear which Tuesday. There's another Tuesday next week. And then
sometimes they make it pretty clear. Sometimes they're like, it will be March 12th, 2012, or whatever that was.
Yeah, but according to which calendar, right?
They made a whole movie about
calendars.
It. They made a whole
Is it the Gregorian one?
It.
Is it the Julian one?
But I think it is ending. Like, I honestly think it is ending. And the reason I know is because Bitcoin University, Matthew Cratter, he started criticizing Michael Saylor before this happened. And like, you know, if he's starting to put the pieces together and figure it out from how deep down the rabbit hole he is, then clearly, you know, the message is getting around, right? Like he's like at like the 5th layer of abstraction of what's actually happening. He's like so many layers deep in the matrix that if he is starting to be like, wait a second, what's going on here? And so then he made that video calling out Michael Saylor of like, look at this guy lying. And he's so deep in it that he couldn't even just make it like a straight up video. He had to satirize it and be like, well, this looks kind of contradictory, but I'll let the audience make up their own mind. Ha ha ha. You know, like
they have a big audience capture problem, I think, you know, like where he wants the views. So you just work the format, right? So you don't want to be like too, maybe not, I don't know. I would think you would get a lot of views to just be like, Michael Saylor fraud or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea though. I don't pretend.
I don't know that he was ever in the Michael Saylor camp. Matt Cratter, I suspect he was always in the camp of just buy Bitcoin.
No, I think he was
because Michael Saylor. So in the beginning, when he started doing these videos, which by the way are awful, but at the same time they sort of became like a personal brand where he just types and he switches tabs in his Chrome. Like it's very low effort, but it works for some reason. Michael Saylor actually tweeted about him and said, this guy is offering very good Bitcoin education. And you got to understand that when he first landed on the scene, Michael Saylor used some of his domains like hope.com and a couple of others to turn them into Bitcoin education websites. But what education meant for him was to change the narrative to drift away from anything concerning cash and payments and turning everything into savings and store of value, digital energy, whatever, cyber hornets. He came up with a lot of these silly metaphors. Actually, that's all he's got. All he's ever had was just silly metaphors, and people were somehow oblivious of the fact that there was a large headline with him losing $6 billion in one day as a CEO during the dot-com bubble. And we're like,
to have $6 billion to lose it though. I think that's people's logic where they're like, well, at least he had the $6 billion to throw away, you know, more than I've ever had.
He made the front page. So people think, well,
no such thing as bad publicity. Must have been doing something important. Yeah.
Anyway, Saylor was very smart in some ways. And I think his strategy, pun unintended, should be studied. Like he was able to capture the whole narrative, get on every podcast except for mine because I never invited him. I always felt like there's something off about him. But he was able to become bigger than everyone who's ever given him a platform. And that's
everyone is invited to your podcast except for Michael Saylor.
No, that's not how it works.
He's welcome on this call, by the way, if anyone wants to shoot him a link.
Yeah, join us. Join us.
Have a chat. Have a chat with him.
He can tell us all about how Stretch works.
I'm keen to hear it.
Yeah.
But Robert, if you're there at Prague where he famously met, were you watching live? Were you in the audience when he was saying this famous clip that's now going around?
No, I wasn't in the audience. The famous clip was, I think, on the VIP stage, which was like in the speakers area. Like he gave a talk at like the main stage as well, and I went in there for like a couple minutes just to get a feeling for the level of retardedness in the community.
Was the audience still full when he was talking?
Yeah. It was by far the most crowded talk of the entire conference.
That's depressing.
But I feel like he's making people bearish. Sorry. Like I met a couple of people who were like just more like business people, less like cypherpunk developers, like people who just bought Bitcoin to like make money, and they seem to be changing their minds about Saylor. That it's just, yeah, that they don't believe anymore that he's like the savior, and that they start to question his narratives and like the gamble that he makes. And I felt like that's a good thing. It's a sign of that there's some healing going on.
But do any of you guys actually know people who have like strategy stock and all that? I've literally never met a single person in real life that
I know a few. I have, you know, and I don't want to like, you know, but oh man, it's hard to phrase this in like a polite way. But these are like, they're nice people, but you know, these are kind of like, okay, you ask these people like, this is like finance 101, where you go up to people, you just strike up a friendly conversation with them, and they say, oh yeah, and you just say something like, well, what do you think fair value is for MSTR? Like, what's the price target? Now, this is a hard question, but this is something that every real investor would do, is they would look at the situation and they would say, okay, I think they'll have some answer in their head. You know what I mean? And they'll say like, oh, I think the market cap, you know, they'll say something like when people say, well, actually, you know, for SpaceX, I think a $2 trillion market cap is possible because if you look at whatever, they're going to just say something. Or they'll say, I think it should go to like $15 a share or something like that. But these people give the wrong answer, which is they say something like, I think it can go up from here. Or they say, I think Saylor knows what he's doing, you know? And I'm just telling you out there, for anyone who's listening, that's the wrong answer. The right answer for any other thing, like when you would think of like, you know, this is like what Hal Finney did with the Bitcoin back in the day, where he's like, you take out even if it's just envelope math, you have some idea in your head where you say, okay, listen, this is the value of all the money in the world. And then if you divide that by 21 million coins, you get like a few $1 million per coin. So that's like what a real investor would say. And a fake investor would say, I think it's going to keep going up or something like that. And that's what all these people say. And it's depressing to watch. And these are not sophisticated people. And there's that great scene, The Big Short. He picks up the phone. I don't even think they know what they've done. Perfect line. And yeah, so there you go. So I know some people, but it's not impressive.
I also know one person who has MSTR or one of those products.
And how were they, you know, how were they swept up into it? Because it's very ironic that the whole premise is about Bitcoin, and yet the more you know about Bitcoin, the more involved you are in the scene and stuff like that, the less likely you would be to have some, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm completely uninterested in these products. So he was like, oh yeah, I've got some, whatever it's called. I don't even know which one. He's like, it's been down, I think. And I was like, okay. And then I just changed the topic. So I know one person who mentioned that he has some.
Okay. So they are real. They do exist. I've kind of been wondering if there's just some way that this is just another layer of like manipulation. But of course the world is a huge place. So
you know that it's not, because the numbers are so big. But yeah, this is these retail investors who are swept up in the cult, and it's not great. Although you can often win. This is to Robin's point about like he's making everyone money. You can sometimes you just post like the 1-year price chart of MSTR, which is like this huge negative number. And then you can just like, I don't want to say win the debate, but you can just be like, well, this is what you're getting with him. And then I've done a thing too where I say, well, hey, listen, before Michael Saylor, it went from like 1 cent to like $100,000. So it literally went like 10 million X up. But now Michael Saylor, you can go to Saylor Tracker. SaylorTracker.com is the greatest thing, one of the best things to happen if you're trying to fight the cult, because it just shows you like, okay, yeah, he bought a lot of Bitcoin, but at really high prices. He actually hasn't made any money. He's lost a lot of money with Bitcoin. His MSTR has gone up. I don't know if this is the case, but I strongly suspect that it was because the equity value is so low because the expectations were so low. Like he had this fiefdom, this kingdom with a bunch of cash. And MSTR had all this cash that he had like raised, and he's kind of limping along, pretending to be a fake company, pretending to be this like analytics company. It's kind of fake. This is all speculation. I said any lawyers who may be suing me right now for defamation. I just said this is all I haven't looked into this at all. But this is the only thing. Again, this is the only thing that fits the story. Why does he even have this company? Because no people don't really use MicroStrategy products. It's not like Apple or something or Tesla, where you see people driving the Tesla around and you're like, oh, I guess that's a real company. So I think he had all this money, but then the equity holders realized he was just going to like waste it all and spend it all. Because it's cool to be this. You can expense all these things. You could get the private jet, even if the company's fake and it doesn't really, So apparently it has some revenues, but it had this giant pile of cash and then it was very low. So I don't know. Someone can actually look into that and figure out if that's true. But I was trying to explain, why did the MSTR price go up after he started buying Bitcoin if he hasn't actually made any money through the Bitcoin purchases? Yeah, who knows? I don't know. Is it even worth it? Like, I think.
Well, he's not down that bad. He's down so right now he's down 9.7 billion, right? Which sounds bad, but it's only negative 15%.
I mean, that's terrible in Bitcoin. No, see, this makes
in Bitcoin terms, that's like a one day could turn around tomorrow. It could be up 20%.
But think about it like this: most of the people that we all know who invested in Bitcoin, I mean, you and I at least. I don't know about people who are new. Like people who have invested in Bitcoin have made 100x, 1000x. Some people have made. You and I know people who have made 1,000,000x on Bitcoin. So Michael Saylor is like one of the least successful Bitcoin investors of all time, down there at like negative 15, and those people are up here at like plus 99 million%, which is not even an exaggeration. You'd think that would be a hyperbole, but it's literally not. For someone like Roger Ver, who may have bought at less than 10 cents and then sold at 100,000, some at 100,000, well, he'd be up 99 million% on that. So so Michael Saylor, get some people. We've got Eric Voorhees over here, and all these other people, and then we got like Michael Saylor like down in a negative number, negative whatever. Like, okay, so I'm not sure what to make of that, but it doesn't translate to the savior.
Well, Paul, the funny part is that we are all governed by these funny narratives that are very tribal. And according to the BTC Maxi narrative, Roger fumbled the bag and sold in 2017 to buy BCH, and he has been losing ever since.
He sold a lot, but I don't know. And he also sold, and I know that he bought like lots of other things, like when they were just starting, like a super early Zcash type of a thing. Is my understanding.
Yeah, I think Zcash, Ripple, Stellar.
Just more diversification. But yeah, I don't know. Even 2017, that was a time when by then BTC was already going up to like almost 20,000. So again, if you buy at 10 cents and you sell at 20,000, that's a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot more than negative 15%.
It's just such weird analysis to me. The fact that like if anybody who has that point of view is kind of like they've boiled everything down to this kind of one-dimensional analysis because they can't handle any more than that. And it's just like, if you sold at anything less than the top, bad. Like you must be a complete moron. And there's no, like, doesn't matter if they haven't done that. Doesn't matter if nobody has done that. Doesn't matter if that's super unlikely. Doesn't matter when you got in, when you got out. Doesn't matter what contributions or influence you had on the space or the scene besides just whether you timed the Ponzi correctly. Nothing, I just like, it's so weird seeing people. I mean, you don't see it now, but a few years ago, you see, Roger makes a post and some guy's in there being like, have fun staying poor. And you're like, what? Like telling Roger here to have fun staying poor. Like there's no logical.
I think it's a reasonable thing to say if you're talking not about material wealth, but rather about some other kind of wealth. You could say he's poor in other ways.
Well, that's the funny thing, because that's why the whole Bitcoin Jesus thing is so funny, because he actually hates the name Bitcoin Jesus. He never wanted to be Bitcoin Jesus. And then people say, oh, who does he think he is? Like big noting himself as Bitcoin Jesus. And instead he got crucified and now they call him Bitcoin Judas, which ironically makes him even more Bitcoin Jesus.
More like Jesus, Bitcoin Jesus now.
That's right.
Exactly. And of course, Jesus was hated at the time
for telling the truth, exactly like he did.
Yeah, he suffered and died and was buried, and then was
then
born
he rose
again. So,
That's right.
Yeah, exactly right.
He's just got to wait out his gag order, and then he'll be back. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Michael Saylor is going to be going the other direction, the hero that becomes the villain, or maybe it's the same cycle. Is Michael Saylor going to be the next Bitcoin Judas 2.0? There is no second Judas.
I mean, he's sort of more sinister, I think. So he's kind of like more cutthroat and evil in a way. So because Roger always had this earnestness, I thought, and he was like, so it's kind of, I think people get a little more fun like tearing him down, whereas Michael Saylor's like, oh, I'm like cutthroat CEO, and my headquarters are in the CIA building or across the street or whatever, and I don't know, like he's also like such a, with all the metaphors, you know what I mean? Like Roger would just like be some guy talking, and then Michael Saylor's like, listen, it's like when they added electricity to hotels. You don't want to be a hotel with no electricity. He's like a hypnotist or something, you know? So I don't know. It's just like not as fun to like talk to him or even.
I like the analogies. That's one thing that I think is really positive and persuasive and fun to think about is analogies for this stuff, and I think he's good at coming up with them.
I also like his analogies for the same reason, even though I agree with Paul that it is basically reasoning by analogy used as a form of sort of hypnosis on people, because analogies are very useful. Of course, they exist for a reason, which is for somebody who doesn't understand things at a deep level, you have to get them started somehow. So you give them a rough approximation, and that helps them get the first or second step. And then the more deeper you get into it, then you can say, okay, you know, when I told you, like when I was in high school, my chemistry teacher said to me, he said, okay, for the first year, all we're going to do is lie to you about chemistry. We're going to tell you all these things about atoms and about the way the material world works and all this stuff. It's all fake, right? None of this is actually true. But it's how we kind of get you started with it on the right path. And then, you know, we'll take away the lies later. But if you don't ever take away the lies, then it is just a scam, basically.
I think he's a huge bullshitter. And so the analogies amplify his ability to just, like, you know, he'll say these things and it's like, it doesn't even matter if they're true or false. Like he'll say Bitcoin is digital credit, and then he'll say Bitcoin is digital capital. And then he'll say, like, Bitcoin is digital energy. And it's like, they can't be all those things at once.
Digital Manhattan real estate.
And then, but he uses the analogy just to evade criticism. He doesn't use it to really explain. He's a little too fast and loose with the truth. But he doesn't care. He doesn't even care. So it's not even a lie. And I find that annoying. Really and truly, I find it depressing. And many of the analogies don't make any sense at all. And when Danny from Bitcoin, what Bitcoin did, and he tried to ask some simple questions.
Bit his head off. That was so good.
Yeah. Those were the simplest questions you could get. Softball questions like, "Hey, now you're doing these." He basically said, "There's a lot of treasury companies. You are doing these preferreds. If they also do preferreds, like, how should we think about that? Like, whatever." And then there was like this 45-minute tirade about how they don't compete with this treasury companies don't compete with each other, but they actually do. And then the hotel electricity, and then we're all buying Bitcoin. Like, why you criticize? And then he was like, Danny, you should be criticizing these companies that don't buy Bitcoin. It was like, none of that was even the point. It was very disturbing. And so he's clearly feeling some kind of pressure or insecurity, which is good, because maybe he'll stop weighing in on everything, because, you know.
What if also us are getting trapped by him because we are complaining about him for like an hour now, and now
it's just like Donald Trump. Like, you can't stop talking about him, and it makes him it gives him much more power. For Donald Trump, it was easier to see. I think for Michael Saylor,
So, but what's the smart move then? Like,
I go for weeks and weeks at a time without thinking about Michael Saylor. So I'd be happy to move on to some other topic if anyone else is willing to.
Yeah. I want to hear before. I know Robin is going to have to go in the not too distant future. So I do want to hit a couple of key things. Maybe we can't do your whole how you got into Bitcoin story that we traditionally do with everyone. Maybe we can do that another time. But I want to get your thoughts on the BCH opcodes, because you wrote into the show, previously, or into Vlad's show, really, to say you were loving the BCH VM opcodes. So give us your breakdown and thoughts on that. Also, specifically, are we missing anything? Because they might be good, but is there any gaps you've noticed?
I'm not super familiar with the opcodes. I just skimmed the docs, and I found I saw that you have define and invoke or evoke.
That just got added. Yeah, the functional codes in last month. Yeah,
and I found that very interesting, because that solves a fundamental problem of script that if you want to build anything complex like a snark verifier or something like that, then you end up with huge scripts, or you have to enshrine very high level opcodes, like for example pairing opcodes or something that you actually don't want to maintain on the base layer. I think that solves an interesting problem. And I wonder if you guys are working with snarks, or if you're even trying to build anything on top of snarks or something. Maybe it's not necessary because you can scale on the base layer. You're not scared of that. So I wonder if there's actually any need for snarks, maybe for privacy protocols.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, it's kind of the same as Lightning Network, where everybody has this complete hoax where they think that big blockers hate Lightning Network, when nothing is further from the truth. If you go back and you listen to the block size war stuff, everybody was just like, why don't you just do both? Obviously, you can do Lightning Network and bigger blocks. In fact, they're synergistic, because if you have bigger blocks and you have cheaper fees and faster transactions, it's easier to open and close channels. The whole thing will just function smoother. And it's kind of the same with any of this Starks or Snarks or anything like that, layer 2s of any different variety, where, as far as I know, and certainly from my own point of view, I would love anybody to come and build any of that stuff in BCH. It just doesn't happen as a combination of, like you said, A, it's not super necessary, so it's not the priority that everybody's looking at right now, and B, it's just a small community, so the combined aggregate resources are too small. But as it grows, I'm sure more and more people who are interested in that stuff will jump in and do it. So you could, or anybody could, anybody who's listening, we've prepared all the building site, all the foundations are there, have at it. We'd love that.
I personally think blocks are too big. The more we come up with solutions that allow us to compress UTXOs and combine UTXOs and stuff like that, I think the reaction among node developers should be great. If 10 people can have the same UTXO, then we can reduce the block size by 10x from its current size. But there's no real energy for that, sadly. But yeah, I think currently blocks are too big. It'd be cool to make them smaller as these technologies keep getting better.
Those ideas are becoming more prominent, though. I mean, Paul, you're trying to do that with eCash, right? Reducing the 10x, and also the filter guys, they also like that idea of smaller blocks. They maybe just have started with spam and then they're going to get around to smaller blocks later, but it's not even, totally out of the question in terms of growing prominence for that type of idea, interestingly.
Well, the block size, it's a blessing and a curse, because, of course, more block space makes a lot of things easier, but it means that the full node has to do more work. So my reading of the scaling war, which is very different than most people's, but it was people couldn't disagree on how much the full node should cost. So I think it's neat when you have the mandatory L1, that should be cheap. That should be very, very cheap, small block. And then you can just add onto that the optional L2s. I always thought that was what the real debate was about. And it's interesting, at the time, I didn't even think of that as scaling, because I just thought it's the same software, but with a bigger block size. So it's not doing more with less. Doing more with less would be more technology. That's what I thought the Lightning Network was. I think the smartest thing the large blockers ever did was hate on the Lightning Network. I didn't like it at the time, because I thought a lot of the critiques of the Lightning Network in 2017, they were a lot of them were unfair. Some were fair, but some were unfair. And some were kind of like half-baked. They were like, this is just going to end up being Banks 2.0, which that ended up happening. But I think at the time, that was like that was kind of clear that wasn't totally fleshed out. That was like a kid comes up to you with a fair coin and they say, this coin's going to land heads. I'm certain of it. And they flip it and it lands heads. And it's like, how impressed are you? You're just kind of annoyed, honestly, if they hit that one. I think like they could have gone a different way. The best critique of the Lightning Network, one that remained undefeated the whole time, that people made, was that there's not enough space to even onboard people to get the channels open. You need some kind of super convoluted thing. People were saying in the Lightning Network world in 2017, they were saying, we will invent something to fix that. They had a lot of credibility back then. And so I believed them. They were totally, I later investigated and found that's completely false, and none of that has materialized, and no one even cares because now it's all custodial Lightning and whatever, blah, blah, blah. So the smartest thing you guys did was hate on the Lightning Network, and I think that Lightning Network is not going great. Interestingly, also, it just happens to be the case that, from my point of view, the bandwidth used to be the bottleneck. Now bandwidth speeds have increased enormously. Especially you have like Elon. Remember Elon's tweet? One of my favorite Elon tweets. They could shake their fist at the sky, talking about like, what if people? I don't remember exactly what it was. It was something like, what if people in? I'm going to make this up and screw it up, but it was something like, what if people in Brazil buy Starlink internet, and then the Brazilian government tries to, I don't know if it was Brazil or not. I'm sorry about the Brazilian government if that's not who it was, but it was someone who was like, what if they try to make it, they outlaw it? And it's like the internet comes from these satellites in space, and like the country doesn't have like a space program. So Elon just tweets,
they can't shoot down.
They can shake satellites. Their fists at the sky. And it was like, and now that internet is super fast. So one thing I always say about this internet bottleneck thing too is that you got people playing, like I got friends who still play like Call of Duty and stuff, and you get like a mandatory Call of Duty update. It's like 120 gigabytes. You just routinely download these giant files. So the case for larger blocks is improved like by leaps and bounds over the last 10 years. And the case for the Lightning Network has, I think, collapsed. And I think Lightning Network, but the real problem with the Lightning Network is part of the cult. The cult is the number one dimension to watch, I think, in crypto. This is the big, because it's like people form a cult. The cults have these like weird life cycles, you know, like there's the Dan Larimer cult, you know, or there's the Vitalik cult or whatever. So there's all these cults. The cult is the thing to watch. And if the cult is too irrational, it means we're all doomed. And Lightning, that's the important thing with Lightning, is that it became a cult. But you need a little bit of cult to kind of bootstrap. You need a little bit of, you know, what you might call cooperation, or, you know, free to core.
Yeah, but the way you pop the cult is just with better information and people in the cult, like you said, consistently being proven wrong, so that people at the edges, who are the most connected to reality and the least connected to the, you know, investing in the cult.
I would like to hear an example of something the Lightning people were wrong about.
Well, they were
Lightning people.
Yeah, well, yeah. For instance, like what Paul is saying, that I think is a really good point, is it's a very simple big blocker point made back in the day, still true today, which is that by raising the block size, you are getting by default all of the world's improvement in internet infrastructure and all of its computer hardware improvement. Like that's a ginormous industry, right? And they are working ceaselessly night and day to figure out how to improve hardware and internet connectivity, and all that benefit just flows to Bitcoin, to BCH, as a like with no expenditure on the case of on the behalf of the BCH community. But I mean, one thing that specifically the Lightning Network community were wrong about, I agree with Paul. Like they said they'd find solutions to the, you know, napkin math that you can only onboard like however many people in 1 megabyte blocks, and that just never appeared, right?
I think it has. One of the things that was frequently talked about was channel factories. That was a big talking point back in the day. They were talking about it would be easier to build channel factories if we had SIG hash no input. but they're also possible without it, and I think we've started to see that. The Arc team, Second and Arcade, have both made implementations of channel factories. I've made an implementation of a channel factory. So I think that's materialized, and now it's becoming more and more popular.
After 10 years and like billions and billions and billions of dollars in investment, it's starting to appear like that's kind of low bar.
Channel factories were proposed. Sorry?
Without covenants, it's custodial.
Yeah. And also, the channel factories have a horrific problem where one single person for free, they have no coins. If they just join, they can then hold the whole thing hostage. These are the old version. Now, okay, here's the thing. It becomes a cat and mouse game. So this is like in 2017, they said, we'll come up with all this stuff. And then there was L2 and there was factories. Now, each time, this stuff has like a 2.5 year time period from when it's proposed. Then eventually people give up on it. But then they give up on it. It's like a magician, or it's like when you're trying to keep like a young child happy. And you're kind of like, well, we don't have your favorite toy, but we've got ice cream or whatever. You just swap a thing out. And it takes a while, and this has gone on, and this is why I hate ARC. And I know SuperTestnet likes ARC. Now, I might be wrong about this, but you got to look at it from my point of view. From my point of view, these two Bitcoin Cash people are kind of like getting the last laugh to some extent. Because I just like 4 times in a row, I was kind of like, oh, maybe they'll be able to fix Lightning. Now I'm like hating on Lightning and saying Lightning sucks. Now the two of them are switching back, and they're saying, oh, Lightning and Bitcoin Cash is actually great. I don't think it's good at all. So
no, we're just saying we don't have a problem with it.
Well, yeah, we should all be pluralists. We should try lots of things, but we're also, all of us are like subject matter experts. So we should weigh in on what we think is like seriously worth trying. Like, should we try? Like, it's like, oh, if we can put a man on the moon, maybe we can put a man on the sun. And it's like, no, that's probably not going to work. So it's like the Lightning people have said 3 or 4 times. So they had coin pools. They had channel factories. Every single time this hasn't worked. Then there was ARC. And then it was like Moon Settler. It was like we were talking about ARC, and he was like, yeah, it doesn't actually work without CTV. And in the real world, everyone does custodial Lightning anyway. Now, eventually down the line, and then all these objections about the ARC liquidity, you need more coins, like 8 times as many coins tied up than are actually circulating. This is the opposite of how credit works, where they say we will negative circulate. We won't circulate the coins, but you can pay in advance. We'll settle up later. It's like you and your friend, oh, I don't have the cash, but I'm good for it. This is the way the real world works, is with like, instead of no way, it's like, oh, I need to pay you 8 times as much to buy this chicken sandwich.
Trust. Yeah.
So that's no good. And then, so maybe they'll fix all these things. But the point is, there's like this is exactly what Dan Larimer used to do. This is exactly what NXT and all this other stuff would do. They'd say, oh, we're going to fix all this stuff later. The fix doesn't come. And it's ultimately, I think, a huge Rube Goldberg machine, and it's not worth it. And this is just to keep extending this is the gambling addict who's in denial that they have a problem. And the whole thing is just, how can we avoid the pain of having to admit to everyone that, we've screwed up and that Lightning was a big mistake. It's all just trying to keep the Lightning idea moving. And say, well, sure, those other things didn't work, but now there's ARC, and now there's going to be Cube, and now there's other. They keep inventing. The more new things that are invented are actually, this is actually the clue that something is really wrong. Because
is there actually one called Cube? I recently did a
new ARC. Clearly, you haven't been paying attention to.
No, but apparently I did, because I made a troll post saying you need Lightning Network to fix your layer 1, and then you need ARC to fix your broken L2 Lightning, and wait until you hear about Quasarix. I called it Quasarix. Is it actually called Cube? If you have Quasarix, that'll fix your ARC. So
tell him, Rob. Tell him.
I literally got it. Okay, perfect. I even got the letters right.
I don't think the Cube proposal attempts to fix ARC. I think the Cube proposal attempts to combine ARC with BitVM and make it so you can do computation stuff inside of a coin pool.
I think that's true. But I think the issue with Lightning is that it's introducing like all kinds of like band-aids to make it work for end users, because it's not working for end users. End users just used Wallet of Satoshi, and everyone was fine with that until like it got banned in the EU and so on. And then these new solutions came up, like Spark, for example, and they are just introducing like lots of complexity, lots of centralization, and a lot of trust assumptions. And now we invent like these new narratives to gloss over these facts. Like Spark is just non-custodial because they write it on their website for like regulatory purposes, because they want to lie to regulators. And I think lying to regulators is actually fine, but they are also lying to users, and users are lying to themselves, telling themselves that it would be non-custodial even if it's not. And if the Lightning scaling vision would have been clear about that in the beginning, then nobody would have bought into it. Like if they had said, yeah, we're going to build Lightning and then we're going to build like all kinds of stuff on top that is actually trusted and comes with like all kinds of complexity and all kinds of narratives to like make ourselves believe that it's actually what we promised, then nobody would have bought into it. And I feel like nowadays we invent all kinds of new narratives to make ourselves believe that stuff. And I think it's not
I don't look at it that way. From my perspective, there was talk of the possibility of doing channel factories and coin pools early on, and now we start to see them emerge. And because we don't have CTV, there are problems. Like they don't work as well as they would with CTV or one of the other Covenant opcode, easier Covenant opcodes. But they do work. I don't think it's accurate to say that ARC is custodial. I think, or at least it depends on how it's used, I suppose. But I think the software does work.
It relies on like this Covenant emulation thing, and I think it would be fine to say, yeah, let's do ARC to solve it. But then you should be like very clear that it.
You mean CTV to solve it?
If you don't have CTV. Sure, you can like make the users also co-sign, but that is just impractical. Like you can theoretically do it, but you cannot do it in practice, and nobody is trying to do it in practice because it's just so impractical. So they are resorting to like custodial solutions. You can say, yeah, it's one of n assumption, but it's still custodial. And I think people should just be more like clear about this fact that it's just fucking custodial and that you cannot solve it without CTV, because then people would feel the pressure to actually activate CTV and not like be like, oh yeah, let's keep it stewing a little bit for another 2-3 years until we actually know if it's what we want, or like, because that is a bullshit narrative. And I also think we should be clear that the original Lightning narrative just failed. It failed because the original narrative was like everyone is going to run a Lightning node and people will make money with routing and everything. And that is.
I remember that. I've actually run a node hoping that I'm going to get rich.
Yeah, and it's not happening. This narrative certainly failed, and it's okay to say it failed. Like even if you're not opposing Lightning, it's okay to say this failed, and now let's try to fix it. I'm fine with that, or I think it is a valuable path to explore. I don't think it's the best path for us, but I think it's worthwhile doing it or trying it. But I think it's very important to be like aligned with truth and not tell ourselves bullshit all the time.
I don't remember a narrative saying that everyone will run a routing node. If it was everyone will run a node, then I think that narrative has succeeded in that there are a lot of nodes on phones now that people run. Just a standard Lightning wallet is a node on a phone. But if you're saying that everyone is going to run routing nodes and earn money, I don't remember a narrative that like everyone can make money by routing payments and everyone will want to do that. I remember saying it's good that anyone can, but I don't remember saying the majority of Lightning users will also run routing nodes.
Yeah, but that's maybe the case.
On a podcast with Christian Decker, who is the inventor of L2, and I think he's like one of the most OG Lightning developers. Like he's one of the lead developers of C Lightning and so on. And he said that the original vision was that everyone runs a node, and he said he doesn't think that worked out.
I also remember a tweet from Alex Bosworth where he said, "I just made 1 Bitcoin from routing fees. You can do this to run a node."
Yeah. Now, some of us on this chat, we lived through it, and the logic, I don't know how clearly it was articulated, but the logic of the scaling debate was, and I think it was poorly understood even by the haters and the lovers on both sides, but this was the logic if you dissected it. I think this is just objectively the case, which is that the small blockers were saying, we don't want the full node to cost more. So they were saying, we want to keep the full node cost down. And they were saying, instead of running an expensive large block node, and they kind of, the small blockers were kind of right to say, if you move it from 1 megabyte to 8 megabytes, then maybe it'll just end up like unlimited, and then where it'll be uncapped, and kind of where would that end? And even people would say, like such as Greg Maxwell would say, okay, even if we had unlimited block size, that would be a big improvement over the world of JP Morgan or whatever that we have today. But he was saying we want to keep the node cost down. The clear implication of that is that you wanted it to be easier for more people to run the nodes. The Lightning idea, the Lightning node, you're saying there's a Lightning node on a phone. I have to kind of disagree with that, because the logic of the Lightning node is that it needs to talk to a full L1 node. So the idea was that the L1 full node, that's with the small blocks, plus a second node on top of it, the combined cost would be less than the Bitcoin Cash node. But that is objectively no longer true in the sense of like psychology or utility theory in economics or just in practice, because people find it too annoying to use. Yeah, take your pick. This guy, we got a really strong silent guy, strong silent type who's just vaping and laughing the whole time, and that's great. But it's like, take your pick. People don't run the Lightning nodes. I think the full stack, the intended Lightning node, where it's actually watching for if someone broadcasts an old spend and it's going to trigger the HTLC or whatever. And I just think having a Lightning app on your cell phone and saying that that's a cheap node, well, then how is that any different from all the large blockers who are saying, oh, SPV nodes are real? Yeah, so this guy, yeah, you can explain it to them. Some of them weren't around.
Well, that's why I just think, it's like all these things, like, complexity is like the enemy of anything working in the real world, including in engineering. And the Bitcoin community actually kind of loves complexity a bit for a few reasons, which is like, it's generally a contrarian community. It's also quite a technical community, and engineers love playing and fiddling with like stuff at the cutting edge, which is always a bit more complex. But at the end of the day, you just really want things to be simple, which is why Satoshi was like, okay, here's a node, it's layer 1, you just flood the network, there's no routing, there's no central point. Like, Cardano, they have all these different like weird multiple different types of nodes and stuff like that. Like Bitcoin is literally, there's just one node, it's layer 1, everything sends to everything. That's it. It's that simple. You can ask any node. The engineering design couldn't be any more like fundamentally straightforward than that, except to the extent that, okay, then you have your wallets connect via SPV, which is exactly like a client server model that has existed in computer science forever. Like, it just makes sense that that is going to work. And then, so as soon as when you add, okay, we're going to add our Lightning nodes, and now we have this unsolved routing problem, which not only is technically a huge amount of work to do, it's also economically infeasible, because the optimal solution is just to converge on large hubs, which is exactly what's happened. Whatever it is, Bitrefill and like three other guys run like
Voltage, Kraken, Async.
Yeah, exactly. They end up being like the large, share of where all the routing is going through, just because that's economically the most efficient solution. And everybody knew that was going to, well, at least the big bloggers knew that was going to happen right from the start, and now it has. So,
and even worse, like currently the entire ecosystem is gravitating, like not the entire ecosystem, but like large portions of the ecosystem are gravitating towards Spark. Like half at least of all Lightning users use some sort of wallet with a Spark backend.
And then I have Alex Gladstein talking to me about how when you do a primal to primal zap on Nostr, that's a Lightning transaction and has the Lightning icon, and there's no Lightning transaction that takes place in the slightest. So there's not even so this is also like, I don't know if SuperTestnet, if you saw I know you weren't at TabConf, I thought, but I did the Lightning debate. And I tried to draw a distinction between like, okay, there is the Lightning cult, and then there's kind of like the Lightning technical community is a large percentage of them. Like Taj Dryja is not in the Lightning cult, even though he created Lightning. These are a lot of people who are very honest about Lightning. But another thing that happened from 2017 on, basically continuously, is this is very hard to articulate, but basically Lightning was held up as this idea of like, this is how we scale Bitcoin. So there's a huge difference. So like, it's hard to articulate the idea, because in the Lightning technical community is usually pretty honest. And then in the Lightning white paper, there's this line that's often cited by the large blockers where they say, well, hey, we need 133 megabyte blocks actually, plus the Lightning network to make this work. But there was this idea that took place in the culture. It was like in everyone's brain in the BTC world after 2017. So maybe it wasn't like written down and it's not easy to find, but it was everywhere you went, every person you talked to, they were like, Bitcoin is the future of money and Lightning Network will scale it to 8 billion people. And that was the real idea that people believed. And so that idea was fake. And these people didn't know anything about channel factories or now you could argue that this is a normal part of life and this normal part of specialization of labor. Like when I go to the supermarket, I don't really know anything about like where the mushrooms come from or whatever, like how everything gets where it is. So you could say arguably that's healthy and the normal part of just an advanced civilization, of course. And I'm not asking these people to be experts in whatever channel factories, but this is what Robin was trying to say about like we should be honest about the fact that it's like not working, which is like I don't know how to make the analogy totally work. It's like if you said,
well, it's just getting bad information from the sort of experts or the people who the problem isn't that you don't know what happens, to get all the vegetables in the grocery aisle. But if you then had farmers, you were like, the mushrooms are like not there this week. And then you went to the farmer advocacy group or whatever. And they were like, no, the mushrooms are definitely coming because we've got this new kind of fertilizer that's going to like fix everything. And then suddenly everybody came to you and said, where's all the food? And that's what you told to them. And then later it turned out you've just been lied to. It's like
we're building a supermarket. It's not finished yet. And you're saying there will be a bunch of food here. And then we know that it's 10 years later, the food's not arriving, or what's going to arrive is instead going to be like, frozen TV dinners or something that's not quite the same. So I think that is really important. And I don't even blame the Lightning technical people because the cult kind of became self-perpetuating. But in this way, the Lightning cult has become more dangerous than I think anyone realized, or even I think I'm the most pessimistic maybe out of everyone here. And that you slaughtered the truth and fed it to this monster, and it was getting stronger every day. And it is like spreading like a kind of like a cancer, and I think it's very bad. It's very hard to criticize the Lightning.
To me, it's amazing.
One of the things that I'm most
sorry,
go ahead.
Fine, let's play rock paper scissors or something.
Okay, I choose the losing hand. You go.
Fine, I'll be short because I'm not short in real life. Anyway, it's amazing that this community that hates so much people who step out of line, and basically now they're not shy in calling this a church anymore. When they go to conferences, they're like, oh, this is the gospel, the Bitcoin standard, and we just went to church together, which is the conference. Like, they're not shy about suggesting that this is a huge cult. And they have their class system, and they hate people who are not like them. They hate shitcoiners. They hate people like me who are somehow part of their group, but at the same time not invited to events, but I can show up because I paid a ticket or whatever. I get a free ticket from someone. So they hate me, but they don't hate people who promise them stuff, but then it never happens. So
because that's what they're receiving.
They
feel good validation. Yeah, doesn't matter if the thing that was promised gets delivered. If what you've been promised is a good time in the meantime, you all get to hang out at the conference. You all get to congratulate each other and feel superior moral Bitcoiners that are saving the world. Like, that's really what's being sold, is participation in a in-group and a crusade, just like any cult. Like, that's
yeah, maybe. But if I was a developer and I raised like $100 million to fix Lightning, like Matt Corallo, I think, did, like, he raised a lot of money from Jack Dorsey to rewrite Lightning in Rust. And he's still running like a minority client, which, to be honest, is being used by Square right now for their payments integrations. But still, like, he hasn't really fixed Lightning. He just rewrote some
But
parts.
that's because it was never about fixing. That's why I see this a lot, and I don't understand how it hasn't clicked yet. Like, the other example, which is the same case, is like Blockstream. People are like, well, Blockstream is going to deliver all this shit. No, they're not. They said they were going to do side chains. They said they were going to make this, that, and the other. They've been running for 10 years. They've made freaking no products that are really that compelling or interesting. They only put them out there as like marketing cover, because the actual transaction is, we will fuck up BTC at the core level, and we need an excuse to get paid off. Like that's exactly how politics works. Oh, actually, I need to sell you this abandoned parking lot for $400 million, even though it's worth 10, and the transaction is just for me to actually get a payoff. That's how corruption works. It's the same thing. I doubt Matt Corallo was ever planning to fix Lightning or whatever. He was just getting paid $100 million to sandbag the whole thing.
I don't think it was that much anyway.
Well, however much it was.
But what I'm trying to say is that everyone forgives because everyone gets rich, right? So as long as the number goes up, they forgive any promises that did not work out, anything that did not get delivered, and they're like, it doesn't matter, I got rich. Have fun staying poor, haha, whatever.
So one of the things that I really admire about what's happened in the Lightning community is the prevalence of wallets that let you select what node you're connected to. So it's very common in Lightning wallets for them to say, you can connect this to your own L1 node. And I think first, it's very likely that most users don't do that. They never download an L1 wallet. They never go into settings. They never hook it up. But I don't think that is the Lightning Network's problem. I think that is a humanity problem. Everyone's just like, oh, well, I just want the easy thing, and I don't even want to do the work of downloading a Bitcoin node. So I don't view that as a problem with the Lightning Network that all the users choose to use it in a suboptimal way. I think that's a humanity problem, and the Lightning Network actually did it. Or the developers of the Lightning Network actually have done it the right way.
Well, isn't that what I said? Isn't that what I said, SuperTestnet, about the technical crowd is not in the cult, and they're mostly okay. But parallel to them is this huge idea that, like, it includes Michael Saylor, when he's saying and he'll say Bitcoin and then these Lightning and these layer 2 and layer 3 and layer 4 protocol just bullshit something about like whatever, and he'll say and then he'll say the market will provide that or whatever. But then there's this whole group of people who think, well, the Lightning Network is how we scale Bitcoin. I mean, you could imagine maybe like a parallel thing where you say, oh, I think self-driving cars will, someone says, I think self-driving cars will be the next big thing. And their car has a self-driving option, but everyone gets, 99% of people get in the car and then they drive it themselves. And they're driving it all around and they're getting into car accidents, and there's still 40,000 highway deaths a year. And then someone like you could say, rightly so, totally fair, you could say, well, this isn't
it's not the engineer's fault.
It's not a self-driving car problem, it's a human problem. But it would still be false to say that in this reality, it's a fake reality that I just made up, but it would still be false to say that self-driving cars are the next big thing, because objectively no one cares. And so Lightning is not the big thing, and this for a wide variety of reasons, including that people don't understand it or care, but not limited to.
If the promise, just about reality. If the promise is everyone, if the promise that some people have made is like everyone's going to run a self-sovereign stack, and the Lightning Network is going to be the thing that helps make that happen, then I think that the criticism can be levied at saying most people don't want to run a self-sovereign stack. Like, or in your example, most people don't want to drive a self-drive, or don't want their car to drive itself. But that it would be wrong to. I don't think that's the narrative, though, or at least that's not the promise I heard. It's not that everyone will choose self-sovereignty. It's that this is the path or this is a path that it can actually succeed at making that an option for everyone. And I think it has. I think everyone can run an L1 node and a Lightning node, and that has been made available to everyone. But you can make the pool available for people to drink from, but you can't make them drink from it if they don't want to. And so I think the criticism is leveled at the wrong people. I don't think the Lightning people, either the engineers or I'm not aware of any cult people in Lightning.
Why call it
I don't
Lightning,
think they
though?
have done it wrong.
If you're saying, okay, we build the Lightning part, but no one uses it, they prefer custodial, or they prefer whatever, SPV, or they prefer some third thing, then why keep calling it Lightning? And why contribute to the narrative that Lightning is how we scale Bitcoin?
Because it's accurate. The scaling solution that works is available and continues to be improved. But I think most people just don't. At least we're in a stage where most people do not want self-sovereignty.
Yes,
Like
but that's a reality that you have to adapt to. Like this whole idea of Lightning is going to provide self-sovereignty to everybody. Like that is within a larger bubble to me of and the real promise of Bitcoin was a peer-to-peer electronic cash that the entire world is going to use, which is going to get them off of, fiat currency, right? And we're going to have sound money. So to me, that's the actual goal we're shooting for. Now, of course, in the pursuit of that, is everybody going to become an expert in Bitcoin and everything? No, of course not. But in order to get that technology to everybody, you just have to give the consumer what they want. That's capitalism. That's how economics works. Like people want what they want, and you just have to give them what they want. Now, ideally, you pair that with something that is good for them. But if they fundamentally don't want it, then trying to force it to them or say there's a different or another option doesn't matter. Like a technology that is not adopted or that stays niche is not going to change the world. So you have to be pragmatic.
There's more to it than mere preference also. It's like if they don't like it, maybe there's actually many hidden costs about it. So for example, let's say SuperTestnet, he has that example about the well, or like you can lead people to the fountain. So he's going to build like a fountain. You go to this community where everyone collects the rainwater in coconuts or something. Like that's what they do. And then you build this fountain. And you say, hey, listen, you don't have to wait for rain. On a hot day, there's no rain, come to the fountain. But for some reason, people just don't go for it. That's kind of one scenario, but I think there's an infinite number of things you could conclude about why they don't like the fountain. Like maybe they think it's poisoned, or maybe they just don't want to talk to anyone else, or maybe they don't like
the coconuts are sacred.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. So exactly. The coconuts could be sacred. There could be, and it could include a number of false beliefs, like a superstitious belief. So, but then you could still say, okay, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to install, if it's what they like is staying at their house, then I'm going to install pipes. I'm going to have running water, or I'm going to sell, or if it's something else, I'm going to sell the bottled water if they don't like talking to other, but we're going to have like the milkman come around, or we're going to ship people cartons, or we're going to do the giant. So the work isn't quite done. And you can always be upstaged, even if you're just a technologist building things. Someone could say, at the end of the day, all of the technology is related to like meeting people's needs. So that's always going to be a trump card, even in the technological world. You say, you know what this really needs is something else. And so if people don't go for it, that is a clue, I think, of something deeper. Not necessarily an accurate clue, because some things are ahead of their time, right? So like some things people try them and actually they're the right idea, but they don't work. But I really agree. And I think, well, I'm not sure how many, but I think Robin and I are like, we have to say out loud that we have to break the spell about Lightning doesn't work. And so that we can just move. And then once we do, we just rip off the Band-Aid and you just move on to something else. But I think people rightly understand that it's like the Lightning Network is so inherently bound up in the propaganda for small blocks, just like every site has their propaganda. But then people are thinking, oh, then it's going to be played. It's going to be, everyone's going to clip it and whatever. So in a way, I think it's just killing BTC, and it's making the whole thing more into an irrational cult. But that's my point of view. So I've said
one of the things that makes me pessimistic in this space, it's not even in this space, it's just pessimistic about humanity in general. Oh, hang on, there's a truck driving by. Right. One of the things that makes me pessimistic is I think that even if everyone knew how to use Bitcoin, how to use Lightning, how to be self-sovereign, they understood all of that, and they also compared it with what's the alternative? Well, it's having a bank control your money. I think if most people fully understood both of the implications of those, most people would choose the banking option. I think most people would say, I don't want the thing you told me of with the self-sovereignty. I want the bank to control my money and for them to be responsible. Because there's one thing that people hate the most in this world of ours, and it's responsibility. And it's not public speaking. The number one fear in our world is responsibility. So if you did teach everyone how to use all this stuff, I think they would reject it and say, I want the banks. I want them to control everything so that I don't have to be responsible.
I mean, I think that's a good point. And it's true that people are always going to be looking for ways to offload and outsource responsibility, but then you kind of get into a bigger like civilization scale discussion where of course people outsource their responsibility, and they outsource their responsibility until whoever they've outsourced it to eventually abuses that, and then their life gets a little bit worse, and then the cycle carries on until eventually they're in such a crap situation that they're like, holy crap, we need a revolution, we need to get the power back. And then at that point they discover, you know, it's like whatever.
But even then,
hard men,
like,
good times, like type of thing, right?
But even in the hard times, it's like 5% of the people become the good men that the hard times create.
No, it's more than that. Because you can look at anywhere like Venezuela or anywhere that is in a hyperinflating kind of currency situation, like those people switch on quick. When it suddenly becomes a matter of like, we can't eat unless this works, then all the lies and propaganda starts to fall apart pretty fast, and suddenly everyone's a big fan of personal responsibility. Part of the reason that most people don't want to be personally responsible is actually because they live in societies where things are easy enough, and most of the time you can get away with not doing that, right? And so that lasts until there is a huge problem, which is just sort of an inherent part of Bitcoin that we're kind of like doomer prepping or something, you know?
I just wanted to make a quick point before I leave. I think it's interesting to look at like the entire history of how Bitcoin evolved. That like we started with Satoshi saying, "Yeah, don't worry about the block size. We're just gonna scale it up, and it's no problem to have like 600 megabyte blocks or whatever he said in his first email." And kind of like everyone agreed with that until some point, and then Satoshi left, and then it became that huge debate, and then suddenly we were like, yeah, no, we need small blocks for everyone to be self-sovereign and to like participate trustlessly. And then we went on, and like maybe we had a short phase of people trying to make Lightning work with SPV clients, which is kind of like the same thing as what Satoshi suggested, just with small blocks. But then eventually we ended up with like the vast majority of the ecosystem just using Spark, and it's like more centralized as it could have ever been with like big blocks. And that's kind of like absurd that we don't talk about that, or that we don't see that as clearly as the facts are. And I find that a bit, I find it weird that we are always like bending the narrative so much.
Well, truth
that's
doesn't
exactly
rust.
Right. In practice, the Lightning node is more expensive than the BCH node, and in practice, the custodial Lightning node has an infinite cost, much higher than any. I don't actually agree with SuperTestnet, but I do think the burden of responsibility falls more heavily on some people than others, and I think also people are different sometimes. So, like, if there's something that I don't know a lot about, then you would want to offload that responsibility to someone else. You'd say, "Oh, I'm just really not very good at whatever it is. We're playing some sport, and I'm not good at it." And then people tell me, "Go over here." Like when I had to play on my friend's softball team, I was the catcher temporarily because they were down to 8 people and they got an automatic out. So of course I was just play the catcher, the easiest spot. You know, that's not that hard. You have to do one or two things though. But anyway,
we're in a different space though. We're all like makers and doers and podcast creators and software designers and things. People who make things for a living are often not in that role. They are willing to take on responsibility, and it doesn't resonate as much. But you know, I think most people, you look at them,
software, so we
they
know
like being cheap.
Software, but we might not know if I had to cook like a 3-course meal or something at a Michelin star restaurant. I might suddenly become a lot less opinionated, and I would just be like, someone just tell me what to do, or I might just walk out and say, I don't want to be responsible for this beef Wellington or whatever the hell, you know, whatever they have to make. So I think if people actually really did know a lot, they might do different things. Like they might want the responsibility because you can coast for a while, but ultimately you end up, this is like, in the USSR had this appearance of stability, and many other kind of quasi-authoritarian or super authoritarian, like they have, it sort of looks okay at first, and then later on you realize how much it really had cost you. But I think if people really knew everything about the whole lay of the land and they wanted to get rid of responsibility, wouldn't instead they just go with SPV large blocks, because they say, now I'm not as responsible. I've outsourced it to whatever large block world. But with 4 megabytes of headers per year, which is basically then
if you want the path of ease, then I think BCH is free, and things like that are a much better solution. I think Bitcoin. One of the things I like about Bitcoin,
they would go with SPV large blocks.
I mean, path of ease sounds like I think we need something that works. And currently, what we're seeing is like people are using Spark or MicroStrategy. And
yeah, we don't have an SPV of MicroStrategy. That would be nice if we did.
Yeah, like we are far away from making it work. Like if the hard path or like the proper path would work, then it would be good. But it's not. Like it's making it way worse than the easy path.
There's another car right next to me, so I'll wait till he goes away.
Yeah, where are you?
The ice cream truck or like Carnivale or something.
Like we're gonna have the circuits march by in a second or something.
He's in El Salvador like that.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Puerto Rico, sitting next to a coffee shop, which is the only place I can find with reliable Wi-Fi.
That's cool. Yeah, in San Juan. Well, it's nice there. So
yeah,
I almost did the Act 20 tax scheme. I was like, I don't know, this isn't right for me.
I think another important dimension is to like put like quantify the notion of responsibility, because responsibility is not equal to responsibility. There's like, does responsibility mean I just have to take care of my key, or does it mean like I need to understand inbound liquidity, channel management, and like all kinds of things that are just so far away from regular users that they will never do it. And I think that's a huge difference. I think managing a key can be made reasonably easy, such that a lot of people can do it. But I think like pure Lightning cannot be made like practical for people.
Yeah, like the average person. This is why I believe that we can pragmatically get Bitcoin to 8 billion people, is because even if the average person definitely does not want the full responsibility of everything, the average person can look after their smartphone, they can look after the cash in their wallet, they can probably look after their passport and their valuable jewelry, right? Like those are all standard normal things that everyone who isn't like a very young child or maybe like in a nursing home and out of their mind can like manage, right? And then even for those other people, they can have people around them who are like trusted, who are directly adjacent to them, right? So if we can make using Bitcoin as easy as managing one of those things, then there's no reason that it couldn't become a global currency from the point of view of who, you know, people taking responsibility to do it. They just need to not know any more than the very, very bare minimum, which is look after this thing and tap to pay whenever you see the Bitcoin symbol. And that's it. That's basically how tap to pay cards work. So it's all about approximating that and hopefully improving on it as much as we can. And that was the whole big blocker philosophy. It's basically just pragmatism.
I do think it's possible to make the inbound liquidity problem of pure Lightning intuitive and understandable for users. And I think Phoenix has done a really good job of this by just saying, you know, when you receive an inbound payment in Phoenix and you don't have enough money, you just get less than you were going to get, and it tells you, it says, hey, it costed $1 to receive the inbound liquidity for this payment, and so that's why you receive $99 instead of $100. I've seen people try it and they get it and they're like, okay, I can understand it. So I think it can actually be made to work in a way where the user doesn't have to manage anything. They just receive inbound liquidity when they need it, and that's, I think that's great.
Why is it failing in the market though? Like, why is, like, I don't know, 18?
Remind me again which wallet you used to make your payment today.
I mean, I'm not representative for the masses. I think if you look at the distribution of Lightning wallets, like most of them are using Spark, or like most users are using Spark-backed wallets.
Well, that is not. Perhaps I am certainly in a bubble. I don't see that. I don't see it. Wallet of Satoshi dominating.
Wallet of Satoshi is by far the biggest, and that is Spark. Then you have like these other ones like Blink, Cake Wallet for sure, and like Bitcoin Beach Wallet, like these ones. They're all using Spark.
I mean, 3 of the ones on there I don't think they're very successful in the market. I think Wallet of Satoshi is very successful, but I bet Phoenix beats out all the other 3 ones you mentioned.
Yeah, I think like of the top 10, probably like 8 or 9 Spark.
Well, it'd be cool. I'd like to see a spreadsheet that makes this more clear. It surprises me to hear that. I know Spark has been very successful, but I don't think that they are 8 of the top 10.
Even if 10 out of the top 10 were non-custodial, it wouldn't convince me. I think that it just fundamentally, it doesn't, the channel problem is a very inefficient way of, we can't open enough channels for everyone. But there's more to it than that. It's like the whole community it's hard to get any reputable evidence because there's this funhouse mirror where everyone's tempted to paint Lightning with a favorable or place it in a very favorable light. People really want Lightning. There's the wishful thinking has corrupted basically everything, where people they really want Lightning to be good, and so now it's impossible to believe anything that so many times you investigate and then it's sort of not true. And this is true of course, this is true of MSTR. This is certainly true of BCH in 2017. It's certainly true of Ethereum when it was getting started. It's, we all have to be idealists and optimists to some extent. But I'm just saying it's certainly true with Lightning. And I'm just saying that the true Lightning is much worse than it appears. And so even however it appears right now, it's worse than that. It's a big illusion is cast over the whole thing. And but yeah, we don't really see it working. We're kind of, I think we're at the sun is setting on Lightning. And even with Barack inventing ARK and saying, well, basically Lightning, I failed to see it scaling, so I invented this other thing, which is great. But I think it's not the case that Lightning, if ARK had never, even if ARK works, which I don't think ARK will work, I think it's just the latest in a parade of mutations of Lightning.
That's not even the latest anymore. Cube is the latest.
That's what I mean, though. But the fact that's what I was trying to say before, is that the fact that we have another one, it kind of says, oh, like people are getting tired of that old one. It's like we've never seen whatever Spider-Man fight. We've never seen Superman fight on the moon before. It's like they're just coming up with like a new thing. So like,
they did that in Superman 3.
Yeah, I think wasn't it Superman 4? I thought that's why I said it as a joke.
Yeah, with Nuclear Man.
And it looks absurd, but it's very memeable. So the point is,
I just checked it quickly. Like Wallet of Satoshi has, at least on Google Play, they show the number of downloads, and Wallet of Satoshi has 1 million downloads, and Phoenix has like 100,000 downloads. So roughly,
even that you wouldn't even know. Like I would be prepared to believe that Wallet of Satoshi botted the downloads for some commercial. Like it's like so that's so. It's like even if ARK worked, the idea
the Spark, not ARK.
I'm talking about ARK. I'm switching back temporarily to finish my thought about Barack's ARK and Cube. Even if those worked, which I don't think they will, the premise that Lightning would have been just fine if they hadn't been invented, that is at least contradicted by the inventor of ARK, Barack, and also me, for what it's worth. So we don't think that. Now I don't know if I don't know. Maybe it'll all work. It's great. We all love Lightning. Like imagine if we could switch it around to a world where everyone uses. I don't know.
Cake Wallet and Blink Wallet also have 100K, so they have as much as Phoenix. So I think it's pretty fair to say that 9 out of 10 Lightning Wallet users use a Spark thing.
When I talk to someone, 9 out of 10.
I think it's more like 95%.
Yeah, when I talk to people using Lightning, they clearly have no idea what the word custodial even means, let alone they're saying like, so we're 1 million miles from.
I mean, they shouldn't know.
Right,
Developers,
they don't need to know.
Easy
but they are using custodial,
right?
Yeah. Especially because they'll be like, oh, I'll send you some sats. They send me like 10 sats they arrive instantly, and I never opened any channel. Like, you know, it's like the whole thing's fake. You know, that's the problem. It's fake. It's all lies. It'll all be lies.
It isn't necessarily true that if you didn't open a channel, then if you didn't open a channel, then you didn't receive the money. It's possible that they paid for the channel opening fee for you, and you really did receive the money.
That's true. You're right. You got me there, but I don't. These people, there's no way. And when they were sending me 10 sats or something, there's no way that they would pay.
There's no way you can.
And you're right. That's true. You're all right. You got me there on that little. That's theoretically possible. Of course, if they arrive instantly, that's also a clue that they're prioritizing the fake user experience over showing the reality of what Taj Draja was describing, which is the Lightning Network is these bidirectional 2 of 2 channels that are linked by HTLCs. To me, that's what the Lightning Network is, or that's what the word refers to. And that's not, you know. So I don't know. You're right. They could have paid for the channel open, and then the block could have actually been found like immediately, and then it could have just displayed one confirmation.
Sure, yeah. I think that none of the wallets that allow these that allow the people to get that make the inbound capacity problem simple, none of them show pending, and they really should. They just show received, even though the channel is still pending. So I do think that's a problem. But
I don't think that is a problem. That's an interesting area, right? Because like, so in Selene that we just use BCH 0conf, and it just works every single time. And yes, okay, technically, yes, you need confirmation, yada, yada, yada. But in the entire history of Selene, we've never had one problem with any user, with any transaction ever. And so why are we going to degrade the UI? The reason why you need to have that UI, if it just instantly arrives, is because that's how fiat works. It's what people expect, especially now. I mean, maybe 10 years ago or 12 years ago, Bitcoin was the cutting edge thing that everyone, wow, this is instant. But now people are just like, duh, like my payments are instant.
Well, I think if it's an L1 payment, then it's like a channel open. It isn't instant in Bitcoin. It's you can't treat it like it's fiat, because it's not fiat. It works differently, and the sender can take the money back. And
but that's the thing, in BCH they effectively can't, so it's never a problem.
How do you solve the double spending problem in BCH?
Well, see, that's the thing. It's just 0conf is reliable in almost all cases. So obviously we still have a blockchain, okay? Obviously we still have proof of work. Obviously you still need to accumulate time, right?
Is it only reliable because people aren't doing it? Or is it reliable because you found some way to solve the double spending problem?
Well, I mean, there's future ideas that we could implement, but the basic premise is that just when your node relay policy just accepts first seen as the rule, which is how Bitcoin worked until BTC broke it. And since we don't have RBF, that doesn't exist at all. Between those two things, you have 99.999% reliability, like just off the bat. And if you're doing anything under, of course, like $1,000 or $10,000, the majority of the time, then what, like it's going to be more effort to fraud that than it is, the amount of money that it's worth.
But I don't. When Peter Todd decided that, hang on, there's a truck next.
Guys,
when Peter Todd,
I have to go. And
thank you so much, Paul, for being here.
And it was great as usual. It was nice to drop in on you guys. And so I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
We can talk about that later. I'm very intrigued by that.
See you guys later.
When Peter Todd decided that he didn't like 0conf and he made Libra Relay, it was no longer the case that 99% of nodes were running the software that made it difficult. And so I started to see video guides saying, here's how to steal from merchants on Bitcoin. You download Electrum wallet, you connect to a Libra Relay node, and then his thing will say it showed up, but then you can take it back. And like when I saw that, I was like, clearly, maybe in BCH no one's done that yet, but it just saying filter policy can solve this, I don't think is accurate.
Well, that's the thing. That's exactly what I was saying. It can't, fully and forever and for all time solve the problem. And so we're lucky that to this point nobody has made a concerted effort to attack it, like you said, right? So that's possible that will happen in the future. But when that happens, there are solutions, and I think we're already working on. So BCH already also has double spend proofs, right? So what you can do is you accept a transaction and then you monitor for double spends, and then you alert the user if you see a double spend within it's like 2 or 3 seconds, right? And and now there's actually even another proposal, which is still a bit vague, called Sunlight, which is that you would be checking to see if people publish their like lower difficulty mining shares, so you could see what the hash rate was actively mining on. So you could be like, okay, 95% of the hash rate is already, loving these shares, right? So it's true that double spending is always a theoretical possibility, and in fact, it's even a practical possibility in some tiny minority of cases. But every payment system in the world has some percentage of error in it, right? Visa is used globally by billions of people, and there's fraud. There's times where the internet goes out. There's times where the terminal machine is broken. You don't need to hit 100% to have a working payment solution. Pragmatically, 99.99% is good enough, because almost nobody is ever going to hit those problems in practice. And when they do, you can have a backup for that, whether it's like showing a message, potential fraud detected, don't trust this payment. And that might happen to one person, 1 in 100,000 payments or whatever, and they'll be annoyed at that one thing. But that's not going to stop a payment system becoming globally viable.
Also, I think the strongest argument with this entire story is that the original RBF was like, yeah, it's opt-in.
Yes.
You can still use whatever you want, right? And then at some point it was like, yeah, no, we're gonna do full RBF, because it's just stupid to use RBF. And then it became paternalistic, and people didn't even have the option anymore to use it. And I feel like that was not very honest. It was a weird story that felt off.
Yeah, well, we could always see that, like the big bloggers could always see that coming. Like that's why this whole thing is so funny, because it's like Peter Todd is busy sabotaging and destroying our network, and he's managed to undermine, the reliability of zero-conf transactions. That's been like a project of his for the last decade, and he's been supported and cheered on by the community. And it's like, well, if you put a bunch of arsonists in your house and then you're later like, oh shit, our house is on fire, it's like, no duh, you encourage that the whole time. Not to say, of course,
I gotta leave now. Yeah, thanks a lot for having me.
You, man. Yeah,
very interesting discussions, and maybe.
Hi, Robin. Thank you for coming.
Talk more soon.
Bye.
2 out of 3 of our discussions have been very interesting. We spent way too long on Michael Saylor.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, but
I agree.
We have to somehow get through a marathon
See
stream.
See you, sir.
Super. Do you want to pick the next topic then? You're welcome to, if you've got something else. What do you want?
Well, we briefly started talking about filters, and that has come up again. Perhaps that could be a good segue into the filter talk.
Yeah, let's hear it. I'm fascinated. I mean, I have my takes that my listeners will be familiar with. So I think maybe we should start with you guys, where you're at on filters and whether you think their upcoming fork is going to be effective or implemented, or it's completely delusional. I don't know. Where are you at on the whole filter brigade?
I consider myself part of the filter brigade. I think mempool filters are a good idea. For reasons some of the reasons I was just mentioning about improving payment experience for users. But I think they're in general a good idea. And in theory, the BIP110 software proposal is an attempt to encode some of the mempool filters as also being consensus rules. And I think some of that is okay. Like, I think some of those could be made consensus rules in the way that they describe. But specifically with that BIP, I think it goes too far, and it bans things that are good. Namely, it bans op-if from being used in Taproot transactions. And so that's why, that is the main reason why I am not supportive of it. Because it goes too far, and instead of just banning bad things, it also bans good things. So I recently did a debate with Chris Guida about it, and I encourage people to search YouTube for 110 debate, and we have a reason why. It's really interesting.
Yes, it's on the Forrest Hoddle channel. I watched that debate, and I also recommend it. It was quite interesting to hear that sort of clash of opinions. But one of the things that Chris said in that debate, and which I've also heard Bitcoin Mechanic say, is they accept that you are asking for them to make changes to the proposal, and they say, okay, fair enough, you have some things you don't like, you want them changed. But from what I understand, if those things were changed to be as you prefer, it would not switch you from against the proposal to in favor of it. It would just make you go from against the proposal to neutral. Is that right?
If both of the changes I proposed were made, then I would move to in favor of the proposal. Right. So if they stopped doing the op-if, if they stopped targeting op-if specifically and just targeted the inscription envelope, and if they modified the activation method so that the user-activated soft fork doesn't happen or has a blank date that doesn't get set until after there's a significant economic minority in favor of this. If they made both of those changes, then I would support the bill, not just be neutral on it. If they only made the one change, if they just changed the op-if to just target the inscription envelope, I wouldn't exactly be neutral. I would still recommend people against running the software, because I think the user-activated soft fork in August will likely cause users of it to get forked off the network. But I would at least support miners activating the other rules, like just the consensus changes they made. I would support that part. And so that's why I think they said that's not enough. They're definitely not going to modify the user-activated soft fork component. And so, like, if we made his other change, he still wouldn't support it. But yeah, that's because I think even if you did change the consensus change that I want, still the activation method is also dangerous. So I wouldn't support it unless they change both of them.
Yes. So pragmatically speaking then, because I'm trying to hear, like, from their point of view, it sort of makes sense to me, setting aside the technical element, but politically, why, if you change these things, I would jump on board. You might be one of the only people that is sort of in that camp, or do you think if they made those changes, it would win them significantly more support, like yourself and others as well too?
I don't know about significantly. Probably not. I think that I am also a very niche minority opinion in the Bitcoin space, and so I'm probably not the very uniquely only person who has the set of opinions that I have about this. But there's probably not very many of us, and it probably wouldn't win them a huge amount of support even if they did make the changes that I want.
Yeah, see, that's kind of where the rub is for them, because even if they liked your ideas, which I think they probably don't, then it still kind of wouldn't make sense for them to adopt it just for that reason. And when you say, especially about like changing the date, that they need to build more consensus for that kind of a change, which I agree with, and I think probably actually a lot of people who have been critical of it agree with. The problem is they've snookered themselves in a way, because first they got in a panic, which was when they were going to do, we need a 3-month emergency fix. And then they walked that back to be this 1-year change to August or September. But now that's kind of, what they bet their chips on, right? That's now where they have the momentum, they have the energy, they have, at least among themselves, aligned on, okay, this is going to be our game plan, and sort of fracturing that or delaying it, then something else will be the trending topic on Bitcoin Twitter, and their whole chances go to zero if they delayed it at this point. What do you make of that?
But I think it's a problem. They are likely to fork themselves off of the network, and I think it is fallacious to be like, well, we've already come this far, we have to see it through now. No, if it's a bad idea, you can just stop doing it and come up with a better idea, fix the idea, and then do the good idea. That's not problematic.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I agree that it is a fallacy. It is a bit of a sunk cost fallacy, but that's kind of what we're here to speculate about, I guess. The fact that once you've they say when you're in a hole, like step one is stop digging, right? So I think, and you think, it sounds like that they have dug themselves into quite a bit of a hole, but how could it be sort of presented to them that they would think, okay, we got to stop making things worse for ourselves? Like, I think they just know the reality that whatever the chances of BIP 110 activating, even if it's relatively low, if they now walk it back and then retool for like a later second salvo, like that's just not coming. Even if they had a better idea, or they had, it's kind of like you couldn't really imagine that with BCH, back in the day, like Amori was kind of like, let's split, everybody did it and split, and then BCH was like rolling and it was rolling. If it had been like, oh, okay, let's negotiate another round of, let's figure out a better way to do this, that, or the other, there probably just never would have been a BCH, right? And in fact, that's why BCH came up, because several attempts at compromise had failed. And, you can't die on every hill, but you do have to die on a hill, because otherwise you just get pushed back forever, right? And that's the point that they are at emotionally, from what I understand.
Well, I don't know how to. The only thing I can do is present my reasons for why I think the way I do, and try to persuade people to them. And so that's been the primary tactic I've been trying to do. And you are accurate. I don't seem to sway many of them. But yeah, I don't feel that as a failure on my part. I feel it as a success that I am stating my reasons and giving them and making them known. And so I feel good about that. And I merely pity the fact that that they are so wrong and hardened in their ways.
Yeah. Do you have any speculation? And of course, it is just speculation on what's going to happen. Are they going to get to the mandatory signaling, fork themselves off, and then kind of reality is going to wash over them, and they'll think, okay, let's, maybe that is when they start to revisit? Or do you think, like we've been talking about with the cult mentality, they're all going to double down and create, I don't know, are they going to go for a proof of work change and just split off? Like that's seems to be something Luke is kind of open to. Where would you expect this to go, given that we're 2 months out?
I really don't. All of those things seem like pretty decent possibilities. It'll probably just be a mess, a small mess, I should say. The small number of people who are in favor of this fork will probably go various ways. Some of them will double down on, okay, well let's actually continue working on this this new fork of Bitcoin, and some of them will probably come back to regular Bitcoin. I hope that those people can rally and then make a good proposal and then move forward with something that's not bad. But yeah, I just, other than I think that this small contingent of people will have a mess come August. That's about the only prediction I'm willing to make as to where it's going to go.
Yeah. Okay. I want to get Vlad's take on the same thing, but I'm actually just checking the BIP 110 signaling. Shout out to Wicked Smart Bitcoin, wickedsmartbitcoin.com/BIP110_signaling, and you can have a look. They've, in this latest signaling period, which is 13 out of 18, which is just about to finish, they've found 16 blocks signaling in favor, or 0.8%. That is actually up from the previous, which was 7 blocks. So they've more than doubled in this last period, although they're still a very, very tiny fraction. But they constantly say that they're relying on sort of a snowball effect as people get on board. And I mean, do they have time? Let's see, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256.
If they let's round up to 1%. Let's imagine they have 1% right now.
Yeah.
There are 3 more difficulty periods before August.
Yeah.
So if they double again, they'll be at 2%, and if they double again, they'll be at 4%, and if they double again, they'll be at 8%. So that's if they can double every if they can double every time, which I don't think they can. It's costed them quite a bit of money and capital to double, I imagine, with the strategy they've pursued of renting hash rate. And I don't think that they have enough income to support continuing to do that. But even if they do, they could get them up to 8%, which is nowhere near the 51% that they need at minimum.
I mean, their logic is kind of like a mechanic has said several times, like he thinks 10 to 20% somewhere in there is sort of the break point that then it would, quote unquote, game theoretically force the other miners to get on board, or obviously it would be a much more topical thing among people as well. You know, people start to get antsy and nervous. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't think, I think any antsiness or nervousness among miners plays against them adopting BIP 110. I think narratively, if they did end up getting into the realm of 20%, which I don't think, again, I don't think they will. I think they're going to get maybe somewhere close to 2% is where I expect them to top out, or considerably under 2%. Let's put it that way. But if they end up getting up to 20%, and the miners start getting antsy and saying, what are we going to do about this? I think the narrative that's more likely to emerge is that BIP 110 is an attack and on the network, and so they would more likely than them siding with the attackers is that they would shore up, make a rallying cry of doing something contrary to it, like a user rejected soft fork. So that's what I think that is more likely than that they even, first of all, I think it's unlikely that they'll get beyond like 1.6% of hash rate. If they do end up getting to 20%, then I think it's unlikely that other miners are going to side with them. I think it's more likely that miners will say, this is a serious attack and we need to do a user rejected soft fork to, or a miner rejected soft fork to fight against it.
Yeah, the miner rejected or the URSF type of ideas I find fascinating, because they, like, if I was in BTC, which I'm not, but if I was, I would say, guys, let's just get this ready just in case. Like, if I truly was against the filters and everything, I would say, look, let's just at least have a contingency plan, just as a matter of being pragmatic. But at the same time, I understand that a lot of people might think, well, like, there's no point making a contingency plan for something that's not even a real threat. And I understand that in making that URSF or planning for it, you would then give a whole bunch of fresh ammunition to the filter people to be like, look, it is going to happen. That's why they're preparing a URSF, you know? So it makes sense.
Sure.
Like, politically
I am in favor of a user rejected soft fork proposal. And so I wrote one 4 months ago. I made a prototype of one of my typical proof of concept software. But that's all that I know how to write. So that's what I did. And I put it out there, and it has not gained significant traction. A Telegram group did emerge where people discussed whether to make a real version. And the consensus was, no, not unless they get more hash rate, more than 1%. So yeah, we'll see. It might. I do think they'll probably end up with a bit more than 1% at this point. So we'll see.
That's a really interesting insight, though, that people, at least, like, it was an idea that was seriously considered. You think there is an appetite for, at some threshold, people would be like, okay, this has gone far enough. We really need to make sure it's not going to happen. That's interesting.
Maybe. I don't know how serious it was considered. There was a Telegram channel with some serious people in it. Aaron Van Weerden was in there. Shinobi is in there. I'm in there. I was the one who kind of got it going. So there's like three. I think Wicked Smart Bitcoin is in there. ZND Toshi is in there. But all of everyone except me doesn't want to do it, or doesn't want to do a user rejected soft fork. Every other serious person is saying no, not unless they get a significant amount of hash rate. So,
right.
So yeah,
which is, it would be like 2% or more. That would be quote unquote significant in that context.
Different people have given different numbers. The one that got the most attention in there was 1% as a trigger. Several people said if they get more than 1%, then I'll start working on a real version of what I made. another person said 2%. One person said 20%. He said even if they got only if they got to 20% of hash rate would he consider working on one. So we'll see. We'll see. But there is a place for discussion of it, which is a Telegram channel I made. Anyone can reach out to me if they want in there. I would certainly welcome anyone who wants to help make a real version of this. I think it would be great to start working on it now and start getting review on it, so that if it becomes necessary, which is unlikely, but if they start crossing these thresholds where people start saying, hey, it might be worth worrying about now, we won't have to start then. It would be great to already have something in the works and say, now we just need review and start getting hash rate behind it.
Yeah, I think that's very smart. Decentralized Creative says, are we going to talk about BCH on this show? And the answer is yes, maybe, and no, which is that, yes, we already kind of did a little bit with the opcodes, and maybe we'll chat about it more. But also, this is the BTC crossover stream, and we have guests who are much, in a good position to give us insight about the current state of BTC. So in the same way that Vlad did plenty of chat about BCH, I'm definitely planning to keep doing a lot of chat about BTC. So if you're looking for BCH insights, I mean, you can keep listening. Maybe we'll touch on it, but that's not the primary, directive of this show. Of course, there's all the other episodes of the podcast, and there's all the Bliss streams and everything for plenty of chat about BCH. Vlad, talk to me about these filters. Where are you at on that?
So no offense to SuperTestnet, I think he's one of the smartest people in Bitcoin, but it's a huge waste of time. And I wish this was used for something more productive. It's been almost 1 year since Luke started. No, it's been longer since he reported ordinals as a critical vulnerability and said that they're an attack. And it's been going, and this derangement has been going for too long, and it kept us from actually accomplishing something more meaningful. I remember when we were very close to the great script restoration. In the meantime, Rusty Russell, who was the champion of the proposal, actually left Bitcoin altogether. And we were close to activating UpCat at some point, and then CTV, and then CTV and CFSF, I think. Yeah. CSFS, yeah. Anyway, these were heavily influenced by the Covenant soft forks that already exist on BCH, which is an admission which Jeremy Rubin made on my podcast. My point being right now is that we could have used this time much more productively to build something that actually helps Bitcoin become better money and make the value proposition greater, and maybe fix lightning with something. And yet we're stuck trying to define what is spam and trying to promote all of these edge cases where, well, maybe someone's going to put child porn on a blockchain, and let's not call it child porn, let's call it CSAM or whatever. And then let's make core developers like Gloria Zhao quit by basically bullying her for months and turning her into this enemy, even though she's been one of the most prolific contributors to the project. And then let's split the community into camps. It all sounds like a psyop to me, and honestly, I refuse to participate. I would rather spend my attention on something else.
No, you don't. You go and make podcasts about it. I've been on your podcast specifically to talk about this.
Sure, but I make a new podcast every week. I'm not like Mechanic or whatever, who's always talking about this. I'm not like Matt Cratter, who seems to have developed an obsession with telling people to rent hash rate. I move on, I get someone who talks about a topic. If I find it interesting, I have that topic once again with someone else. But if it's really not something that I find interesting, I just let it be a one-time thing. And I think it's been since September or something.
I'll bet you've done more than one episode about BIP 110.
Okay, man. Do some research. See how many of them were actually about BIP 110 and how much of a proportion that is compared to the amount of content that I put out there.
All right.
So, Vlad, do you have...
But no offense, SuperTestnet, I do believe that your time is better spent doing something else. Like, I remember you were doing Hedgehog, which was interesting. You did a lot of crazy and at the same time useful stuff. I remember there was a tool that you made for finding coin joins in blocks. That was cool. I used that for a while, just for my personal curiosity.
I think it's built into mempool space now, or I mean, probably not my code. They probably didn't even know about my code and just wrote their own. But you can. I think mempool space has one of their little mempool goggles things is to look for coin joins. So I was happy to see that it's being done by better software makers than me. I always like it when
I'm not saying it's better. I just think it has nicer UX, but yours was finding like the latest block, and you could see basically you could scroll through the pages to see every block and how many coin joins there are in every block, and you could distinguish between one that's made by Wasabi because they had more inputs and outputs, and one that's made by Samurai, which I think had 5 inputs, 5 outputs. I don't know. And
then there were also, mine had a lot of false positives because it couldn't, if an exchange happened to have several people receiving the same amount, mine would say that's a coin join, which I guess technically it is, but it's not like they're not deleting their logs or anything. So it's doesn't have the same properties of a normal coin join. But yeah, mine had a lot of false positives, or what might be considered false positives too.
What I'm trying to say is that you're a smart guy and you could use your energy for something much more productive and useful for Bitcoin.
Would you guys like to hear what some of my latest Bitcoin projects have been?
Yeah, let's hear
it. So I've been working in the past couple of months. There have been 3 things that have held my attention. One of them is point of sale software. One of them is disintermediating hash rate markets. And I forget what the third one is. Oh, making educational tools about the potential outcomes of the fork stuff. So I bet you guys would be interested in hearing about the disintermediated hash rate market idea.
I'd love to hear that. Tell us.
Cool. Have either of you two ever purchased or acquired in some manner an ASIC?
No, but Jet might have.
Some people buy an ASIC or get one at a meetup or whatever, and they'll, plug it into their wall, and it asks you for something. The first thing that happens is connect your computer to it, and it says, "Give me a Stratum link." And Stratum is a protocol by which a computer can tell an ASIC or a mining machine what to do. Here's the block I want you to mine. Here's the block from before it. Here's the transactions I want you to put into it. That's all done using something called the Stratum protocol. So it'll ask you for one of those, and there's a couple of ways you can get one. You can either run mining software on your computer, and it'll give you a Stratum link, and your own computer will tell your miner what to do. But most people, what they end up doing is they go to a pool, like F2 pool or Ant pool or one of these big pools, and they'll get a Stratum link from them and plug that into their miner. And then they get a payout that's regular. Once a day, or depending on how powerful your machine is, you'll get $3 or something like that. But what people often what they discover is that it's costing them more money, or usually it's for most people, it's costing them more money to run the machine through increased electricity bills than they're making from whatever pool they picked. So there's a solution to this, or one thing that people can do instead of just pointing it at a pool is you can point it at a hash rate market instead. Have either of you ever heard of hash rate markets before?
I've definitely heard about it. I don't know that and I know it's also related to, or maybe it's related to this idea that Bitcoin Cash Audist has of making a coin that tracks the price of hashes using the on-chain difficulty, because the difficulty is on-chain, so you can calculate how much a hash should cost in Bitcoin terms. So I feel like that's, again, maybe that's not what you're doing, but I feel like that's related to this idea.
It might be related. In the Bitcoin space, there are 3 hash rate markets that I've researched. I think there's probably a couple others, but the ones that I looked into when I got interested in this niche area of Bitcoin are NiceHash, Mining Rig Rentals, and the newest one is called Brains Hash Power, which is run by Brains Pool. They also now are running a hash rate market. And what you can do with these things is instead of giving a Stratum link from a pool, you can give your mining equipment or your computer or your ASIC a Stratum link from a hash rate market, and then your machine will stay dormant while it's waiting for someone to rent it. And you get to set a price. So you can say like, my break-even point is I need $5 a day for you to rent this machine. That's when I'm, making money. And so only if someone comes along and sees your listing and is like, yeah, I'm willing to pay $5 a day for this amount of hash power, will they then start, it'll turn on and start running, and then you're happy, then you're making money. So this exists, this is out there in the world, and it occurred to me that in theory, that should be a more efficient way of mining than pointing it at a pool. Hang on, it's a vehicle, 1 second. Can either of you guess why, or think of a reason why that might be more efficient than going to a pool, theoretically?
Well, would it be because you have all the different mining sort of distributed amongst all those different people, and so they can individually set their rates? So then when you're coming to buy, it's a hash rate market, that's what it is. So you could just take up the amount of liquidity that you need, whereas a pool, if they had in excess of that amount of capacity, they would be losing money on the overheads for that hash that they were not using at any given time. So that's one reason I can think of, and the other is just the overheads in general.
I didn't think of that reason. That sounds it sounds right. I think you're right. That is a reason why it'd be more efficient that I didn't think of. The reason that I thought of why it would be more efficient is because let's say that a miner who has a ASIC, often they want to find whoever's going to pay them the most. They want to find whatever pool is offering the best rates at the current time. And so you might do some research, but some of them might not be available to you. Some mining pools require KYC. Some of them are only available to people in certain countries. Some of them require specialized contracts. So you might not be able to get the best deal. You might not even know what the best deal is. But basically, with a hash rate market, you could theoretically outsource this. You could find the best deal you know of, one that's going to pay you $7 a day for your equipment. You could say, all right, I'm going to go to, instead of pointing my thing at that pool, I'm going to point my ASIC at a hash rate market, set my minimum to $7 a day. And if no one can beat that, I will rent from myself and point my hash rate at that pool. So now I'm getting $7 a day. But if someone knows a better place to point my machine at, maybe one that pays $10 a day, they can rent it from me, point it at this better place, and split the difference. And I get more money than I was making. They get some money, and it's like it outsources the discovery of the best place to point your machine to the market, and it like gamifies it and incentivizes people to do this because you can earn money by finding the best place. Whereas if you're just doing it on your own, whatever one you find, even if you do your research really well, and you find the very best one on Tuesday, on Wednesday there might be a different place that's the best place to go. So it just makes it, I think, theoretically, it turns your targeted revenue stream, your targeted income, into a minimum income, and that's theoretically more efficient than going to a pool. So that's my theory for why people, in theory, miners should be using. It should be the more dominant strategy is instead of going directly to pools, to go to hash rate markets. But that's not what we see. Most people point them at pools instead, and I think the reason for that is because of the brokerage fee. When you point it at Nice Hash or Mining Rig Rentals or these other ones, there's a couple of downsides, and one is they take a 3% fee. They also take custody of the funds of whoever is paying you for renting your hash rate. And sometimes they don't give your money. They don't pay out. Like there are people who signed up for these things and then suddenly they start doing shotgun KYC and they won't give you your payouts, or even the person who's renting from you, they won't give them their money back because you're from the wrong country. They learn during the KYC process. So like all of those things combine to say, look, I'm not going to do, like, even if I did it, if I found a place that's going to pay me $5 and then I decided to rent from myself, so I put $5 a day into this market to rent from myself, I'm not going to get $5 out, even if that's what the pool pays. I have to I'm going to lose 3% of that to the broker. So I'm going to get less than I would if I just pointed it at the hash at the pool itself. So it was in discovering all of this and thinking about hash rate markets that I came up with a protocol for disintermediating hash rate markets and eliminating the broker. So with all that preface, do you have any questions so far?
Yes. So my question is, and you're kind of touching on it a little bit at the end there, but I think it's in the same vein, which is the example you gave at the start was somebody who has a home miner that they put on their desk, and maybe, you know, they don't have a lot of infrastructure around it or whatever. You know, they're just like, it's just for home miners. And then if you obviously link up a lot of them, it becomes a decent pool of hash rate that people could rent. But then you're going on to like the like medium and large size miners either haven't caught on to this yet, or they haven't found a reason to switch. How do we know what is the spread of people using which markets?
Oh, well, that one is at least pretty easy because they are marketplaces. They have to make the listings available, so you can go and see what amount of hash rate is available on these renting websites, and compare it to how much is the actual hash rate of at work in pools. Like compare the unrented hash rate to the ones that's actually at work doing stuff. So you could make that comparison. I haven't done it to check. If I had to guess, I would guess there's somewhere around 10 terahash. That'd be my expectation of just having done the little bit of research I've done. I would guess about 10 terahash is on hash rate markets, and I think we're at about a zettahash. So it's like maybe 1%, somewhere around 1% of total hash rate is available for rent on hash rate markets, is my guess. I don't know how exactly I got that impression, but I looked at several of the websites where you can do this, and that number jumps out as a possible sum.
That sounds right. But it would be growing, right? Like this hash rate markets is a sort of a quote unquote relatively recent innovation, right? So how long has this been going on for?
Well, NiceHash has been around for quite a while, and mining rig rentals is even older than NiceHash. So they've been going around for quite a while. They had some competition though. There used to be this thing called cloud mining, where you would, it had a similar model, I guess, or at least the ones that weren't scams had a similar model. But some of these things go pretty far back. They are becoming more popular now with the BIP 110 stuff happening, because a big strategy of the BIP 110 people is to rent hash rate and point it at nodes that are, or pools that are signaling for BIP 110. And so there's more demand now than there has been before for this stuff, and therefore more people are like, it's more profitable now than it has been before to point your rigs at a hash rate market. So we're seeing some of that, which I think is really cool, actually, that the BIP 110 people are so, I guess, serious about what they're trying to do, that they're willing to pay money. They're actually putting their money where their mouth is, and essentially paying miners to, or buying the equipment, or I guess not fully buying, but renting the equipment to make this thing happen. I think that's really neat, and I want to give them kudos for doing that. It's having a significant economic impact in changing the market space, and it got my attention and got me thinking about this space too. So kudos to you guys for doing that. I think that's really cool. If anyone in the BIP 10 community is watching.
I think it's a super fascinating innovation, and I'll let you get on with what you're going to explain the next step in a minute. But just to linger on that point just for a moment, I think that's a super interesting case, because it's sort of almost coming full circle in a way to this sort of pure theory of Bitcoin, in that you can imagine that if hash rate markets became more and more prominent because of the advantages like you were explaining, then you could get to a point where even theoretically 100% of the hash rate would be available on the hash rate markets. And so whoever wanted to get signaling for any specific proposal could buy up to the amount that they needed to make it. And then it would become a bidding war amongst groups of supporters for different proposals, who is going to put the most money on the line to show that they are serious, that their proposal should be the one adopted, right? And in that, then the miners have just, it's, Satoshi's one CPU, one vote, but just abstracted through a market and available to the whole world for people interested in Bitcoin governance. I think that's a fascinating idea, and they've created that.
But in order to get there, you need I think you need to get rid of the broker, because as long as the broker is there, he has to charge fees, he has to do KYC on his users, and he has custody of user funds, and that means it's going to be less efficient than if you just go to, like, if you bypass them and go directly to a pool. And in a sense, a pool is renting hash rate from most of its users. Unless you're Foundry owns all of their equipment. They're making contracts with their users. They're saying, if you have a mining farm and you point it at our pool, we'll pay you a certain rate for the use of your equipment. And that's a rental contract, effectively, because they don't own the machines. Whoever the mining farm is that's contracting with them, they're the ones who own the machines, and the pool is effectively just renting it and mining blocks with it and then giving a payout. So that there already is effectively, if most mining pools are effectively participating in hash rate markets. They're just not doing it through Nice Hash and Brains hash power. That they're just doing it directly with mining farms, making direct contracts. But I thought it'd be cool to get rid of the brokers and make this more accessible to people with at-home miners. And so I thought of a way to do it. And the way that I thought of to do it is you leverage the fact that proof of work is self-validating. So if I say that I have a machine that can do 1 terahash of power of hashing, I can, as someone who wants to rent that from you, I can validate it by giving you a block template and seeing how many leading zeros you get over time. I can say, okay, after 1 minute of hashing, you should get this many leading zeros, and after 2 minutes of hashing, you should get this many leading zeros, and over time, it should increase. So my proposal is pretty simple. It's still have the people make a listing and say, I've got a machine that can do this much hashing, and here's my rate, or here's how much I want for it. But the renter, instead of going through a broker, he just makes a lightning payment to the hasher or to the person with the equipment once a minute. He says, here's the block template I want you to work on. Start working on this. And I'm going to investigate after a minute whether you've reached your target. And if you have, I will give you a payout. And then I'll do it again. The next minute, I'll check if you've reached your target, and I'll give you another payout. And you just keep doing that. As long as the payer, the renter, keeps paying, the miner keeps hashing. And as long as the miner keeps hitting his targets, the renter keeps paying. And now you don't need a middleman. You don't need a broker. You just have the renter and the hasher and no one in between. And I think that would work, and it would make it so that that's the way to go. If you have an at-home miner, or even if you're a bigger entity, it's theoretically more efficient than going to pools, because you outsource the discovery of the best place to mine at.
And you could even make it quote unquote like scam free, I believe, because you can publish, like you said, the proof of work is self-validating. You can publish a proof of that. So maybe not on BTC, but I'm almost certain on BCH, where we have the improved VM, you could have, instead of having those 1 minute lightning payments that you were talking about, you could have a 1 minute on-chain transaction, which locked up the funds for the hash rate in an escrow, which would be either refundable to the original person after a time lock, or the miner, the hasher, would be able to grab if they could provide a proof of a proof of work, template or whatever, matching the difficulty level that was specified. So you could
maybe
make it,
if you were doing it once per minute, you'd probably have to do it on a larger time frame than once per minute, because let's say that they only have half of a terahash, but they're claiming they have 1 terahash. If there's a time lock on there, they could just mine for another minute, or mine for however long it takes them, and then provide the proof, and so they'd get the money even though they didn't actually have 1 terahash. Whereas with Lightning, because the payments can be so rapid, I think it's a anyway. Yeah. Good, cool. So it sounds like you like the idea. You're even adding to it.
Yeah, of course I like the idea. I think it's a great idea, because then this is what I'm saying. Because then if you had people making those escrow contracts, so they're effectively putting up hash rate bounties on chain, locked in the UTXOs. This is the signaling, or this is the template or whatever, that this is what I want you to do, which could even be off chain, right? So you could even just publish a hash on chain of, here's a link to a document that has, you know, what my exact specifications are. Here's the amount of mining that I need done. And here is the escrow, which you can unlock if you can match that criteria. So then if you have those on chain, then you've got a disintermediated market, exactly like you're saying, because then you can scan the chain and you can show a dashboard and whatever, you know, you can visualize it however you want, of here are the current bounties. And then of course you can compute a market price, market liquidity, you know, the depth and everything like that. And then you have, you know, then you just connect your wallet to it. You just wallet connects to it, and you could just say, I want to buy, it would be like Binance or something, but on chain for hash rate, which is, I want to support this proposal, or I want the network to be going in this direction. Let me buy templates for that thing directly out of your wallet. And that also improves censorship resistance. I'm sure you have thought this through as well too, which is that if for some reason somebody is trying to censor me, the answer is always, well, another miner will put it in, and there's enough miners that someone will put it in. Well, with this system, that means you could be that somebody. You could just be like, okay, I need to get this payment through for $100,000.
So you rent a bunch of hash rate and push it through, and you get most of your money back because you also mine a block, and so you get the rewards and the fees for mining that block.
Yes, exactly. I think that's so cool. I think that is super cool.
Well, if any BCH developers also agree that it's a good idea, go for it. Make it happen, and then maybe we Bitcoin people can copy it.
Yes.
So cool.
I think you might have a hard time with copying it because it will almost certainly involve a bunch of protocol upgrades that you probably won't be able to get through. But yeah, I really hope somebody does take this idea and run with it. So let me mix in this idea about the hash rate coin as well too, because I think that's related, right? So the idea is, and I can send you more about this afterwards, but Bitcoin Cash Odyssey has this idea of trying to sort of price the world in energy, right? That energy is a more fundamental currency than Bitcoin or than fiat currencies or gold or whatever, right? And that is approximated through proof of work in an unfakeable way, exactly like you were saying, that the proof of work is unforgeable, basically self-validating. So in that case, then on BCH, the difficulty adjusts every single block. And of course, you have access to the on-chain data from within the chain itself. So you can see what the difficulty is and then figure out how much energy was spent to produce that proof, which gives you a price in BCH sats for that energy. So if you had the hash rate markets, you could then also track or calculate those markets, not in terms of BCH, but just in terms of raw energy spend, which I'm sure there's a synergy or overlap there somewhere.
Maybe. But I want to circle back to something Vlad said. He said that he wishes that I was working on some things that are more useful to the Bitcoin ecosystem than the fork stuff. Well, I just want to mention that if it wasn't for the fork stuff that was happening, I wouldn't have started paying attention to hash rate markets. And so I wouldn't have come up with this idea. So I want to thank all the people who are doing the fork stuff for bringing my attention to something where I can come up with a significant improvement to Bitcoin. So thank you, BIP110 people. Keep on bringing my attention to good things.
Yeah, and I completely co-sign that for all the coverage that I have done of the filter drama and especially Bitcoin Mechanics' personal involvement in it. And I've said many times that I think he's completely on the right track when it comes to like ocean mining, decentralizing the templates, and now it's turned into this hash rate renting. I think this is all brilliant stuff, and this is stuff that I would love to have more of in BCH, and it's something Bitcoin broadly defined definitely needs, which is that the mining industry, despite being one of the most economically significant parts of the whole thing, also gets some of the least attention from like you're saying, this decentralized, ideas
and
thinking.
That is not my experience. I think
really
many of the top developers in the Bitcoin ecosystem work for mining companies, and they're constantly improving their software. And that comes out. The Stratum software that started coming out recently is really cool. The Datum software from the Ocean team is really pushing the innovations there. What's his name? Portland Hoddle is work at Mara with their custom mining, the private mempool stuff that they've been doing. There's a lot of innovation in the Bitcoin space that's been coming out from the mining scene, and I think it's really expressive of the fact that they've got a lot of talented developers working in that industry, in that part of the industry.
Yeah, maybe you're right, or probably I would say yes, you are right, which is kind of maybe because the reason that I am not seeing it. Well, although I'm fascinated, maybe you have a theory for me on this, is that like in the entire history of the BCH podcast, 180 plus episodes, I don't think we've had any episodes with miners, like and it's something that I want to do at some point, but just in my experience, in my journey of Bitcoin, I don't run into many miners. They seem to have their own somewhat segregated, sub community. And then also BCH is a much smaller percentage of the hash rate. Of course, like it's tiny. So for that reason, they're much less interested in what's going on in BCH, I guess.
Yeah, my experience has been a bit different. I often, in 2023, I lived in Austin, Texas. And Austin is one of the places where they combine. There's a lot of Bitcoin developers in Austin. At one point, we had 3 different co-working spaces for Bitcoin developers. And there's also a lot of the mining industry is centered in Texas, and Austin's the capital. So at our BitDevs and at some of these workspaces, it got to interact a lot with people who were working on mining stuff. And that was a really wonderful and magical time.
Jet, you're looking like you have a question there.
Not a question, but I was looking at, I can't remember the brand of it. Adaptive block size limit pointed me to it, but looking
who's Jet? I don't know if I see Jet.
This is Jet here with the long hair and the headphones. Maybe you don't see him.
Maybe.
Yeah, I only see maybe.
Hello, test.
No. Is he talking? I only see you and Vlad.
All right. Okay. Maybe this whole time. This is what we were saying before about the secret guest in the call. Really? You've not been able... Okay. Well, anyway, I don't know. Are you able to fix that, Jet?
Sorry, Jet, if you are talking, I apologize if I've been talking over you. I did not know there was another person in here. So if you want to say something and then just let me know when he's done talking, and then
I'll repeat it if necessary. Yeah. Oh, I think he's just gonna reset his connection, and then maybe it should work. He had to reset it before, but yeah, he's the producer on my show that keeps all this stuff running, and he's also been involved in Bitcoin for a very long time, so he often has very different takes to what I have. But I think this whole mining stuff is just fascinating, and I would love to be more aware of it and more involved in it and so forth. But for whatever reason, I think I'm in maybe one Telegram group that the miners talk about stuff. So I try and keep an eye on it. But I'm actually surprised.
I see you now.
There we go. All right.
Hello.
Now ask a question.
It wasn't a question. I was just saying that adaptive block size limit pointed me towards a little home miner that's specific, like a space heater essentially. And considering that these miners are just throwing away heat anyway, and the cost to heat is the same, right? I think I might buy a couple of these and heat my house over these cold Canadian winters with them. So I might be the first miner on the show.
Cool. There you go. Yeah, that's another thing that's been innovative. There's a lot more home mining stuff now. At the most recent BitDevs here in Puerto Rico, not the most recent one, but 2 or 3 BitDevs ago, the guys from Parasite Mining, which is a mining pool in Bitcoin, came, and they've got an innovative thing they're doing where they combine lottery mining with pool mining, and they make it so that if you're mining as part of the Parasite pool and your machine is the one that finds a block, you get a whole Bitcoin, and then the remainder 2 point something Bitcoin is split up between the other participants in the pool. And that's been like, they're able to leverage the fact that people love lotteries as part of their marketing for their pool. They're able to go around and say, if you mine with us, you get a chance at the whole Bitcoin every time we find a block, which is neat. I mean, I think that's neat that people can offer these different features.
Yeah, it is super cool. I love the idea when I heard about that, because if I had hash rate and stuff, I feel like I'd be pointing it to that pool. Maybe it doesn't make sense if you have an enormous amount of hash rate, but if you have a small amount of hash rate, I would totally be on board with that, where you're getting a chance at the lottery because it feels so bad for people who are those tiny miners, right?
You get a chance at the big one, but even if you don't get the big one, you still get the regular rewards. Just they're smaller than other miners pay out.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a good trade. I don't know, Vlad, have you interviewed a lot of miners? How much visibility do you have in the mining scene?
I've interviewed some people from Brains, which is the first mining pool in Bitcoin. It used to be called miningbitcoin.cz, and then it became Slush Pool. It was cordially referred to as Slush Pool. Satoshi himself noticed it in 2010. And I've had Slush on my show. I've had his friend Stick. The two of them co-founded Trezor and also ran Slush Pool for a while. And recently I traveled to Prague to interview the current people running Slush Pool. And right now I'm in a group with some people from F2 Pool on Telegram, and we're trying to figure out a mutually convenient time to record something. Because apparently I got their attention. Their CEO and founder, I'm not exactly what his name is, but on Twitter he's Sato Fishy. And he is one of the first people to fly into space with SpaceX, which is quite amazing, to be honest, when you think about it. Like, he was a pioneer of Bitcoin mining, and then he started this lifestyle where he was flying every day to a different country just to stamp his passport, which I could never really understand, but I guess it's what you do when you run out of stuff to accomplish and you're like rich and have no reason to work anymore. And now he's gonna be an astronaut, which is amazing. And I hopefully will interview someone from F2 Pool soon. It's just weird. Maybe I should message them right now since I remembered. Thank you for the reminder.
Also, they're the only pool that's come out explicitly against BIP 110. So that is a cool thing. If anyone ends up making a user-rejected software client, maybe we could pitch it to them and say, here's how you can run, not just state your opposition to BIP 110, but run it as code.
Yeah, I mean, the whole history of mining in Bitcoin, I find, really fascinating, because maybe in another world, in another reality, things went differently around the block size war, or around this filter war. Like, even after BCH split off, there was for a long time people interested in this idea called the Bitcoin mining parliament, which was because people into Bitcoin like proof of work, and they like the blockchain. They like blocks. They understand that it's hard to fake and that you have skin in the game. And so people constantly come up with these ideas about miner signaling and stuff like that. But it's still pretty, like, what's the word? Basic, it's still pretty underdeveloped in terms of, it's only now in 2026, nearly coming into the end of the second decade of Bitcoin, that stuff like these more advanced hash rate markets is starting to catch on and be looked into, or even the miner signaling, like dashboards. It's like there's so much more that could be done with that. It seems like a really unexplored area of Bitcoin. And it's also just been fascinating and a learning point for everyone. I think that miners on average aren't interested in throwing their weight around in governance, because from the white paper, one CPU, one vote, like the idea was they were going to be the ones driving the coin in the direction that they chose, but that's never really manifested. It seems more like they come in once other
well, they did with SegWit.
Yeah,
there was quite a big battle in which miners took various sides and had a big voice when we were activating SegWit. There was less of that, I suppose, with Taproot. Almost everyone seemed on board with Taproot, so there wasn't as much controversy. And now there's the BIP 110 thing is the next thing we've been doing, and one miner has, I guess there's two
It says we're back on air.
Yeah, I was saying that there used to be some significant participation in governance discussion from miners back when we had the SegWit wars, or the block size wars. There were miners who really wanted SegWit, like Slushpool was one of the miners who actually preferred running the BIP 148 software activated. Then there was miners who were really opposed to it. I think Bitmain was, I'm not sure, they weren't a pool though, but there was a pool that was running Bitmain's hardware and they didn't like SegWit. With Taproot, there wasn't as much opposition, or hardly anyone disliked Taproot when that was proposed. So I didn't see, like, there wasn't a real opposition from any miners or any participation in the governance there that I observed, other than just running it. I mean, miners did signal for it, so I guess that's participation. And now we're in the BIP 110 thing, and there's one pool that seems largely in favor of it, which is Ocean, and at least one pool, being F2 pool, who has stated their opposition to it. So I bet there's some minor participation in governance.
Yeah, I'm fascinated about Taproot. I've still never understood, because at the time I wasn't following Bitcoin overall, I guess, as closely. I certainly wasn't following BTC in any great depth, how that sort of got activated and reached consensus. And I've even heard people, especially in light of the filter discussion now, people sort of trying to track back in the history and be like, wait, how did this become so popular and universally endorsed and then activate, you know, in hindsight?
I think it was oversold, to be honest. Like, the narrative behind Taproot for many years, before it was called Taproot, was that we're going to bring Schnorr signatures to Bitcoin. And it was not the Schnorr upgrade that we expected. To have that to a more complete degree, we also required the cross-input signature aggregation, or CISA, something that we seem to have forgotten about, but it was still part of the conversation in 2021, I think. So Taproot is basically like half of the way to get there, to get Schnorr signatures on Bitcoin. But for some reason, we got to this point where we don't talk about Schnorr anymore. And the benefits that Taproot gives are actually pretty small. Like, you can have better deniability because it will not be obvious on the main chain whether or not it's a multi-sig spend or if you open the Lightning channel or whatever. So that's sort of the extent of it. You have a new address type, which makes the UX worse. And I think one of the benefits is going to be if we're going to get a post-quantum upgrade, like BIP 100, what's the number for it? 360.
360, right? Yeah.
Yeah, if we're going to get that one, it's going to be built on top of the existing Taproot architecture, which is cool. It makes it more necessary, gives it more utility in hindsight, but it's not something that makes Bitcoin a better form of money. It's not something that really helps with adoption. It's like a bet that some developers had that multi-sig was going to be a much bigger deal, and it didn't turn out to be such a big deal outside of institutions.
Speaking on quantum there, maybe let's hit that briefly. How do you feel about BTC's level of quantum preparation? Are you worried about that? Do you think things are moving in the right direction? Is quantum all a scam? What's going on there?
Is the question for me or Super?
Either. I want to hear both of your takes on it. So whoever wants to jump in first, go for it.
I think he's smarter than me, so maybe I can talk first and then he'll correct me. But I think we have some of the smartest developers in the world thinking about ways to fix Bitcoin's vulnerability to quantum computing, specifically ECDSA, which is the elliptic curve digital signature aggregation. That one is what's actually vulnerable to quantum. What a quantum computer can do is derive the private key from the public key. So there are certain address types that reveal the public key, which are more vulnerable than others. So I think that we have some of the smartest people working on the problem. The real problem is just the culture and the complacency and the fact that some people claim that that's not even necessary. Bitcoin is perfect. Satoshi left us with this ideal design that should not be changed at all. I also think that the quantum debate opens up the Pandora's box for increasing the block size, because all of the post-quantum signatures are much larger in size. And I do believe that for the sake of maintaining the usability of Bitcoin, you should increase the block size to at least match the current degree of transactions per block. And if we're not going to do that because it's controversial, it will only make Bitcoin worse overall, more expensive to use. Some people might like that. They dream about $100 fees. But I'm not sure most users will be willing to join the Bitcoin network and pay $100 fees when they have much cheaper options which don't have too many trade-offs in terms of security. Like they can wait an entire day to get the same thermodynamic security as one Bitcoin confirmation, and you only pay 1 cent for that. I think most people will be fine with the trade-off. But yeah, TLDR, it's not something that I worry about technically. It's something that I worry about culturally, that people will be against it. And to be honest, once this quantum conversation started, we forgot about actually scaling Bitcoin. And CTV was one way to scale Bitcoin. Drive Chains is also one way to scale Bitcoin. Drive Chains is going to get a hard fork this summer, which is going to use the technology just to prove that it works, and everyone else was possibly wrong in dismissing it. And CTV is something that scales Bitcoin in time. So if you have times of lower demand for block space, you can actually broadcast your transaction at that time, thus making the fees more efficient and making the fee market more predictable. That's something that's cool, because you have moments when there's a lot of demand for block space and the fees get high. And then you have moments like right now when you can get into the next block with a sub 1 Satoshi per VByte fee. I think CTV is smart. It's been around for a long time. It's been tested. But guess what? Jeremy Rubin is in the Epstein files, right? And now a lot more people hate him than before. And for better and for worse, we seem to have this culture where it doesn't just matter. I used to think that Bitcoin is a meritocracy, right? And the best idea wins. But it turns out it's also about who's promoting that idea. And if it comes from Greg Maxwell, then it's going to be regarded like it comes from Satoshi or something, or the second most important person after Satoshi. If it comes from Jeremy Rubin or someone else who worked at MIT, or if Gavin Andresen comes back and says, we can do this, it's not going to be taken seriously. So yeah, not very bullish on the culture. I'm still trying to change it. That's why I do my podcast. I try to bring people from around the space, promote new ideas, and show what can be done on the Bitcoin design. That's why I had the Bitcoin Cash episode. That's why I had the Zcash episode. These are all Bitcoins. They're different versions of the same software that have different optimizations that we can still bring to BTC, except that the culture somehow has become very complacent. And maybe we should liquidate Sailor first and then talk about upgrades. I don't know.
You know, concurrently with the BIP110 activation signaling, there's also an activation client for OpCTV, and it has also been, like, we're in the middle of its signaling period. So miners could be signaling to activate CTV right now, and users could be running software that, you know, well, I don't know what the users would do. I don't know, because I don't think it's a user activated software. I think it's the miner activated software. But I think Moon Settler is involved in that project. So if you want to have him on your podcast and talk about that,
I've had him on my podcast for 12 hours straight. That's my absolute record.
Oh, I've also had him. Did he talk about that?
A couple times.
Yeah, he talked about a lot of stuff in 12 hours.
Cool.
No toilet break, just 12 hours of talking.
Surprised the vocal cords held up.
Was there anything else you wanted to talk about from the slide you had about the stuff that you wanted to know from me? Because I'm going to be getting gone here pretty soon too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
running into our third hour.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's loads of stuff I would love to ask you about, like actually a lot of this different stuff. But I also kind of want to get just to mix it up, you know, some of your thoughts on some of the BCH stuff. So maybe if you want to mention quickly quantum, and then also like 1 minute blocks. I don't know if you know, but this is the thing that the BCH community is considering to do next year, is to cut the block time 10x and go from 10-minute blocks to 1 minute blocks. Of course, the Coinbase reward and the difficulty algorithm and the block size and everything would be adjusted 10x. So it wouldn't, it's not like we're 10xing the scalability or something like that. It's just increasing the frequency that a block comes in. So I'm wondering what your take is on that. So quantum and 1 minute blocks.
So on the quantum stuff, I personally am not worried about quantum vulnerabilities. I think quantum computers are, I suspect that they don't work. That there's some fundamental limitation that makes it so that they can't do what some researchers claim they might be able to do in the future. If they can, everyone seems to every year it's going to be another 15, 20 years before they can do this stuff, and they've been saying that since like the 60s or something. So we'll see. But I am in favor of giving people options, and so if anyone is concerned about quantum vulnerable signatures, I think they should have the option of using quantum invulnerable signatures. And to me, you had on this podcast today, one of the voices, hang on, there's a truck coming. You had on your podcast today, one of the voices who I think has provided the most recent, has done something incredibly innovative in that department. Robin Linus, a couple months ago, came out with a paper called BinoHash, which paved the way rather, it illustrated that it's possible to do hash-based signatures on Bitcoin today without needing, and those are quantum resistant. And so then after he published the BinoHash paper, some of the guys from Starkware elaborated on it and demonstrated that on L1 right now, in a non-standard but valid transaction, they showed that you can do a quantum resistant signature. And the transaction is really big, but it's within comparable levels of size to the quantum resistant signature proposals given in by the people who are involved in BIP 360. But it works today is the thing. You have to go to do direct miner submission, unless the Bitcoin software gets updated or more clients come out with this form of signature. But they work. Like we have a form of quantum resistant signature in Bitcoin right now, and it's thanks to some research by Robin Linus, who's just on your show.
That's amazing. That's very, very cool. And I remember seeing that go past on my feed. I did not dig into all the details, and for sure, Robin is a fascinating guy. Of course, we already had him on a roundtable episode here, so we couldn't go into all the details. But maybe another time I'll see if I can get him back to, because the amount of different stuff we didn't get into BitVM at all. Like I have so many questions about all of that. Honestly,
I would be super in favor of seeing someone make a software implementation of these hash-based signatures you came up with, and then getting a push in Bitcoin Core, or maybe in Libra Relay. I think the Libra Relay people would be even more open to it, to saying this is an allowed transaction type. And if you did that, then I think that would satisfy a lot of people. If you said, here's some wallets that support quantum resistant signatures right now, I think that would alleviate a lot of people's concerns.
Yeah, very true, very true. Okay, and 1 minute blocks, what do you think? Are we barking up the wrong tree? Are we completely mad? Is there something, possibly good here? Don't care? What's the thinking?
Well, I didn't know you guys were doing that until you sent that PDF over. So this is completely all new territory to me as far as your current motion. In the past, when I thought about very rapid block times in proof of work networks, I think that they are generally bad ideas. The longer you can get the block times, the better for decentralization. Because when blocks start propagating through the network, the miner who found the block has an advantage compared to all the other people who have to validate the block. They have to take extra time doing that and not mining while they're doing it, not mining on the latest block. Whereas whoever found it, doesn't have that. And so the relatively longer time there is between the previous block and the next block, the less of an advantage he has compared to other miners on the network. So generally, my thought is 10-minute block times even are too fast, and it would be better if blocks came out something like once every hour. So I think that's the wrong direction for decentralizing mining, to go into faster blocks. And I also don't think that if I assume the push is so that people don't have to wait as long when they're making a transaction for a confirmation to show up.
Yes.
But I also don't think 1 minute is very good either. If you're standing at the coffee table for 1 minute waiting for a confirmation, that's still really bad. It seems to be the wrong approach unless you can get it down to about 15 seconds. So I without having looked into it, except in previous thoughts on the subject, in general, I'd say it doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
I mean, it's interesting to hear you say that you think even 1 hour blocks would be good because, like you said, you wanted to maybe lower the block size. 1 hour blocks. This is a super testnet Bitcoin, super Bitcoin. I think could be quite an interesting experiment actually between these various ideas that are maybe not super prominent in the community, but you've got an interesting combo of them. I mean, nobody has done longer blocks basically in any cryptocurrency as far as I'm aware. Everyone has always gone faster to try and improve the UX, basically. So
yeah, but I don't think that L1 UX is very good unless you can get it down to 15 seconds. And if you do that, then I think you're really sacrificing decentralization in a terrible way. So yeah, 10 minutes is well, it hasn't shown itself to be very harmful yet, but I think in the future we may find out that's way too fast.
Interesting. Okay, all right. That's kind of everything I wanted to. Well, given that we're running out of time, that's the bulk of what I wanted to cover. I don't know how much more time you've got. Maybe we could do one more topic, or if you got to go.
No, I think that's it. This is a good 3-hour podcast. So so far. So I want to thank you for your time, but yeah, I think I'll head out and just wish you well in your continued podcasting endeavors.
Thank you for coming on. It's been great talking to you. I'm always interested in following your Twitter perspectives. Like I told you before, you have a very interesting, unique mix of takes. So I really appreciate seeing that diversity of opinion and free thinking. Thank you for coming on the show.
You're very welcome. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
See you later. Okay, Vlad. So what are we at now? Yeah, we're at about 3 hours. So if we can knock out another 45 minutes or so, you'll be the record holder for the longest the marathon BCH podcast.
I mean, I do like records, but it's not owed to me. I wasn't the only one who talked for 4 hours. So
no, I know.
But I can do 45 minutes if you want.
Well, we'll see how long we go. I guess that's the spirit of it. I don't know that we're going to hit 8 hours unless we can rustle up some fresh guests. But given that you did 8 hours, I thought we should at least make a decent crack at it. Tell me, where are you at on 1 minute blocks? Have you been following or looking into any of this?
I gave it a thought. Like, SuperTestnet is very conservative when he says 1 hour blocks. You can only have 1 hour blocks if you enable zero conf, which Bitcoin does not. It's been defaulted, so the client for Bitcoin Core now defaults to RBF on by default. And most people will assume that if you don't enable RBF, you gotta wait for... If you do enable RBF, you need to wait for a confirmation. And the mentality is that a transaction is not final unless you do that. And we know what Satoshi said about this in his first reply to James A. Donald back in November of 2008. And then later to Dan Larimer, who said, well, you cannot have adoption and get people to wait for 10 minutes to get a confirmation. And then Satoshi said something about zero conf and said, if you don't believe me or don't get it, I don't have time to explain it to you. Sorry. I don't know. We drifted away. 1 minute blocks can be a good idea if mining is sufficiently decentralized. I also believe that a lot of people operate on the same mentality as they did 10 years ago during the block size wars, when they were assuming that the internet is slow and bandwidth is expensive and storage is also expensive. And maybe that faster blocks is not such a bad idea now that we have Starlink, now that we have faster internet across pretty much every provider around the world. We have 5G for mobile, which is much faster than anything that we had in 2016. And maybe it's not really centralizing mining, unless I guess you're mining in the middle of the desert or something, or in the Amazon forest, and you don't have any access to cable internet. But even in that situation, you have access to Starlink. So, or maybe there's 4G internet, which is just good enough for a few megabytes every minute. I don't know. The concern about mining centralization because you need more data, I don't think it's necessarily valid. There is stuff out there like Caspa, which does blocks I think it mines 10 blocks every second or something. It's really crazy. And it doesn't orphan any blocks. It has its own design. But that one is possible. So I think 1 minute blocks in BCH is conservative in comparison.
Okay, sounds like you're actually kind of interested. You're kind of open to it, which is quite interesting to hear. Like, I mean, I do wonder if maybe, you know, if we make this change, whether maybe like the Covenant upgrades or like anything else, that it then starts to trickle more into the BTC discussion. I think it's pretty radical. It took the BCH community a long time to sort of chew over it and think, maybe this is a good idea. There's also people then concerned about, oh, well, it's not the real Bitcoin. Satoshi said 10 minutes, you know, sacred. It's like some sacred number. I can't see it taking off in the BTC community immediately, but maybe on a long enough time scale if we did it. I don't know.
I remember I was on a podcast with a guy named Yoshi Levo or something who lives in Liberland, and he was doing a campaign for Roger Vere's clemency, or I'm not sure exactly what it was. It was freeroger.org. And he was raising some money, and he sent me a token, asked me to install a wallet. What he did was send me the token and then asked me to donate the token to some address. And all of this happened within the same block. And I was thinking it's really not an elegant design, that essentially you're spending the same money multiple times before you get a block confirmation. And I think with a 1 minute block, this could be solved by getting a confirmation faster, and that increases the security of the transaction. So if you're going to be using this as cash, it just makes it more difficult to perform essentially double spends before the confirmation.
Yeah, that's part of the idea and part of the sort of logic is that, yeah, obviously for use cases that require confirmations, you get them faster. And then obviously you can chain zero conf transactions together. But specifically in the case where you're doing stuff in DeFi and then you want to make a cash payment, it's really nice if that's not a long time of like, well, we're kind of waiting, hoping, you know, because the DeFi is more likely to be subject to some MEV or whatever, you know. So it's just kind of like, if the blocks are coming quicker, then that won't be as much of a problem. That's definitely one of the upsides to the proposal. Jonathan is asking me to bring up and get your thoughts on BTC wants, BCH has. I'm sure you know I've got that thread where I've just been slowly compiling all the various things that the BCH community has done. You're in there at least once. I know for funding, crowdfunding, you were talking about, oh, what happened to all our crowdfunding? And on BCH, we still have that. We have FundMe. We have the, you know, contract setups that was sort of what people were asking for back in the block size war and so forth. I mean, we still have, it's still not super advanced, to be honest. Like, it works and it's good, and it takes a lot of the community thinking, okay, is this a good proposal, etc. So it does have its flaws and there's a lot we can do to develop it. But we do still have that kind of stuff. What do you make of that list of things? Is there ever a item or length of that list that you would then think, oh, you know what, time for me to cut and run and switch to BCH?
Where do I find that list?
I'll send it to you. It's called BTC wants, BCH has. I'll put it in there.
I really don't want to talk about something I
yeah. You might have, I'm fairly sure you would have seen it, but it might be in there.
Okay, so introspection, upcat, ABLA. What's ABLA?
That's the ABLA. That's the block size limit algorithm that adjusts our block size up if we get enough transactions. Yeah.
The dynamic block size, something that was proposed with Unlimited.
Yeah.
Like 10 years ago.
Exactly.
VM limits, GSR, I guess, stands for rate script restoration.
That's it, yeah. So this thread, the start of this thread, this is from September of 2024, right? And so at that time, VM limits was proposed, but it hadn't locked in, it hadn't activated, then activated in 2025. And then you can go down the thread and looked at Robin Linus is in there a few times. I should have asked him about that. I'll have to remember to ask him about that. But we did 64-bit integers. We have like cache script tooling and covenants tooling that BTC doesn't have because you guys don't have the covenant stuff to need it. The bigger ints that is better for snarks and so forth. We obviously, we have our brand and we've fixes from like what's it called, the great consensus cleanup. We've already fixed all those things. We've got cache tokens for state on your UTXOs. We've got multiple op returns. We've got the ability to throw out hijack. We've got op return tokens. Let's see, no SegWit taproot, liquidity based stable coins, a culture that can reject bad actors, op mul and op cat, VM limits, non-propaganda BTC research. SuperTestnet was asking for a reliable annual upgrade schedule, which we have. I forgot that he was in this thread, or I would have asked him about that. Our bank runs, the unlimited mempool chains, quantum resistant stuff, better wallets, basically, dev culture of shipping stuff, documentation of the hijacking, funding, number 26, that was one where I quoted you. And then the most recent one is these bitwise opcodes, op invert, op up down, aka left right shift, and other stuff like that. So this is just my attempt to sort of create the impression for people, or help update them to the impression that BCH is not just, like you said, it's not just BTC with bigger blocks, like, because fundamentally that's not interesting or captivating to people. Like, we need to be able to prove that with our smaller community and different mentality, we've produced a lot of good stuff out of it. So this is kind of how I'm trying to get that message out there.
I mean, I'm not sure what you expect me to say right now. Like, admit that you guys did a much better job scaling Bitcoin. You did.
I mean, it's not a gotcha. I'm not here to. In fact, I don't know what you're going to say. Jonathan just said in the comments that he wanted to get your thoughts on it. But like I said, my angle was: is there some point of this list getting longer and longer that you would eventually be like, okay, maybe BCH just is the better option overall?
I would like to see some privacy stuff. Like, if you guys activated Zero Cash in its latest iteration, I would be very interested, because you already have a pretty good network effect and merchant adoption. I would love to see some of that. But my point is that I think the tipping point, and you were right in a recent tweet that I saw from you, where you said that you should stop trying to appeal to what people want and just get adoption, hash rate, listing on exchanges, trading volume, the stuff that's really undeniable, because that's really what builds the network effect. If you're building good technology, but nobody cares, or only a bunch of geeks care about it, but nobody comes to use it, that's a big problem. And that's something from which we should also learn. I know that in Bitcoin, we've had the Botanics spider chain, which was shut down last week, I think, or this week. I'm not even sure. the time goes by very fast. But that was essentially a way to bring the Ethereum EVM on Bitcoin with some trade-offs, but still you could have had all the expressivity that Ethereum smart contracts are giving you. And that one somehow got no traction. And I see patterns with Citrea, which was promoted as something that's going to be big, the first ZK rollup on Bitcoin. I'm not sure how many users they have, but I haven't seen anything in my feed from people saying, oh, this is so cool. Maybe it happened in the first couple of weeks of this launching, and now they're talking about launching their own token, which they said they would not. But what I presume this means is that they're in dire need for some funding to keep going, and that's why they need to launch a token. And it's really unfortunate that on one hand we have this culture that says we build on Bitcoin, everything that's not on Bitcoin is a shitcoin, but then you get the technology that gets built on Bitcoin and nobody's using it because they're psyoped into holding and doing nothing else. And they think, I think it was part of the 2018 presentation from Baltic Honey Badger by a guy that I like to call Guacamole Zocola, because he blocked me and he called me a lot of names, so I don't want to give him too much credit. But he did put that on the slides, that any attempt to get people to spend their Bitcoin is a scam. And if you try to get people to spend their Bitcoin, you're a scammer. It's really unfortunate that that somehow got treated very seriously. And I remember I was talking to some organizers of the El Salvador Adopting Bitcoin conference in 2022, and they were discussing whether or not they should allow some businesses to set up some booths at the venue. And one of the guys said, well, aren't they scammers if they ask people to spend their Bitcoin? And we actually had to have a conversation about this in the debate, like, wait a second, what does this mean? What do you mean scammers? Well, they're trading something which is depreciating for the Bitcoin, which is scarce and appreciating. Like, you should not be spending your Bitcoin for papusas or whatever, like snacks. It's just crazy. We got
money
from
has to circulate.
like sometimes I think it would be a good idea if we logged off, just shut down all our accounts for a week and went back to reading the white paper first, and then maybe some Nick Szabo articles about God protocols, blockchain, smart contracts, like just to philosophically remind ourselves why we're here, and then come back to where we are and try to figure out what went wrong or how we can improve our path. I don't see too much introspection, pun intended. Like people looking in the mirror and saying, well, we started from this idea. I've seen this video from Trezor when they launched in 2014, I think, or 2013. They launched a Kickstarter campaign, and they had a bunch of high-profile Bitcoiners endorsing the product, and one of them was Gavin Andreessen, who said that Trezor is a right in the step direction to enable Bitcoin as a payments network. And that was so cool, just hearing these words like Bitcoin as a payments network. That's what it was all about. And then somehow we decided that, well, since it's scarce and there is a vague mention in the white paper about this being mined like gold, then maybe we should turn this into digital gold and promote this as an institutional asset that they should be holding on their balance sheets. And of course, these people so Bitcoin is not a proof of stake system. It's a very evident statement. But once you get very big investors buying large chunks, they do have the social capital to discourage improvements from being made. And they can say, well, I'm happy with Bitcoin as it is. Don't touch it. Don't change it. If you do touch it and you do add scaling or privacy, you're going to be competing with what I'm offering, which is an ETF or paper Bitcoin or whatever. And I don't want that to happen. So just keep it the way it is. Maybe it's not useful for the way in which it was intended to be, but it's very useful for this institution. And this is where we're at right now. We're stuck. And I see in my podcast, I interview a lot of frustrated developers who are trying to get their way, who are putting their life and effort and energy and everything into pushing this tiny upgrade like CTV. That's why I had Moon Settler talking for 12 hours, because it was his way of expressing himself after so many years of seeing attempts that seemed hopeful that somehow failed in the last moment. And he's also disillusioned with Adam Back in particular, because there is a story about him when in 2022, I think, 1 year after the Taproot upgrade, the CTV guys were going to go for a speedy trial, which means that they were going to try to get the miners to signal support for activating this. And Adam Back was personally triggered by this, and he entered the CTV Telegram chat. You can still find that. It's called Cult of the Covenant. You scroll up until I think it was May of 2022 or something. You're gonna see how Adam Back personally spent about a week demoralizing everyone and telling them that they don't have technical consensus and they're doing something wrong and they're bad actors and they're trying to destroy Bitcoin. He was presenting every piece of FUD out there about CTV, why it's not good, including a video from Andreas Antonopoulos where he said that covenants are a trap for getting governments to confiscate Bitcoin, which he admitted later that was a wrong assessment. It was a mistake for him to say that, but still it's out there and it was used for propaganda. And you would assume that if Blockstream is this propaganda machine for keeping Bitcoin tame, he would at least, I mean by he I mean Adam Back, would at least have a couple of sock puppets or whatever, just accounts that do the dirty work. But he did this himself and he killed the movement in 1 week. Then Jeremy went on a hiatus. Like, I think he took 1 year away from working on Bitcoin stuff. And the whole movement that was very hopeful about making Bitcoin more useful in this way. And useful means, for example, being able to open 1 million Lightning channels in one transaction or something, just to perpetuate what is really inefficient right now. Is not ideal, but at least it could be slightly better. It's very much in line with the ideology and the narrative of what Bitcoin is. It's just that my personal theory about CTV is that it never got pushed because it was not created by Blockstream. I think that Blockstream essentially is not the sidechain company, is not the satellite company, is not the hardware wallet company, Block Explorer, Liquid Wallet, or whatever. It's the company that's trying to pitch to investors the fact that they're in control of the upgrades that come to Bitcoin. And I think that their track record proves this, that they pushed SegWit, they pushed the Lightning Network as the one true solution for scaling Bitcoin. They have one of the clients for enabling the Lightning Network, which is called C Lightning, and it got rebranded into Core Lightning. And they also had 3 of their cryptographers working for them at the time, pushing Taproot. And there was no actual opposition for it. Nobody said it's a bad idea. Everyone was cheerful and said, yes, this is how we improve Bitcoin. It's just that we haven't had anything significant since. And we see some efforts from Blockstream accounts. Whenever something new comes along and a new proposal is pushed and gets some momentum, they sort of discourage it. And I think the biggest effort from Blockstream towards improving Bitcoin lately was from Rusty Russell, who proposed the Great Script Restoration, which packaged some ideas together. Said, let's have Upcat and CTV and Mole and this and that, basically all the Satoshi opcodes and everything that is useful, and not try to judge each of them individually according to their merit, but give the developers like a tool set that they can use for making interesting stuff. And right now, Rusty quit Bitcoin, and I don't know what this means for the Great Script Restoration. I heard SuperTestnet when he said that. I think it's a bit mischievous, or I don't know how to describe it. Like, you're going to push this BIP 110 and say you want to filter this type of transactions, and if this one activates, then they also have CTV coming along the line, almost as if the activation of CTV is conditioned by BIP 110 first. I don't know. To me, it makes no sense.
Well, I think he was just saying that there's currently a client that, in theory, but I mean, of course, in reality, nobody seems to be talking about it. Nobody's made a dashboard. There's not CTV guys everywhere hyping up like, we're going to activate CTV. Like, I think he was just saying that theoretically there is a client out there and the desired window is currently ongoing. But it is kind of a sad case of nothing's happening, you know, like it's just Bitcoin. It's actually so political like that. It's not really so much about the blocks or the hash rate or whatever. That all comes down to what are people talking about? What are people excited about? What are they pushing for? You know, nothing happens accidentally. It takes a whole community pushing it to make it go anywhere.
It's really depressing when you realize the hopes and expectations that this project had, and all the energy and all the money that was spent on developers and the conferences. And I think one major reason why I'm not excited about going to conferences is that I already know what to expect. Like, I didn't go to BTC Prague because I don't expect anything interesting to be happening. It's just a large party where you hang out with some people you know from Twitter. And that's kind of the only purpose. And conferences used to be places where important proposals were being presented for making Bitcoin more useful. I think you guys are doing a good job with BCH Bliss, because that's sort of the place where you talk about the work that's been done over the past year and what can come next. We don't have too much of that. And when there's an announcement, usually, so I think for some reason, we became deranged enough to accept federations as just good enough solutions for scaling and adding features. I think a large role was played by the normalization of custodial Lightning. When in the beginning they were saying, well, it's just $10, it's fine. You shouldn't worry too much. If this liquidity provider that sets up your Lightning node decides to steal from you, it's not such a big deal. And then they sort of increased the amount that's normal. They said $100, and then they said, well, there's a good track record for Wallet of Satoshi. They never stole from anyone, so I trust that they're going to be honest. And then they built this layer that's called eCash on top of it. It's built by this guy, Kale, who did Cashew. That's the name of the project. And what it does is to provide some privacy for custodial Lightning. So if you have funds with this custodian, you can at least transact without giving too much information to the custodian and between custodians. Like, it's basically reinventing banking. And once again, it's depressing because Bitcoin was released as an answer to eCash, which was a centralized way of having internet money that has privacy. And it sort of solved the double spending problem with incentives. It was game theory, not cryptography, that got us to this point. And also it gave like a very fragile type of privacy that says in chapter 10 of the white paper that as long as you don't reuse the same address for receiving transactions, you're probably fine. Which turned out to be just, I guess it was just good enough for its time, for 2008, 2009. This was the best Satoshi could give us, so we shouldn't judge too harshly. But it's not like we haven't had a decade and a half of research, academic papers, and protocols that got published. It's just that I think there's also a sort of arrogance that was perpetuated in the Bitcoin world where we believe that there is no second best, like truly. And right now, I think the Bitcoin dominance is like 56% or something. I haven't looked too much lately, but that was the percentage. So if your project is 56% of the entire market, and your assumption is that everything else is a shitcoin that's going to die on a long enough time frame, I don't think it's healthy. Like, there is real competition. It used to be 90% Bitcoin and 10% everything else. It doesn't seem like we're going back to that status quo that we have had. And yet we're so complacent, dangerously complacent, to the point where the project is much easier to capture. Another aspect of it is the fact that, so, okay, we dismiss every other project as a dangerous and horrible shitcoin that's going to die, but we are also horrible at keeping track of our own project's history. And the more you discover about the people who are involved and what they're trying to build, you're going to realize that what Robin is doing, what Casey is doing with ordinals and everything else was already discussed at some point more than 10 years ago on Bitcoin Talk, on IRC channels. And the reason why it hasn't happened was, first of all, there were not enough resources in terms of paying developers to do it. Secondly, maybe they haven't figured out some stuff that maybe we got later with some extra features with SegWit and Taproot. But my point is that nothing new is really happening, and the innovation is happening somewhere else, which is becoming increasingly agnostic and independent from Bitcoin. We used to think that shitcoins are just copies of Bitcoin with small changes, but now something like Ethereum is so much different. Something like Monero has become so much different. Zcash is also very different from what it was 10 years ago, but our mentality is still stuck in the year 2017. And it's very hard for me to compute even this argument that you shouldn't have 1 minute blocks, and if anything, they should be 1 hour blocks, is something that you would say in 2017, but doesn't make as much sense today with the technology that we have and the access to internet and everything else. And I'm not even sure how we can fix this, because you present the facts, but they're still not convinced that they're true. Maybe that the market will solve this, and the only solution is that we promote competition to Bitcoin. And once we see the developers leaving and we see that nothing interesting is happening outside of the circle jerking cult, maybe then, when the price doesn't go up according to expectations, we're gonna have an actual renaissance of development. It's really unfortunate. For example, Paul is launching eCash in August, which is gonna be less in 2 months and a week or something. I think the planned date for launch is the 21st of August. For a long time, Paul was this guy who was like the most convinced Bitcoin maximalist, and he was like, no, we don't need to launch any more altcoins. We can take everything and bring it to Bitcoin. And it's really sad that it got to this point where he lost his patience. And he's been patient. Like, he proposed drive chains, I think, in 2015 for the first time. So being around for more than a decade and pushing this idea, and then realizing that you're getting mocked and ignored and it's never happening, and then you realize, well, you're only young and full of energy and hopeful once in your life, and then you don't want to wait 50 years until you see that you're vindicated. And then you see that Ethereum gets poly market, which is a prediction market, which was Paul's idea, and everything else is happening elsewhere. It must be really depressing. Like, I wouldn't want to be in Paul's shoes right now, but I think he's doing well. He raised 5 million for his project recently, which proves that there is still some hope and sanity in the market. I wish him all the best. But once again, I think we should have, if anything, there should be more hard forks of Bitcoin and let them compete. Let's see what the market thinks about all of them. If anything, Bitcoin Cash has been very resilient in ways that were initially not expected. I think there's some fireworks outside. I'm not sure if it's...
Yeah, we can hear that. I was
audible.
wondering if somebody had just started like, doing some drilling in the next room or something. But
I think there's a wedding
fireworks.
or birthday or whatever. They had a party. What was I saying? Yeah, Bitcoin Cash, like the expectations were that it was going to fail, and there are many moments when it seemed like the movement has died out. Like, I think that the BSV fork was one of the first moments when there was doubt whether or not the movement is going to make sense. And then I think BSV took the argument of large blocks to the absolute absurd point of gigamegs. That was what Calvin said. And it makes no sense to have that kind of throughput without actual demand for it. But I think they sort of put BCH in a shade and made it look like it's tame and uninteresting, because this other fork is going for much larger blocks and has more aggressive marketing. And then there was also the moment when Amari started demanding for a tax so that he gets paid from every block that gets mined. I'm not sure what the percentage was. I think 4 or 5.
It was 8, I think.
8?
Yeah, it's since been, I believe it's now 32%. So it's like the typical government tax. It only goes up, But
I've spoken with people who told me that they stopped believing in Bitcoin Cash the moment when Amaury left. And maybe it was a painful fracture. Maybe some people left along with Amaury, like maybe he had a dev team and ABC was the main Bitcoin Cash client. I know that now you have something else that's called the Bitcoin Cash node, which I actually ran like a year or 2 ago, and I posted the results. My point is that there are many unfortunate events in the life cycle of BCH, but it's been pretty resilient. The fact that right now it's flipping Litecoin, which, as I'm aware, is being used in some circles in the US, and it's listed by payments processors that don't support BCH. It's kind of a big deal. Like, congratulations for that. And the fact that new community members are coming to BCH and they believe in it and they build on it, that's also something that should not be neglected, because ultimately the value of things is given by the people who use it. So kudos to this one. I didn't think I would say it like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I would think, oh, I would never go on a Bitcoin Cash, Bcash podcast and admit that they were right about something. But it seems like Bitcoin BTC was not exactly as successful in the ways that I expected. It became something else, which sometimes I feel weird for endorsing. And I don't mean the whole Epstein stuff. Like, that's just maybe the icing on the cake. There's more stuff underneath with promises of upgrades, and all the conferences that I attended where serious developers were talking about stuff that never happened, and an ideology of Bitcoin maximalism that sort of makes sense when you think about it in very basic terms. Like, okay, we want this one project that has the best chances to win to actually get there, and if we're going to fragment our efforts, then maybe we will never get there. So let's just focus on this one. But then what does it even mean to focus on this one? Because there's nothing significant happening to make it work in the way that it was intended. There's institutional adoption. There's this whole paper Bitcoin summer thing that happened last year. And ironically, most of these treasury companies sold at a loss, and they just wanted to get out as quickly as possible, which is a really bad sign, by the way. Like, for the people who still hope that Bitcoin is going to be a successful treasury company asset, I got some bad news for you. Like, the signals from the market are not positive. Saylor himself, who sort of pioneered this movement with paper Bitcoin and issuing stocks or other assets on top of the Bitcoin held in a reserve, he's not doing very well. He's underperforming. Like, there are some people who actually did an index of what would have happened if Saylor bought some other coins, and he could be performing much better if he wasn't only buying Bitcoin all the time. So the ideology is really falling apart in key parts. And I think the most painful one is the price, because everyone expected, especially when the ETFs got approved a couple of years ago, that the price is going to go parabolic and these institutions are going to be buying our bags for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I remember narratives like, oh, they're going to be begging me for my scarce Satoshis and they will want them, and I will not sell them to them because I'm such a convicted hodler and whatever. That never happened. These guys are not idiots, okay? BlackRock, they know what they're doing. They're not going to be pumping your coin to the $1 million point. They know exactly how to suppress the price. They've been doing this to gold for a long time. I don't know why anyone thought that this was such a brilliant idea and we're all going to get rich. I guess some people got rich. I'm not going to complain. The network is still out there. It can still get fixed. The price did much better than expected. Like, when I first got into Bitcoin, I never even dreamed of 100,000. I was thinking, oh, maybe the 10,000 that we reached in November of 2017 and then 20,000. I was really happy with that. If we never went to 100K, that was really fine as long as we got adoption and we actually started a revolution. But right now, it doesn't feel much like a revolution. It feels like we actually got lucky investing into something early on, which became just another asset for the elite class to maybe. I'm not gonna try to speculate on what they're doing and the reasons why they're investing in Bitcoin, but I think essentially it boils down to making more US dollars in different ways. So we basically invented this for them and we popularized it for them, and then we handed the project to them to just have fun. And now we're cocked at the helm just watching them make more US dollars, hoping that we're also gonna make more US dollars. But why? Like, why are we even here? Why isn't I mean, I've seen a bunch of people retire, quote unquote, just leave in the sunset saying, okay, I've made my gains or whatever. I think Bitcoin has given to me everything that I expected. I'm out. I used to despise that, but now I sort of respect it because at least they're not contributing to a broken culture anymore. And they sort of admitted that this was the goal all along, just to make a lot of US dollars. I just wish we fixed something because there is so much virtue signaling. When I first stumbled upon Bitcoin, there was this Wikipedia page that said it's about banking the unbanked. It doesn't really scale for that. And the solutions that we created for banking the unbanked are in the spirit of 18th and 19th century colonialism, where you give the people who have, I guess, more difficult economic conditions, you give them also the second class experience where they never touch the blockchain. They trade on this federation or something that was built explicitly for their use cases, which is suboptimal and also depressing when you think about it. I wish we, like in a perfect world, there would never be a block size war in the first place. We would just compromise on something and be like, okay, let's get 8 megabytes. We did get 4 megabytes with SegWit, so I'm not even sure where the disagreement was. Maybe it was just the hard fork, or maybe it was just people not liking each other and wanting to break away from that context. But I feel like the revolution that I joined never happened. And now maybe that I might have made some US dollars, but it doesn't really make me happy. It doesn't make me wake up in the morning and say, let's go and get another shop to adopt Bitcoin. I feel sorry for the businesses or waiters or waitresses that I tipped with custodial lightning, because I think some of these services even shut down. So if they haven't used that for some gift card on Bitrefill or something, then they basically lost everything to the custodian. And I don't know where this is going to end. I'm hopeful that guys like Robin or SuperTestnet are gonna use their big brains for something good. But the question is, will it get adopted? That's the other issue. Like, Robin wants to build something that's called shielded CSV, which is basically a way to replicate the Zcash shielded pool on Bitcoin. But if nobody's gonna use that because they all want to hodl, then it's going to be just another disappointment. So first, I think we need to work on the culture and get people to try stuff, maybe adopt. Like I had a campaign last year where I was telling people, adopt a shitcoin, okay? You know it's a shitcoin, don't invest money in it, just join the community, see what they're building, try to figure out how you can bring this to Bitcoin, have like a 6 months journey and come back and see what you're learning from that. Because not everything is just a lazy copy of Bitcoin. There's stuff out there that actually tries new ideas and innovates in ways that maybe we're not on Bitcoin, or at least not yet. I think we need like a post-maximalist ideology where we're not afraid to look into stuff and there is no shame in doing it. Like, you're saying, okay, Bitcoin Cash is doing a good job. Let's take some of this, bring it to Bitcoin. Or Litecoin is doing a good job with their MWeb or whatever. Is that compatible with Bitcoin? Are there limits to this? Is this useful at all? If anything, I think there's too much gatekeeping and a bad culture. If we had much more of an openness to experimentation, maybe we would get to this idea of adopting Bitcoin for payments much faster. The problem is that I think we got corrupted by the sailors and the BlackRocks and everyone else who turned Bitcoin into digital gold in the worst sense. Because digital gold used to mean that you can mine it with your computer and it's scarce. But what it means right now is that it's hard to move around and costly to move around, even though that's no longer the case. The on-chain fees have become so small that the miners are pivoting to AI because they make more money with their infrastructure doing that. And it also means that it's being held by custodians, just like gold. And it's really unfortunate that we got to this point. I don't know, long rant. Do you want to comment on any of these points? Do you want me to continue my rant?
Well, I mean, you can
on.
continue as long as you want. I think this is good. This is clearly, something that you need to be able to say that maybe you haven't been able to get out there in the same way. So if you want to keep going, I mean, I have a couple of things to ask you, but as far as I'm concerned, carry on as you have been.
It's also funny that last year I went to BTC Prague undercover. Like I didn't buy a ticket. I don't want to give any money to these assholes because they treated me in a horrible way after I interviewed Roger. And I don't feel like I deserved any of that. But someone came up to me, a fellow podcaster who's also a book author and a high priest in some ways, and he told me, "Oh, Vlad, it's so good to see you. So unfortunate that you're not doing your podcast anymore after you interviewed Roger." And I was attending this event just a few days after I interviewed Vitalik, and that was even bigger than the Roger Ver interview. Like Vitalik got me like 70,000 views on the first week. It was crazy. Like the chat was going crazy. I don't know what's special about this guy, but after talking to him, I've gained more respect for what he's doing because I realized, okay, he's not overrated in any way. He's really that smart and he understands what's going on, even if he's the subject of memes and people project a lot of ideas and thoughts onto him that aren't really true. But my point is that the perception is very different from the reality, and these people are stuck in a circle jerk bubble where they make up narratives. They say, even about Roger, for example, they said once he started supporting BCH, they said, well, he sold all of his Bitcoin and now he's poor. Stuff like this. Like, they don't know anything. They're just trying to create these narratives that are convenient for perpetuating the cult. And I'm sorry that I contributed to this cult, because now I realize how it really works. I'm happy that I'm outside. I'm proud of the people who still listen to my podcast despite being not pure enough, or whatever that means. And I guess I'll keep going for as long as I find it interesting, because I'm not sure about you, Jeremy, why you do this podcast. And I see your producer that became very bored right now. He's looking at me like, is this guy
he's just had dinner. That's what he's like digesting. That's what's going on.
What I was going to say is that I don't know why you do this podcast. Maybe you feel like you're serving your community or something. But I think the primary purpose should be that you're learning for yourself and you're growing and feeling like you can contribute to the project in more meaningful ways. Because that's also what I feel about my podcast. I don't do it for my audience. Honestly, I don't care who's listening. I just do it because I want to learn something new every week. And when I learn something new, I feel like I have no idea what I'm going to do with this knowledge, but I do like learning. So it's a very selfish project from this point of view. I don't care too much about what the audience wants, but it seems like they like what I'm doing. So keep going.
I don't know. I think in some ways I do it the opposite, and in some ways the same. Like, why do I do the podcast? Honestly, I do it for humanity. Humanity needs Bitcoin to succeed.
Well, that's a good reason.
It's that, or we get captured by the bankers and it's all over, And I knew that once I got into Bitcoin, and it's still true now. And when I started the show at the start of 2021, it was right after Amori had split off with eCash in November of 2020, And also, coincidentally, at that time, I had been sort of taking a break, but I became more interested in Bitcoin. The price was also skyrocketing at that time. And so I looked into it and I thought, Amori's left, like BCH is actually the answer that we've been waiting for. Like you said, it was a very traumatic time and a lot of other people had left. So I looked at that and I thought, BCH was never going to work with him there as a benevolent dictator, which he says, is just a joke and about Linux and everything. But truly, you can't advertise a project like that and say it's decentralized, even in a joking way like that. So after he was out, I was like, this is it. This is BCH's one shot to actually prove the big block thing, to overcome the hijacking and et cetera, et cetera. And so I got involved. And then in December and January, I was working on things. And, after I had sort of invested some money and I'd done a couple of little different things, I thought, what else more can I do to make this a success? And I thought, well, it's not the node protocol that I need to code. That's going great. In fact, that was one of the strongest things at the time, but the community needs a rallying point and a mission. And they also need to get debunked from a lot of this propaganda on both sides. One, of course, there was loads of BTC propaganda, and I was like, I'll get around to debunking that. But in the short term, I actually needed to fix the BCH community. That also had loads of propaganda. Like the price doesn't matter was like one of the big copes that I had to be like, no, guys, the price does matter. The price indicates public sentiment. It indicates liquidity. It's a measure of popularity. It's one of the most attention attracting things BCH could possibly have. So I had to get through that. There was also just loads of griping and whinging and regressive trauma and so forth in the BCH community. So I had to make the podcast, make it at least decent enough and get some signal out there so that then I would have the clout to go in the Telegram groups and be like, this guy is just whinging and complaining, like this cannot be the way forward. And that got some pushback at the time. Some people sort of saw what I was trying to do and they supported it, although mostly quietly. At the time I didn't get, tons of messages saying like, oh, Jeremy, this is a great idea. But I just saw that people were like, some people were starting to see that what I was saying was right. And then also, some people got cheesed off and eventually had their little rage quit or their little moment, because ultimately if you're just whinging and complaining, like that is not the answer. As much as BCH might have had some things right, and we did and always have, whether it was the Lightning Network or the big block scaling was viable or whatever, there's a lot that BCH has had wrong. And that's what I posted just like the day or two when I was talking to Justin Bonds. It was amazing talking to him and trying to explain to him that the BCH now in 2026 is wildly different from the BCH of 2020. Like there's been 6 years of huge upgrades, which are important not only technically, but they're also important from a cohesion and a narrative point of view, that just the community has reoriented and got back on the same page. And like you said, the network effect is simply growing again, from those years from where the big blocker community pre-BTC split was becoming more and more of a minority because, well, there was so much propaganda and control of the media channels, but also, things fell the small block way in the block size war, and then the BSV split and the XCC split, that's a shrinking group. But from 2022, 2023, and especially through to now, the BCH community has started growing again. And the reason is because it's doing the right things. It's actually just confronted a lot of the nonsense and lies that within the BCH community were affecting it from succeeding. And then, also changed our attitude and our public presentation. Obviously I've spent a lot of time trolling you, so I'm interested to hear.
I remember that, but I never took it personally. And I did see some spite there sometimes, and you were making fun of me. But
yes,
it's fine as long as it progresses the understanding of how Bitcoin works or how it should work. I'm fine with it. I do remember at one point that you asked the community to give you like a grant, and you were asking for like, I don't remember exactly, like $5,000 per month or whatever. And I think David Shares was very much against it. So saying that you don't deserve that.
Yes. And where is he now? That's the thing, that was like a couple of years ago. he was flaming out and raging as a result of the issue with George Donnelly and censorship for people who want it. There's an episode, I think it's episode 111. You can go back and listen to the show where we covered all that in detail. There was this touch point around the Reddit thing, and he was raging and whinging because he wanted things to go one way, and I even invited him on the show to give his point of view. He didn't want to do that, and so then afterwards he tried to like slander me that I was this evil person in the community or whatever, and that I had unfairly got this like money, even though I have delivered on every single thing basically that I've ever promised to the BCH community. And so it was just, yeah, you know, like that's an example of what I'm talking about, that there was people who have those negative attitudes in the community that had to be purged, essentially. You know, putting it that way is maybe a little harsh, but they had to find that this was not the project for them, or they at the very least had to have their influence go down in order for things to reorient in the correct direction. And so to the extent that you or other people that I go around, like, you know, Eric Wall or even maybe John Carvalho, I don't know, different people, Bitcoin Mechanic, all these different characters that I go to and I individually like troll you or mock you, or, you know, it's not malicious. I'm not doing it because I'm trying to, you know, insult you or tear you down or anything. It's because I'm trying to get your attention. And that's been the hardest thing about it, you know, was now it's maybe a little bit different. Now the situation has changed, but certainly 4 or 5 years ago, like you said, you wouldn't have thought you would be on a show like this, and you maybe wouldn't have taken any of the ideas discussed seriously. And it's just been it's just, it's like a, you know, a wolf pit or a gladiator type of thing on Twitter. You know, it's not like you can't get credibility if you just come in as Mr. Nice Guy. That's not how, like, you know, all male communities work. You have to prove that you know your stuff before people will take you a little bit seriously. And that might mean taking a few knocks, and it might mean handing out a few. And so I've had to do that. But I do, and in each of you, like, my approach is tailored to your individual personality, to what I think will help connect the message the most. And I usually do try and balance the mocking and the ridicule and the memes and whatever with, you know, posts that are more constructive and, hey, why don't you look at this, and so on and so forth. But to be fair, I have on at least 1 or 2 occasions, I have genuinely been frustrated that it took so long to maybe get you to take these ideas seriously. But I'm glad that you have, and, you know, now there'll be no need for it, right? I won't need to anymore. And I'm only doing it in service of BCH and in service of Bitcoin, you know, to the extent that I'm able to debunk different pieces of propaganda and whatever. I don't think that can hurt Bitcoin, and I'm not involved now. I own 0 BTC, and I'm not involved in the BTC community at all. And you know, so if the BTC community can figure out the answers, then great. They can all just ignore me, block me, mute me, whatever. Many of them have, and that's fine. But the reason that that's not a sustainable or viable strategy is because at least some of what I'm saying is true, and you just can't ignore that forever. So, like, coming full circle, you know, why did I do the podcast? I mean, I do the podcast because I think humanity needs Bitcoin, but there's also a selfish side, like you said. To me, the podcast is also more of a self-improvement project, in that for the podcast to get, like, at the time when I started it, I was in lockdown in London during coronavirus at one of the just lowest points in my life. It was absolutely horrible. And I was thinking, like, why is all this stuff happening? Like, I have all these ideas, or I'm able to predict that this is how things will go with Bitcoin specifically, because I'm so obsessed with it and been following it for such a long time. But, you know, why can nobody else see this? And then I was like, well, because someone like me who thinks they have a different point of view isn't getting it out there. And so in creating the show, I've now been able to be full-time, you know, working in the BCH community, which is just like my dream job. Like, I just love it. I work, like you said, I mean, you kind of said the opposite, but, you know, I'm sure at a certain point, you know, you wake up every day thinking, fuck yeah, like, what else would I rather be doing? I mean, if I didn't have this podcast, this mission, you know, Bliss and Celine and everything that I'm doing, like, what would I do with my, I'm sure I could figure out something, like, before I was doing this stuff full time. I would travel around the world, or get drunk. Nowadays, I'd probably like do a lot more, bachata dancing, or maybe I'd get into woodworking or something. I don't know. I'd find some other passion or way to spend my time. But really, is there, like somebody said, it's one of those what do you call it, like quotable things where it's like, think about what is the most important thing you could be doing with your life, and then think, do I wake up every day doing that? And if not, why not? It's as simple as that, right? So I can't see any point where I could have more leverage on improving humanity than doing that. But in doing that, it's a personal challenge for me, which is the amount of skills and stuff I've had. Like, I'm not a very public type of person by default. I mean, maybe similar to you in that, like, I have a strong privacy mentality, and I always find it ironic, all these guys that are talking about privacy, but it's like, I know what you look like, bro. Like, clearly you're not that into privacy. If you were, you wouldn't be posting yourself on the internet everywhere. But
no, but that's not what privacy means. And
well,
I think, if anything, privacy and security are tied together. If you're this guy that nobody knows who he is, and he makes one privacy mistake, maybe that you're going to disappear for various reasons. You have enemies or whatever. Nobody's going to know that you disappeared. You can get replaced very easily.
That's
like,
true.
There are some layers to this. I think Peter Todd said this to me, which is very true, that sometimes your house is safer if you let the kids play on your lawn.
Yes.
Because there's going to be lots of eyes on your house, and nobody's going to come breaking into your house. So sometimes having, like, being out there, but being also careful with the information that you're giving out, is much better than being this paranoid person who's only using Tails OS and logs into stuff with one-time passwords and, I don't know, uses Tor and Monero for everything. Like, there are some benefits to that, but I'm not saying that you should be chasing that kind of lifestyle, because it has lots of trade-offs. Being able to participate in debates publicly, representing yourself. Like, for example, I understand why Cobra doesn't want to reveal his face. He's most likely very rich, or Tamos or whatever. But for the average person who just discovered Bitcoin or Monero or whatever, who's super paranoid about their identity online and whatever, I do understand the concerns. Like, I'm pretty sure we're training some AI right now by live streaming on YouTube, and there's gonna be someone using these statements potentially against us in the future. I don't know where this is going to end. It's just that I think we're evolving human beings, and it's part of this large political game that we learn and we express opinions about what we want, and essentially what we get is like the lowest denominator of what everyone wants eventually, which is unfortunate. Like, we're not getting the best stuff out there, but if we voice our opinion and we try to raise the standard a bit, at least hopefully the outcome will be a bit better. Or that's what keeps me going, at least. I hope I'm not gonna get depressed again in a few years. But my point is that I also think during the pandemic I realized that I was working for Bitcoin Magazine, which was interesting as an experience, but I was super undervalued, and I was basically the janitor picking up what everyone else throws away. I was writing the stuff that the other writers did not want to write. That was kind of my job there, and I was getting paid by the article, so I didn't have like a full-time gig, even though I was working full-time for them, but they were only paying me when something was getting published. And during the pandemic, I sort of rage quit. I was like, screw you guys, I'm gonna double down on my podcast project, which I started like a year prior. And it was possibly the best decision of my life, meaning that it was the first time when I realized, okay, I'm not making any more money right now. I might as well work on a personal project that doesn't make any money and keep going until maybe it does. And in hindsight, it was crazy, but also I was able to make this work somehow. And I feel sorry for spending so much time in the cult and not paying attention. For example, I missed out on DeFi Summer. I missed out on lots of movements that could have potentially taught me something and made me rich or whatever, but I did miss out on stuff which could have been very educational, and I could have brought some ideas to Bitcoin if I was a bit more courageous. But I think I'm doing that now, even though I'm sure that the people who cast me out or excommunicated me or whatever verb you want to use, I don't think they're listening anymore or they care. But I'm very flattered that when I invite them on my podcast, they always say yes. Like nobody says, "Oh, you're such a horrible shitcoin," or "I don't want to talk to you." They all think maybe that they have this naive missionary mindset where they think that if they talk to me for a couple of hours, they're gonna convert me or something. Or maybe that they think that they're much smarter and they want to dunk on me, but I don't care too much for that. And for example, I have the CEO of Swan Bitcoin, Corey Clipson, I think. He wants to join my podcast again, even though we're very opposed in terms of where we stand with Bitcoin right now. He was on the side of institutional adoption, and he advised Sequence, which was a company that started their own BTC reserve and became a treasury company. And then they sold everything at a loss, which is very funny. But he was behind that, and he still believes that it was a good move, but maybe the timing was bad or whatever, or maybe that the people behind the company Sequence did not have enough conviction to hold, or I'm not sure exactly what the explanation is going to be, or the post-rationalization. But he is very popular with Bitcoiners, and he would like to join my show. And I'm genuinely flattered and would love to have a debate with him about this. And I'm happy that despite all of the negativity in the community and this tendency to create a unitary cult that thinks alike and acts like what Michael Saylor calls the hive mind of cyber hornets, there is still some place for contrarians. And I'm not sure if I'm the best of contrarians, but I'm out there expressing some skepticism and people like to engage with this. So it's good. Like I don't have real reasons to complain other than we haven't really delivered on the promises of this technology. And I've said this on another podcast, I don't remember which one, but I was on a date during the pandemic with a girl. I think the year was 2020. And she asked me, I was telling her about Bitcoin. I was very enthusiastic. And she asked me, okay, so where can I pay with this? And I will never forget my answer. I was like, you shouldn't pay with this. It's not meant to be used for payments. And then she looked at me very confused, like, how is this even money if you don't make payments with it? I was like, maybe you can buy a gift card. But yeah, it felt like I wasn't interesting or cool. And she was right. Like, where do you pay for this? Well, where do you pay with this for stuff? It wasn't like the adoption hasn't even reached the point that it can. I'm aware that Jack Dorsey did some stuff with his company that's called Square to add some options at the payments terminals to choose Lightning. But I think the whole setup requires KYC. Because I remember they had a booth at the Bitcoin conference this year in Las Vegas. And I tried to get their $20 free Bitcoin on the Lightning Network. And the first thing they asked me was to sign up to Square and then provide my bank account to receive that. And I was like, I don't have an American bank account. And they said, we're sorry, we cannot let you join. You cannot participate. So maybe that their whole adoption scheme relies on being registered with your KYC data to this custodian. Now, I don't think that's the way to do it. That was never the Bitcoin way. Maybe it's useful on the short term, and some people don't care because they buy it from exchanges anyway. So they're like, who cares? It's just the coins that I withdraw from Coinbase or Kraken that I use for spending. It's not much different from using your credit card, but at least you're using Bitcoin, sort of. I don't know.
Well, realistically, and this is a really important topic, I think, which is that realistically, the world has to operate with some level of those systems. It just does. Even in a hyper Bitcoinized world, not every single person is going to be coin joining, trading, you know, perfectly like anonymously. Even when the whole world was based on cash before digital payments was a thing, you know, there was still payments that you needed to make that were related to companies and could be traced to this and that and the other, right? So that's going to be an aspect of it, and it's in a way it's part of Bitcoin winning, right? So people who are kind of like,
I'm not saying that everyone should be in full cypherpunk mode. I'm just saying that the people who choose to be in that mode should be included also. Like, you shouldn't push the adoption and the whole payments economy to be in line with whatever regulations are in place in the US.
Exactly.
It's conditioned by adhering to this system.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I agree totally. And so I think that's
we're just reinventing banking if we're doing that. It's like, even in the gold world, if you come with a gold coin that's not stamped by the king of your country or whatever, and is from somewhere else, it's still gold. They will accept it. Maybe they will give you less stuff for it. I don't know. Or maybe that they will evaluate the purity before they actually accept it, but they accept it.
Exactly. It does need to be a global payment system. And so it's really going to come down to making the minimum possible concessions on that front to get it to be a global currency. You know, there's going to be some of that. So I think, yeah, some people are too naive that, oh, we can not have any of that. No, there's going to be some of that. But on the other hand, you also need people pushing back on the end, because in a vacuum, if nothing is done, if there aren't people working on cutting edge privacy solutions, you know, if there aren't people working on ways to, you know, obfuscate transactions, if there aren't people working on the legal and the regulatory side saying that BCH needs to be Bitcoin needs to be a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, then it's going to fade away, and it's just going to be enveloped by the same forces that already control banking. It's just kind of like the price of liberty is eternal vigilance, you know. The price of a free Bitcoin is eternal work from us, the community who have Bitcoin's better interests at heart, because if we're not going to do it, nobody will. And that'll be the end of it. In 20 years, people will look back and think, oh yeah, that was a nice idea, but, you know, ultimately we're back in the same hellscape we were. You know, people will be trying to invent a new Bitcoin. I mean, of course, now there's just a million cryptocurrencies, but something genuinely new, you know, a new paradigm shift like that to try and escape the box. Same again.
Also, we have to be aware that while we were fighting about what the ideal block size should be, the banking system has caught up with making payments convenient. Paying with your card used to be cumbersome. Like, you had to swipe your card, you had to type your PIN, sometimes you had to sign the receipt. It wasn't very nice. But now you just tap with that NFC chip, and that's pretty much it in most cases. Sometimes if they're having some sort of antiquated accounting system, they ask you to sign the receipt still, but that doesn't happen too much anymore. So nowadays, when you choose to spend Bitcoin, you're voluntarily opting in for a more inconvenient system. And the user experience for Bitcoin used to be much superior to that of banks. So on this front, I think we sort of lost the battle by choosing to fight for 10 years on how to make this technology work instead of actually pursuing adoption. And Roger Ver was right when he said that we're gonna waste a decade just stalling adoption that could have happened. And maybe that he was ahead of his time with the understanding of what adoption means and what merchants actually require. And where I'm going with this is that if we're going to catch up and we're going to make this technology work, we need much easier user experience to the point where your grandma can use it without thinking what's going on, without knowing anything about what the blockchain is, without caring too much about how this technology operates. And I compared this with AI a lot because we had this resurgence of AI technology and LLMs and whatever. I'm aware that it came in various moments of our history, and it was also part of the dot-com bubble, this idea of AI. but now it's much more advanced. And in order to use something like Claude or ChatGPT or whatever, you don't need instructions. You don't need to be explained by someone how the technology works, how neural systems work, how it's stored somewhere on a server, or you're operating it locally, and how tokens work and whatever. Nobody needs to explain this to you. You just open a website, you type what you need to be using. You can opt for the premium feature for which you're going to pay, or you can get the free version, which is limited in its capacity. But everyone understands why they need this, what it's good for, and finds a way to integrate it into their workflow. And I wish we had something similar with Bitcoin, where you want to adopt it, right? You want to use it for payments, and then there's a meme in Bitcoin right now that you need to listen to 40 hours of podcasts every week to understand what this is. Did Jeremy drop out? I'm evil. I'm making people drop out. Anyway, it's really unfortunate that this technology requires so much quote-unquote education on how to use it when it should be simple. And I think the guy from CoinSpice, so I don't know if you watched CoinSpice or you're aware of that show, but Colin did a very cool advertisement for Bitcoin Cash that's called It's Just Cash, Bro. You can find the video on YouTube where there's this guy explaining how Bitcoin works to the clerk, and then there's someone else who just walks in, takes whatever he wants to buy, and then pays for it and leaves. And that's kind of the point, and that's how it should be. And I think it's such a good campaign. It's unfortunate that it didn't become as popular as it deserves to be. I think it has very good production value, and it sends a message that we need to be reminded of perpetually, that this is supposed to be money that we spend, not some sort of made up fantasy about reinventing the meaning of money. There's actually a guy who does a podcast that's called What is Money? And he's using very fancy words to explain how this technology works and why people choose to transact in this specific way and how it enables the elimination of barter, like fundamental economic stuff. But he went on for hundreds of episodes of just intellectual masturbation of fancy words and ideas that you can summarize very easily. And I think that's a good way to explain where Bitcoin is currently at, where people overcomplicate something that is supposed to be very simple, which is you have money, you make payments, and that's pretty much it.
I think when people ask, like, and it doesn't happen so often anymore, but when people, like, I got into cryptocurrency in April of 2016. And I remember, like, when people would come up to me and be like, oh, what can you tell me about this? I would always go like, we'll start with the white paper. And now it's like, you don't have to know anything about it, because I feel like I really just want to kind of hammer on the point that it's just money. Like, what do you have to know about your dollar bills in your wallet? That you can spend it somewhere and get a good or service that you want. Welcome back.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anyone actually trying to explain to you where the dollars are printed and what the serial number means and what the different versions of the dollars are and how you can identify them. Of course, there are people who are into this and they collect all sorts of money and they want to know more about the serial number, and they collect rare numbers and they want it to be in mint condition and stuff like this. Like, I respect that, but it doesn't mean that everyone using money needs to get to that level. And I used to also be in the run your own node cult, or else you're not using Bitcoin. And that's super unrealistic. Like, you expect every normie to use their computer to install a software and then wait for about a few days for it to sync and then finally use the money. It is a bit crazy. Like, people need to receive the money and then spend it. And that's pretty much it. Participate in the economy.
All right, my laptop might just completely die at any given point. I have plugged it into the the power, but we'll see. It's a pretty old laptop, so it might just give up. I did not anticipate if we're doing like a 5-hour show that it would.
It's only 4 hours, 30 minutes. Don't take the next 30 minutes for granted. Are you guys tired?
I thought I would be starting to flag a little bit, but no, I'm still pretty with it. I've still got a bunch of topics actually to ask you about.
Is anyone still watching this? Let me check the live stream.
Yeah, the number was going up last I saw. People were loving those rants.
I'm on your website, and this is your YouTube channel. Okay, how many people are actually watching? Leave a message in the chat, like, just let us know that you haven't just left your computer on.
I'm sure there've been a few. There was about 250 people watching on Twitter. Maybe there was a few more on YouTube.
Oh, I gotta retweet that.
Good activity in the chat has been going as well. Jingle Bob says still watching. Thank you, Jingle Bob, one of our dedicated listeners. CSD Sind We See Such ASC 1686 says howdy, maybe from the Midwest. Or the South, right? Not the Midwest. They say howdy in the Midwest? I don't think so. Who else we got here?
I got some feedback from Jonathan Silverblood, who says, sorry, Vlad, I didn't mean to throw this at you specifically. Was hoping to hear Robin and SuperTestnet's views on it, and looks like it turned into a bit of a depressing monologue. It's very interesting to hear, and I wish things were different. For reference, I haven't watched many of your episodes, just snippets here and there, and a BCH1, but listening to you recall story with accuracy, with the accuracy you do is actually really impressive. Glad you came on and challenged Jeremy to do this. Oh, thank you. This is nice. Yeah, I wish Robin and SuperTestnet and Paul actually stuck around for the interesting part. But this is something I've learned during my podcast. Like, people loosen up after a while. In the beginning, it's awkward. They just get to meet each other. You're rambling about various topics, and then you finally find the focus. And that's when it gets good, usually after the first hour. That's why I usually do 2-hour interviews, because the first hour is usually awkward. But then it gets much better. Unfortunately, most people don't listen past the first hour. But
well, you need to just chop off the first hour and just release it like an hour and a half in. Just start the podcast there.
But live streams is very unpredictable. It's like a radio show or something, except that there's no format. There's nobody to establish like what is the maximum amount of minutes or for how long you can talk. It's not like TV or radio where you have like 30 minutes and then 15 minutes of advertisements and then maybe something else. So the format is cool. It's just that it requires good organization with timestamps and something that helps people identify the talking points that they want to hear about. Fortunately, we have AI nowadays, and it's amazing. On Apple Podcasts, they integrated something which basically lets you navigate through the transcript and search for keywords, and it jumps automatically to the moment when that's being discussed, and it's really cool.
Yeah, it is. It is really cool. I mean, one of my favorite things about AI is, in a similar vein, is like, if I remember, oh, I was talking on the show about this long time ago, or I remember somebody said this, I kind of know who said it, roughly when they said it, what the topic was, or whatever, and I need to track down the source. AI is amazing for that. Absolutely amazing in a way that even like Google search, just can't match,
I know. I use it for that also, for researching or finding stuff. And the hallucination rate has become much less obvious, at least. Like, sometimes I have to trust it that it's right, but I still check the source. But it's become better over the years. In the beginning, it was just making up stuff, and that was depressing It felt like you were wasting your time prompting when it wasn't able to say I don't know or I cannot give you the data. And that was also very recent. I remember using Grok for putting the transcript from YouTube and then generating timestamps from it. And sometimes it was hallucinating. It was basically taking information about the guest and assuming what he could have talked about, because the amount of context that I gave to it in the transcript was much more than I was allowed to process with my Grok account. So instead of saying, hey, you're limited to this amount of tokens or whatever, it was just making up some timestamps that were not true. And at first I was confused as to why it does this. Right now it's much better. The amount of progress is really impressive.
Yeah, have you been using it to build stuff? I was doing the other day, I was trying to vibe code some BCH stuff, and honestly, it's getting pretty good. Like, obviously, that relies on there being enough documentation of the tooling and stuff like that, but it was pretty good in that under an hour, I was able to get my app with Wallet Connect, and that I could just connect my wallet, and then it would making these certain kinds of transactions going to a certain address. I didn't do any Covenant stuff. Maybe I'll have to try that in the next iteration. But I was super impressed. And then Max, he made a prediction market that he also he's not a big programmer type of guy, as far as I know. He's a little bit technical, but he made, what's it called? It's called clownmundo.com, I think. Clownmundo.com. And any BCH person can just make a prediction market, as long as you're willing to, trust whoever made it as the oracle. And yeah, you can just link up your wallet and stuff. So once we've got Wizard Connect integrated into more of the wallets, and also once there's a little bit more documentation and it all gets fed into the next round of AI, it's going to be so easy to make BCH apps, even powerful ones. Just, I need a BCH app that just does this, add Wizard Connect, boom, and then it will just plug into all the wallets and stuff automatically. It's going to be amazing. I feel like this is what we need for the actual idea of magic internet money. Like, that's finally going to be actually coming true, where people who want to make any kind of website that interacts with money in any way will just be able to do it in a couple of hours with very little starting point.
I think the entry fee has been lowered so much. You used to have to pay someone to do this kind of stuff for you. Now all you need is time management and the willingness to organize everything. Because if you're using, especially, I think Claude Opus 4.8 is really amazing. I've been using it since 4.3 or something, and I'm not sure exactly what the difference is, but it's been very consistent in. So, for example, you give out an idea how to build an app, it's going to suggest how you're going to build it step by step. And then basically you feel like you're the one working for the AI and not the other way around. It's telling you, okay, this is the first step. This is what you need to do. Once you're finished, tell me, and I'll give you the next sequence of code and tell you exactly what to do with it. But what I like about it is that it also tells you when you're wrong. Like, if you have a bad idea, it's going to tell you why it's a bad idea, or why you shouldn't go forward with that. So in a way, it's like having an engineer friend watching over your shoulder and telling you how you can reach your goal, which is really good. What I don't like is that I think sometimes it forgets what it told you to do earlier, or loses context, and then it's going to give you instructions which are not compatible with the previous instructions that you received, or it's going to forget that it told you to do something after a few prompts, and it will make mistakes on code that was generated by Claude itself. So sometimes you need to basically take the whole conversation, put that in a file, like a txt file or whatever, and then send it to Claude so that it can read once again and get the context of your conversation and continue from where you left off, as opposed to hallucinations or whatever else may happen. It's more costly. I sometimes think that this is made on purpose by Anthropic, so that when it loses context, you're going to get angry and do more prompts, and basically you're paying for all the tokens that you're burning doing this. So they make more money off of you because you have to do backtracking. Or sometimes you have to paste the whole code that it generated because you need to debug what happened. And that's also super expensive, like a large prompt with a lot of context. It burns many tokens. Maybe you're going to be paying $10, $15, $20 for just one large prompt.
Yeah, I find it tends to, like, for me, it quote unquote just works up until a certain point. And then at a certain point, I don't know whether it's complexity or how long I've been using it or whatever. And then suddenly it just starts to, like, kind of, first a couple of little errors start to creep in, and then it just explodes with like errors, or it does something really weird that I'm like, what is this? This is not what I wanted anymore. And I guess, yeah, maybe some people have more of a conspiracy mindset that they're deliberately limiting the tokens or whatever. I don't know whether it just gets out of a certain range of the context of our conversation, just gets too long and it loses the thread, or I don't know. But it is kind of weird as a software developer, yeah, that I used to have to figure out all these things one by one. And then the earlier AI models, you could kind of auto prompt while you were doing your work in the normal way. And then at a certain point, I was just like, okay, I barely even need to look at the code anymore. And now, yeah, if I'm just vibe coding something, like, you don't need to look at the code. In fact, you just iterate on it over and over and over until you have like a final PR that you're ready to do, and then you would want to manually review it step by step. But people are not even necessarily doing that. They don't even have to. You just see every once in a while on Twitter somebody like, oh, our AI that we had auto deploying to production just nuked everything and we're all fucked. And you're like, okay, well, maybe you should have realized that that wasn't the best idea. But I can understand the instinct to do it because it's just so much faster. And if it works out, it works out until it doesn't, basically.
I've built my website, which is bitcoin-takeover.com, using Claude, and also the podcast page, which is bitcoin-takeover.com/audio. Basically, what I did was replace WordPress, which I was using and was very convenient, with something which is pure PHP and HTML and JavaScript. And I see very good results in terms of optimization and page load speed, which is very important. On the other hand, it has some weird quirks and bugs, which I haven't had the time to fix, but I will get around to them because I think Claude is very good for completing 90% of your project. And then you're left with that quirky 10% that you need to figure out with lots of prompts. But still, it's much better than nothing. Like, I was using WordPress, which had cumbersome plugins that were eating up lots of resources, and every time you were adding something, it was making your page slower and your database more convoluted and larger to load. So I'm happy that at least there is this option and you can optimize for it.
I don't know. I think we're going to be living in a wild world in a couple of, like you said, the barrier to entry has just been lowered so much, which as a software developer, it's interesting that some software developers feel so threatened by it, you know, and they really don't want to embrace it. They really want to avoid kind of thinking about, okay, well, maybe this has just obsoleted like 20 years or 30 years of my skill that I've developed. But I kind of see it as the other way around because I have way more ideas than I have time to program them. And I don't have enough money to hire all the people that I need to program those things. And to the extent AI helps them or me, then it just speeds up the rate at which I can put out all the different ideas I have. So I think it's better. But somebody said to me the other day, which I think was very accurate, that basically as an engineer, you need to become more product minded. Like the role that a product manager would typically be in a software company is so much more powerful now as a result, because maybe that engineering, like code monkey skills are not as relevant anymore. And honestly, engineers should be the best place to have been learning and thinking through those points of view over the years. But if they've neglected that to just stick to figuring out the Boolean logic, then you kind of played yourself because AI has replaced that. But in the same way, it's done the same thing for like designers, for instance. You know, I'm not a great designer and there are great designers and that's it. But you can get 90% of a great designer, maybe more, if you just go on Claude and say, make this a cool design. I want these colors. I want it to be user-friendly, or I want it to imitate this or that app that I like the look and flow of. And boom, there you go. So yeah, I just think everybody's being impacted somewhat in the same way.
I think this way that we interact with AI makes me wish I got my degree in literature or something that made me very good with describing situations. Sometimes I feel like I'm lost for words, or I don't know exactly what I want. And it's much easier to be specific and use the right words to describe what you want, as opposed to prompting aimlessly until you figure it out. But
I feel like that's more true with images. That's why one of the most interesting things is you have an idea in your head. Like, I really like Midjourney. I got to say, Midjourney is absolutely amazing. And it's kind of like you have an idea and I'll describe my idea. And I feel like it's a pretty good description of my idea. And then what comes out, I'm often like, oh, that is my idea, that it matches the description. But also it's kind of gone in a different direction that I wouldn't expect. Or sometimes it'll be like, that's what one of like of the 4 things that it generates, or the 8 things, you do 2 or 3 reps. And then you're like, okay, this is the one that I was thinking of, but I like this one more. And so then you kind of have that human machine synergy, which I'm sure things are going to be more and more driven in that exact way, because it's very cool. It's just so fast to iterate that it can come up with new variations, like not quite instantly, but close enough to that somebody who is working without AI just cannot get through that number of reps to figure out. And then it's creative. It's fun, of course. You just say like, I want this idea, and then it comes up with something you didn't expect. And then you think, oh, maybe let's go further in that direction. And it comes up with another thing you didn't expect. So
the latest cope, and I'm going to use this argument to get back on track with the main topic. I think the greatest cope of this cycle is that cryptocurrency is going to be AI money and not used by humans for payments. Almost as if all along we have been building this for autonomous computers to be settling debt or making transactions with each other for various reasons. And I was at ETH Denver earlier this year. I think it was February. And this was like the main talking point. The event wasn't as large as other Ethereum conferences. They're admittedly accepting the fact that much of the community has found other interests or has migrated to Solana. But lots of builders were very excited about this use case of making, for example, self-driving cars make payments whenever there is some sort of damage happening, or just getting AI to manage portfolios or whatever and settling everything with Ethereum, which is what they want to make useful, or stable coins or whatever. And I've also seen some of this in Bitcoin, where people say, well, the future of payments is just AI agents settling, because obviously they cannot have bank accounts. And most people are reluctant in terms of allowing some AI to access their bank account without any restrictions, or just trusting them with this. So it's easier to set them up with a wallet with like $20 or whatever it is that you're comfortable allowing your AI to manage. And it does feel like defeat, right? Because the point of this was to maximize human freedom and bring more freedom of transactions and bank the unbanked and whatever. And then you're like, oh, we failed, but at least the AI can use it. And I do expect this to be a major bullish narrative during the next cycle, with companies bragging about how they can integrate Bitcoin payments for settlements of whatever with their AI.
I don't know. I'm like, well, it's just a win. It's a cope, you're right, in the sense that it's kind of like, well, we built a thing and it doesn't really do what we thought or what we wanted, but it does this other thing. So, oh, that was what it was the whole time. So it is a bit of a retrospective cope, but it's a good thing for crypto in that it will help crypto get adopted faster. And by it becoming money for automated payments, it will then have increased network effect, liquidity, etc. And then it will be more compelling as money for humans. So I think in a way it's going to come around and go full circle. On those cycles, I think cycles is done, man. Like, okay, maybe there will be another cycle or whatever, but people who are just looking for these gains and these gains, like the coins are becoming less and less correlated to each other over time. BTC is going to pump less and less every single cycle. Now people are off to putting their money into AI, or they'll be moving off to something else. The halving is less and less of a market shock each time, both in terms of people's awareness of it and also in terms of the percentage of supply that it's changing. So it really is just, I think, dude, the super cycle was a hoax and a scam, and the next cycle, like, it's not coming. I feel like crypto, to get another cycle, quote unquote cycle, has to be useful. The next cycle has to be the coins take off that people are actually using, and there's real demand driving it. Like, I don't think there's another round of scam in it. There's altcoins and then ICOs and then NFTs and then treasury companies. I think we're out of bullshit.
I think we're gonna. So initially in 2016, one of the biggest use cases that kicked off the bull market for Ethereum was DAOs or DAOs or whatever you want to call them, decentralized autonomous organizations. And I think after we have had the bad experience with institutions, people are going to come up with automated institutions on a blockchain run by AI. I feel like this is going to be the next narrative, and they'll say, well, of course, it failed because of human corruption. They'll try to make like a Mt. Gox type of narrative out of it, or FTX or BlockFi or whatever. And they will say, well, this time we figured this out with crypto, that you can actually do autonomous organizations that are run by AI. I totally see that happening from the Ethereum team. And I totally see that happening on Jimmy Fallon with Paris Hilton going to promote something, just like she did with her NFTs. And I don't know. It's just that I think that old narratives can be brought back in a different context to make up. Like, Ethereum Foundation, if you're listening to this, just take some notes, okay? Because I need my bags to pump. Someone sent me some worthless NFTs, and if those can be used for agentic payments, I'm not going to care. I still have a Trump card that hasn't pumped. Like, please pump my bags. Like from the original Series 1 collection that Trump announced in 2022 or something.
ETH is cooked, man. ETH is actually done. Bloody, what's his name? David Hoffman on Bankless. He's like, I've sold my stack. It's all over. Turns out we haven't actually built anything. If you watch the recent Bankless ones, I watched a little bit of one the other day. They are straight up like in full capitulation. Like, oh, we built all this stuff. 2017, 2020, it was all flying. ETH was this amazing money that was going to change the world. But now it kind of isn't. Like, we haven't really built anything that matters. Just,
I mean,
what are we even doing here?
Coincidence, right, that the Ethereum Foundation did a restructuring and they cut off some of the funding that was going to their marketing. And then David Hoffman decides suddenly that Ethereum is not useful anymore. I mean, come on. And to be honest, I do think that he's gonna pivot to Zcash because he's had some Zcash people on and he seemed very fascinated with the concept. Maybe that the Zcash Foundation or whatever is gonna have some money to pay him for marketing and he's gonna keep going. My point is that Ethereum did some useful stuff, especially on the research side. And what they did with, for example, creating rollups, ZK rollups, they're very interesting. And they're a way to do something similar to sidechains, but in a different way that uses math. I think it's underrated. And the fact that they always came up with some weird use case, which somehow got a lot of traction, like the ICOs and DeFi Summer and NFTs, there's some merit to that. Like, can you even, how the hell do you even pitch something as dumb as, let's tokenize JPEGs, but you don't actually own the JPEG, you don't store the JPEG on the blockchain, it's on some third-party server, but you can trade this on this platform and we're gonna sell this monkey JPEG for, it's not even the JPEG, it's the token of the JPEG for thousands of dollars, and people are gonna take this seriously, and they're gonna say this is the future of art. Like, it takes balls and it takes big brains to be able to come up with this, because it's so ridiculous. When you break it down outside of the narratives and you take away the greed that people felt in terms of how do I flip this or how do I sell my art for a lot of money, every mediocre artist out there who knew how to use MetaMask suddenly became a genius. I mean, that there is something there. And I did go to a couple of Ethereum conferences, and they do have some of these more institutional type of art people coming there and saying, well, I set up this organization where people can tokenize their art, and we have serious collections by whatever authorities that decided that this is real art.
I mean, Ethereum has like things going for it. Like, I'm not saying it's gonna die. Like, it will still be around and so forth, but I can just see the intellectual collapse in their community. Like, once upon a time, it was, yeah, we're gonna flip BTC. They're flipping. We're coming for them. And then it was ultrasound money. We're going to be actually taking over. Proof of stake, the merge. They did the merge. And
but to be honest, like, if you look at the interview with Adam Back and Greg Maxwell, they were on a podcast in 2014. I wish I would remember the name of it, but it's the only one that you can find on YouTube where Greg Maxwell is actually on a podcast. I'm trying to think of the name, but it will come later, hopefully. They were making fun of the whole concept of proof of stake, and they were saying it's never going to work. And if you look at all the FUD previous to the merge, they were saying it will never work, and they're not going to be able to do it. And this is the end of Ethereum. They're going to crash the network. The merge is going to be a catastrophic event where this can happen and this other catastrophic phenomenon can occur. And it never happened. Like,
it didn't happen, but it was both ways though, because I agree with you. There was lots of FUD beforehand that they wouldn't successfully pull off the merge and that proof of stake would be fundamentally broken and blah, blah, blah. And of course, yeah, that was mostly like FUD and wrong. But it was also the other way around where the ETH people were like, once we have proof of stake, like, you aren't going to believe it. We're going to be burning through coins. The market cap is going to be rocketing up. Everyone's going to see how genius our idea was, etc., etc. And then, of course, none of that happened either.
That's the marketing side, but the technical side actually has some merits. And the fact that they took an idea which obviously couldn't scale, and they came up with solutions to make it scale, is also proof that they were pretty creative. Because Vitalik came up with something which obviously could never scale, or not to the promises of a world computer or whatever it is that it got redefined as every cycle. It was the DeFi platform. It was the ICO machine or whatever. The everything machine. I think there's an actual book that's called this. But they were able to come up with ways first with layer 2s, and then they figured out how to do on-chain scaling with rollups, and they said, well, maybe that layer 2s are not necessary anymore. And I think part of the reason why it's in such a dire bear market right now is that many of these people who built layer 2s and companies and whatever, they're not happy, right? They invested a lot of capital in deploying this, and then they realized that the leader of the project decided to pivot away from this approach of scaling and try to be more like Solana, but in a way that uses smarter cryptography as opposed to centralized servers. There is some merit to it. I'm not saying it's a flawless project, but the expectation from the Bitcoin camp was that it was going to fail in situations when obviously it did much better than expected.
Well, it's just like BCH. I mean, layer 2s is just like the ETH version of, Lightning Network. It's like,
they actually had the Raiden network, which was, I think one of the authors was one of the co-authors of the Lightning paper.
Exactly.
Joseph Poon, I think, actually worked on something which was like Lightning on Ethereum, but with a token. And for some reason, it never went anywhere. Like, it got a lot of hype. There was Plasma. There was, what was the other scaling?
Like Casper or something called that.
Casper proof of stake.
Called, like, some nonsense like that.
That one was never used.
That's right. All these things, it's just the label that somebody has that they package up as a genius idea. They get millions and millions of dollars invested into it. Somehow or another, it doesn't work out. Some of the investors are mad. Some of them just write it off as, well, you're investing in new tech and it doesn't always work out. The narrative fades out. Everyone forgets about that thing. And then a fresh batch come in to like rehype it, reheat the same nonsense under a new label. Like, that's just what I see over and over and over again. I mean, it happens in ETH just as much as it does in BTC, basically, from my point of view. And to be honest, it happened in BCH as well, too, till we started getting things right. That was the same thing. Oh, we got to have Wormhole. We're going to have SLP tokens. We're going to have this Bitcoin mining parliament. All this, like every community just has to go through this until they actually start hitting on like some real stuff,
But this is how evolution happens, actually. You have to come up with iterations and fail, and then come back, pick up basically what makes sense from all the iterations and try to improve on that. And I think Ethereum, to be honest, is the most experimental place in all of crypto. Like, of course, you're gonna have the Ethereum killer. There's been, I think one of the first one was called Neo, and then there was EOS, and then there was Polkadot, and now there's Solana. And there's always been Cardano, which was always technically inferior, but had very good marketing. My point is that there are many attempts to bring this one down, but it's actually Ethereum that came up with the bull market narratives and sort of set the trends every cycle in regards to what is fashionable, what's the new cool use case that brings the next million users. And if you think about it in this very cynical way, I think all the libertarians and all the anarchists are already here trying to build stuff and having their own purpose. How do you get the normies to care about this tech? In the beginning, they're not going to listen to any of the pitches concerning sovereign money or being able to unbank yourself or whatever. They'll say, I'm fine with my life, it's comfortable. But then you basically trigger their greed when it comes to something as stupid as monkey JPEGs. And then they'll say, well, of course this one has value because this other person bought it for $1,000. So I'm going to buy it for $1,000 and try to flip it for $10,000. And if they stick around long enough, they will actually understand how the tech works, because once they lose their money, they'll try to rationalize what happened if they're smart. If they're not smart, they will just go back to whatever they were doing with their lives and say, okay, this was all a scam all along. This is not for me. But those who stick around actually end up building stuff. They'll come up, if they're smart scammers, they'll come up with the next scam. If they're principled people like Robin, for example, his first involvement in the space was with an ICO. He doesn't talk about that too much. But Robin Linus, or Linus, I'm not sure how you refer to him as, but in German it's Linus, started out as a developer for an ICO project. And he felt deeply regretful for his contributions to that, and then decided that he wants to build something legit on a project that's not scammy. And that's how he came up with BitVM. It took him years to get there, but my point is that from all of this scamminess, you're going to have smart people who get in for the simple reason that they wanted to get rich. And then they will realize they didn't get rich. They will try to rationalize why they didn't get rich. And then you're going to get a different kind of adoption and expand your community. And I think the people who engineered this and they thought about Ethereum as being this place where you're going to have lots of crazy ideas that maybe are too crazy for Bitcoin. I think the Peter Thiel kind of people, right, who put their money everywhere, they're not tribal. They don't care which one is going to succeed, but they just fund everything out there, hoping that it's going to somehow disrupt the status quo. I sort of respect it once you look at it from this cynical perspective where it's not necessarily about building the best stuff, but it's also about marketing something so that it brings more users. Because let's be fair, there are not too many people who came to Bitcoin Cash for the token system. And Cash Fusion is not necessarily the most popular way to use Bitcoin Cash. But if you do come up with a stupid game or something, or just a system that gets people to trade tokens for stupid reasons, like tokenize Magic the Gathering, or whatever is popular with kids nowadays, Minecraft NFTs, or I don't know, maybe it will get more young people to care about this network and onboard them. And maybe it's scammy in retrospect because people lose money, but it's also valuable because people who previously never cared about this end up getting involved in this and potentially making valuable contributions that advance the technology and potentially help us get closer to the goal. Because I think ultimately, and the smartest people in the room will agree, it doesn't matter which one of the projects is going to win. Of course, it matters from the selfish reason that we want our bags to be the successful ones. We want to tell everyone that they were wrong, and we want to get stupid rich. But if one of them succeeds and pushes humanity towards more freedom and separates state and money and achieves all of these beautiful ideals, then honestly, I don't care if it's gonna be BSV, I will accept it. Okay, I'll say they got it right, even if I don't think it will happen because they have that confiscation opcode which they embedded. That they can confiscate
proof of court, yeah, proof of court order.
Screw them. I don't want it to be BSV, but if it's BSV, I will accept it. I will say, okay, I'll buy some BSV and use it. If this is the money that is actually cypherpunk and is useful. If it's gonna be BCH, cool. If it's gonna be BTC, then I guess I will just dunk on everyone and be like, I was right all along. But I don't care about that part. I think I had my ego destroyed so many times over the years that I don't care anymore. If it's gonna be Monero or Zcash or Xano or whatever is fashionable out there, I don't care anymore. I just want something to actually work and bring us closer. The problem of fragmentation, I think, is only temporary until we wake up and we realize either that we can put all of it in one network, or else we can just accept that we're gonna have, instead of 21 million coins on this deflationary economy, we're gonna have maybe 500 million coins on this economy where you can swap between assets. And if that's gonna bring more freedom to the world, I don't care, honestly.
Yeah, so I want to hit on that, which is, where do you think, well, let me put it like this. I have got this new theory, which is that BCH needs to stop basically trying to appeal to old OGs to like come back. And to be fair, we've done, some of that is fine. And of course, some people who've left BCH will want to come back and see that we're doing things right and all that. But my general trend that I've noticed, which was emphasized by my recent discussions with Justin Bonds, was like, over and over again, I see these people who've left, they're a bit traumatized or they're out of touch with what's going on. And it's like they had their time in BCH and they got it wrong. And that was why there was splits, there was chaos, there was bad reputation, BCH wasn't working. Like, of course, you can blame it all on the hijacking or conspiracy theories, but at some point you got to take some responsibility that it wasn't all just that, right? It was also like, if you're doing the wrong thing, you're getting bad results, like own up to it, And so now BCH is doing a lot better, and it has, while some people have stuck through all that chaos, a few of them, which is good to have that wisdom and experience. At the same time, those people have had to significantly change their views as a result of all that learning. And the new people who've been coming in are some of the best ones, like people who pop up from wherever, because crypto is open, and they just get involved in BCH and they start contributing massively. And I'm like, that is how we're going to win. We're just going to get more and more of those people who are just popping up, who you just completely wouldn't expect, maybe don't even have a background in crypto, but whatever it is about BCH that resonates with them, they get drawn into the project. And then that's how the culture becomes more unique and productive, is because suddenly we have ideas that are not just being rehashed from the same people that have been there previously or that returned and are out of touch with what's going on. Like, from your point of view, what would you like to see in the BCH culture and mentality and outreach, public perception going forward? You kind of already talked about that for BTC, I think, but for BCH, what advice would you give us?
I mean, I'm obviously a horrible benchmark because I don't have much skin in the game, and I don't really use BCH, so you shouldn't really care about what I'm saying. But I do like the fact that there is that guy Mathieu, the French guy.
Mathieu. Yeah, Mathieu. Right.
They're
He's
very
amazing.
tall.
Yeah, he's very
skinny.
tall.
I met him in Amsterdam. And there's also Kalisti, who's building interesting stuff. These guys were not around during the block size wars. At least I'm not aware. I don't remember them being
weren't.
around.
Yeah.
It was much louder and more arrogant people at the time that I was sort of dueling on Twitter and trying to dunk on. It's a bit unfortunate that I don't get to. So I think I said this at the beginning of the podcast. I said this joke that, oh, you look different, Vin Armani and Colin. You seem to have grown your hair. I wish it was CoinSpice, the show that actually had me on and had me actually admit that there is some merit to BCH. It didn't turn out to be because people move on with their lives and there are cyclical generations involved in every project that try to put their best effort and build something meaningful. But I think in a way it's better that it's not Vin Armani and Colin and the CoinSpice guys. I think it's actually cool that BCH had, maybe it's not the second chance, maybe it's like the third or fourth, and there's a new wave of people coming in and deciding that the technology is useful. I remember at one point in 2018, I think it was Vitalik who said that he's gonna plan to use the BCH block space to unload data from Ethereum, and that Bitcoin Cash was going to become this data availability layer for Ethereum, which maybe could have been bullish, but it also takes away part of the identity of why Bitcoin Cash still exists and what it's supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be much more than some other projects, just data layer. And what can I say? Like, it's beautiful that you have new people coming in who are not necessarily in this for the vendetta, for the long-term Count of Monte Crypto kind of story where you're trying to have revenge on the people who did something wrong to you. I think Paul said this, that maybe that the big blockers lost the war, like they did not change Bitcoin, but most of them became stupid rich because they didn't stay in this monoculture of one coin to rule them all, and they invested in Ethereum and other projects that made them even richer than if they only held Bitcoin. And a lot of these guys are now billionaires. I'm not sure to which extent this criteria applies. It's actually criterion for singular. So this criterion applies. But it's really interesting that this space was developed and how it developed after the block size wars. Because at the time, Bitcoin had a huge dominance. You had Brian Armstrong tweeting about Stellar and Ripple and all the other altcoins being distractions, and we're gonna get sidechains. To this day, we never had real sidechains. Like Blockstream, the company that wrote the paper about sidechains, came up with a federation and conceded that it's just good enough, and then got community backlash. It never worked out for them, which I think is poetic justice, that for all the harm that they did in dividing the community during the block size wars, at least they were never successful. So there is some justice in the whole situation. But also it came at the expense of adoption and all the momentum that Bitcoin had. And now it seems like there's less of it. And we're dealing with more dire competition from other payment systems. Like Apple Pay was not around during the block size wars, and Google Pay was also not around. Now they're so convenient, right? I double tap this button on the side of my phone, and then it brings up the card. I pay with it. It also has a privacy benefit, meaning that the receiver will not see my full name, which is not something that you get when you tap your card. So Apple Pay is cooler from this point of view. But I don't want this to be the money. We're trying to fix the money also from the monetary policy point of view, also from the privacy point of view. Like, there are many advantages that Bitcoin as a concept has compared to fiat money. And it seems like we're not very good at pushing this, except for the situation of, well, this is going to make you rich because there's fewer of it. And if demand increases, do you remember stock to flow?
Yeah, of course I do.
One
of the
feel
top
like
scams.
that was the highest level of copium, where people assumed that the demand is gonna remain constant or else grow in time, and the supply is limited, and therefore the price is going to go up according to this model. And the guy who came up with it actually rewrote the whole model multiple times so that he would always be right. And people chose to believe in that, knowing fully, like, I'm pretty sure Adam Back is aware that it's a scam and it's not good enough, but he promoted it. And Seyfedin Ammous, who is like this supposedly very smart Austrian economist, he endorsed it and said, yeah, this is it, it's gonna work. I'm pretty sure they used it as this self-fulfilling prophecy, hoping that if enough people are gonna believe that it's the case, then this will happen. Obviously, it did not happen because human nature is not that predictable and you cannot engineer it in this way. But the fact that people still believe in it after it got reinvented, it got broken, and then the guy said, well, maybe I got this data wrong, let me change this parameter, and now it looks like we're back on track. It's just crazy. And the fact that this is like the only killer app that we have had so far, just the number go up factor and the expectation that, oh, there's only 21 million Bitcoin, and therefore, if the demand is going to remain constant, the price will go up parabolically. Like, it's crazy. Instead of actually making it useful and saying, well, it's nice that you buy Bitcoin, but then you can also spend it for this. There are some shops, I'm not saying that there's no adoption at all, but it became worse. And with the huddle mentality, it will only get worse, because what I've seen here in Europe, and you've also witnessed it if you went to Slovenia for BCH Bliss, the adoption is stalling or else disappearing because of new regulations. And these companies realize that they have to pay extra legal fees to become compliant, and then they have to collect all the data about their customers, and it's just too much work. It makes no sense for them to support a way to pay that incurs the cost of like 10,000 euro or something, and then also a recurring cost of, I don't know what lawyers cost, just for the purpose of processing data or hiring a firm that's going to handle it. And the volume of payments that they were receiving from just supporting Bitcoin was just not high enough to justify the costs, because the culture is designed in such a way that it encourages you to hodl, which according to some people means that you should never spend. And I don't want to go back to Sailor, but my point is that as we were hodling, not caring too much about the world around us and what's happening with policy, the restrictions in terms of regulations got much worse, to the point where adoption became more difficult. If there's going to be companies that do accept Bitcoin payments, it will be large corporations that can afford the fee. But once again, it makes no sense for them because it's not profitable to accept Bitcoin for payments in Europe under the current regulations. Like, you can't possibly stay profitable unless you have very high volumes of payments. And Bitcoin is not really used for payments. So it's a chicken and egg problem that was made worse by the fact that we just didn't care. For example, the Zcash people, to be honest, are doing an amazing job in the US lobbying Congress and going to the top regulators and talking to them, trying to explain why privacy makes sense for the average person and it's in line with the US Constitution. And they should not ban that. They should, if anything, they should leave it alone or try to protect it with their regulations. I don't think we had that kind of money here in Europe for lobbying, and the members of the European Parliament are usually controlled. I'm not gonna say this, but some of them are controlled by lobbyists, or they're more easily persuaded by resourceful entities that have the money to just talk to them, take them to dinner or whatever, explain to them how this works, or just groups that send a lot of emails, DDoS their inboxes with requests. And I think also the complacent culture in Bitcoin enabled bad regulations to the point where this stuff happened and we're saying, oh, it doesn't matter because we're holding in self-custody and there's nothing they can do about it. And we're going to make our payments between ourselves at conferences and whatever, and this is going to enable the underground economy. Well, we don't have much of that. Most of the underground economy went to Monero, and it's very difficult to use Bitcoin in any useful way right now. I think in the US it's even worse, but here in Europe it used to be the case that some companies were accepting BTC and they had integrations with payments processors that were making it easy. Now the payments processors gave up because the volume was not that high and the legal fees don't justify this expense. So I think from this point of view, we failed the adoption factor specifically because we were lazy or complacent, not caring about what's going on with regulations in Europe. Maybe that there are parts of the world where it's much more free. I'm aware that there's Serbia, for example, where they're not part of the European Union. And for example, they have ATMs in Serbia where there are no limits for KYCing. Like they don't have KYC, that's what I mean. In Europe right now, it's that anything above 2,000 euro has to be KYC'd and has to go for a bank, which is really bad. When you think about it, the bankers were able to get in bed with the legislators so that the bank became like an essential part of the economy. You cannot actually engage in, for example, purchasing a car or buying a house without using a bank account. And this means that the bankers are going to collect their fees, and they only use this for the reason that they say, well, there's not going to be any more criminals or money laundering, which is bullshit. If you want to have crime, you're going to be using banks and you're going to bribe them, as we have lots of examples from Deutsche Bank and what's the large one from?
HSBC and all that, yeah.
Yeah, the British one. I think it was Barclays or whatever. Anyway, my point is that there's a lot of LARPing to legislators about solutions, and they tend to be in bed with whoever appears to be resourceful and takes them to dinner or something. And we haven't been able to do that, at least not in Europe. And it's only going to get worse. And the more we huddle and not care about what's happening around us, the more difficult it's going to become when we finally decide that it's time to use our Bitcoin. We're going to wake up to a world where maybe that the price is high, but in order to be able to sell, you're going to have to provide documents that you don't have. And it will be a Kafkaesque situation where you have something. Maybe you're going to be able to sell peer-to-peer, meet someone in a dark alley with a large suitcase of cash or whatever, assuming that there's still going to be cash by the time we are done with this and we decide that hodling has led us to the desired result. So did Bitcoin enable more freedom? I think if we wait long enough and not care about the world around us, then no. And to me, Bitcoin was never about this Citadel meme, which was like very popular in the pandemic, that you're going to get so rich that you're going to move to this faraway place outside of the fiat world where you're going to live in a feudal system with fellow Bitcoiners. And you're going to have a class system according to how many BTC you're holding in your wallet. So if you don't hold more than 100, you're going to be washing someone's toilet. My point is that I was never into this idea, and I was more drawn to the concept of let's try to use this money to improve the world around you and try to maybe not change the world, but at least help your family, help your neighbor, help people in a way that's tangible and makes sense and brings more happiness around you. And if more people did this, maybe it could scale at a higher level. Unfortunately, my optimist approach to it is not the most popular approach to this as a whole, to this system. And we are in this situation where I guess there is a lot of reasons to complain about stuff that didn't go well. Is anyone still listening to my rants?
Well, I think it's good.
The 5-hour mark.
Yeah, I think we do want to kind of wrap it up sort of soon. I have a couple more things here, but we'll just open up a whole new Pandora's box with that. I was wondering if you have any questions, sort of for me, or I guess for Jet, if he comes back, or anything you want to know about BCH or point of view on something. Now you've got the chance to ask it. If you do, fine. If you don't, also fine.
Someone just sent me $3 of BCH to my wallet. Thank you very much. I'm using Selene, which I understand is very cool.
Yes, Selene, highly recommended to everyone. The best. The absolute.
It's very lightweight. It loads fast. It's not cumbersome. I know that for a long time, the Bitcoin.com wallet was popular in the community.
Yes, but they started adding more and more junk and caring less and less about the BCH community, and so Khaleesi and I had to start Selene Wallet to make
Also, you guys
so
are
that was a good
maximalists
bit.
also.
Yes,
It's
of
not
course
just the
we are.
BTC guys who are
Yeah,
operating
right.
like this.
Of course, absolutely we are, and it is very funny. I know they're clearly working with you to rehabilitate their image. You're always saying on your show, like, oh, and they've stopped saying that BCH is Bitcoin and they've rebranded to Orange and give them a look and everything. I mean, great, and I hope that's good. I hope it does open the minds of people to their products and services, because they're still great. I don't want to say anything bad about them. Clearly they've moved away from having a BCH focus, and that's fine. They're following their own business interests, and it's up to us to attract them back, actually, to just make a thriving economy that they want to be a part of. But the fact that they were not making those tools and services is the opportunity for Selene and other products to come in and fill that gap, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I can argue that the Bitcoin.com wallet was never BCH first. It always had more stuff added to it. Whether it was, for example, there was a tab for news, there was always some other stuff, and they added the swapping features and whatever. So they always had a bit more than just the wallet where you receive funds and you send funds from it, like Selene.
We're going to add all that stuff eventually too. We're hopefully just not going to make, like, we have the Explore tab, which we just haven't, there's a lot of ideas and concepts we have for that, but it's just one step at a time. And the most important thing is, of course, that it's a usable wallet, so you can actually just send and receive BCH, onboard people in a very lightweight, quick way, impress them with their first use of cryptocurrency, and then kind of build from there. But we have loads of other ideas for stuff to do. We don't want to compromise that central, simple, slick onboarding use case to do it. But who knows? Worst case scenario, it's open source and anybody can fork it and rip out all the junk or whatever they don't like. And that's it, really.
No, I think it's really cool that nowadays these wallets are more like exchanges that enable you to swap between assets. And it's cool that it's sort of permissionless and it doesn't require any data. Anyone can install this and do a swap, and then you're going to collect a fee as the wallet developer. And it generates like its own economy. I think the Edge wallet and the Cake wallet people were very smart to figure this out and integrate it very soon. I see that your friend left.
Yeah, I think he'll be. I think he's probably still there. I did say to him that we're gonna wind down the show in a minute. I wouldn't be surprised if we're still online though. I'm pretty sure we're still. Yeah, the show's still running. Okay, all right. So yeah, any final sort of last words or any last topics you want to cover?
Last topic. I don't know. I did see that some BCH people went to Xano.
Yes.
That's like the cool project right now. And I do like the idea behind Xano. I'm just not sure that the tech stack that they're using is necessarily the best one. They're running on the same technology as Monero, which is CryptoNote, with something that's called Zarcanum for issuing tokens. I spent some time looking into it, and I wish them all the best. I hope it succeeds. It's just that the time for tokens has sort of faded, at least during this cycle. And they were not able to come up with any compelling use case outside of meme coins and the stable coin. So I don't know. Maybe in the future it will work better. Oh, you put something on the screen?
Now we've got, here we go. We've got all the slides. I think we've kind of covered most of the slides. Maybe the one thing we should do before we wrap up is we've got to play that clip of Michael Saylor for the historical records. We did a whole discussion of it earlier, but we didn't actually play the original clip. So for people
Yeah,
who are
before
watching who
this,
didn't know.
I want to say something which I hope SuperTestnet is going to hear. So he's
Yes.
working so much on this BIP 110 stuff, and he's almost dogmatic about the need for Bitcoin to filter some types of transactions that he thinks are not good. But he's sort of working on his own time in moments when maybe he could make money doing something useful, while Luke Dash Jr. is making $750,000 per week per year, as the CEO of Ocean Mining. So he actually has like a very large financial incentive to promote this and spend his time telling people what kind of software they should be running. Whereas SuperTestnet is just this independent developer who probably doesn't get paid for it. And I feel like he could be building something that's actually useful. I don't know.
Money talks. All right, let's hear from Michael Saylor, the state of the BTC discussion at the moment.
Bitcoin. And I refused to do it because a troll on Twitter said, hey, you said never sell your Bitcoin. Okay, fine, I'll destroy $100 billion company so that I don't sell my Bitcoin. You know? Well, the point is, I said to you, never sell your Bitcoin. I never said that the company wouldn't sell his Bitcoin. And anybody that's been listening to our earnings calls or reading our disclosures or has half a brain knows for the last 5 years, we've been very clear that of course we sell the Bitcoin if we have to.
So there you have it. That's all, of course, flat out lies. It's been documented so many times, and there's a bunch of people that have produced all the clips and receipts that, of course, that's all complete lies. It's the exact
It's funny when
opposite
he
of what he's saying.
chuckles, like I said to you, never sell your Bitcoin. Like,
He knows.
You're
Of
so
course he
hard
knows.
losers.
Yeah, exactly. Cry harder and have fun staying poor. Like he didn't say it, but that's clearly what he was thinking. All right. Yeah, so I guess anyway, we do let's just put it like this. We have a segment we always do on the show. Last segment is always message to the community, where you get a chance to say to the BCH community, to the audience of the Bitcoin Cash podcast, whatever you think the BCH community needs to hear, whether it's criticism, encouragement, a funny story, like whatever you like. What does the BCH community need to hear?
So what you guys need to hear is that in the Bitcoin BTC world, we had this story of the remnant, like this guy who always sticks around and believes in his ideology no matter what, which is not very applicable because BTC guys, they got rewarded every 4 years on the clock with high prices that enabled them to get rich. Whereas the BCH guys, they never really had that sort of euphoric moment. They never had the moment when they felt like, oh, we're so winning right now. This is it. Everyone agrees with us. We are the winning team. And in spite of not winning, you guys kept going. I guess this also explains why there was a changing of the guards, at least once. There was the moment when Omari left and the new bunch of developers had to step in to pick up the pieces and rewrite the client software and whatever. But I guess you guys always had like multiple node implementations, so it wasn't so dramatic. But my point is that you guys stuck around and still chose to believe in what you're building. And the outcome is pretty positive, meaning that you have a bunch of opcodes that are actually useful, that enable or maximize, dare I say, the ways in which you can use the stuff that Satoshi left us with. So it's really cool. It's something that I wish happened in BTC also, and we didn't have all of this silly infighting. And we have this term called bike shedding, which means we're just delaying for no reason something until more data appears, or maybe someone more famous is going to endorse the project to the point where it comes back into discourse. But you guys don't have this problem, and it's really, really admirable. I've presented the same argument to Colleen and to Steve when they were on my show. Like, do you think that if Michael Saylor came in and he bought billions of dollars worth of BCH, you could be able to develop the protocol to the same extent? And I'm not entirely sure that would be the case. I think to a great degree, this much fiat money corrupts projects, especially open source projects, and then you're gonna get developers who are there just to be sure that nothing meaningful ever happens and just introduce endless bickering and infighting and cause drama, which I think we have a lot of drama in BTC. In BCH, not so much. Like, you guys used to be bitter for a while. I remember when I was posting my podcast links on our BTC on Reddit that some people were very... So in a way, they were saying, well, we cannot censor you because we decided that this is a free platform where anyone can post. But on the other hand, we don't like what you're saying and we don't like you personally. So just keep that in mind every time you post. I felt like it was very passive aggressive, and I honestly didn't come back. I don't use Reddit too much nowadays. I don't like it that much. Our Bitcoin, our BTC, I don't care. They're both awful from this point of view. But I feel like the spirit of the community has changed for the better. And maybe that it was necessary for some people to leave. I'm happy that it's not Roger or Jihan or someone else big who's pushing the project. I guess you guys are not happy about it because maybe you could get much more attention for what's happening in BCH if Roger was around to be the cheerleader for the project and he went on Tucker Carlson or Alex Jones or whatever and promoted BCH. That could help, especially to the libertarian and sovereign individual kind of audience that listens to these shows. But you also got the organic development, which I think is valuable. Like, people coming in and contributing on a voluntary basis without any promises of success, without any kind of track record that's gonna make them feel like they're gonna get rich soon. And there's no price tag for stuff like this. And it's the kind of contributions that open source projects that are truly decentralized deserve. So congratulations. Sorry for some of the mean stuff I've said over the years. I was wrong in some ways. I was right in other ways. Like, it's very hard to beat network effects. But at the end of the day, it's all permissionless open source software. And we're on the mission to create the best form of money. And the market speaks as we're working on this kind of stuff. And in the end, I guess, may the best project win. And I hope it will be the best one and not just the one that has the best branding and marketing. The one that actually can onboard everyone to provide to them more financial freedom. Maybe I sound like Roger right now, but I'm not sure if I can say anything.
We don't need Roger anymore. We just get you instead. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Problem solved. 2 birds, 1 stone.
And don't listen to my podcast. Don't listen. Just
it's only for smart people.
Forget about it. Exactly.
There's no smart listeners to this show. Everybody knows that the Bcashers are all stupid anyway. So they definitely should not listen
anything
to that.
But Bitcoin Cash. Can I say
absolutely. Yeah, of course. Anything but Bitcoin Takeover podcast. That's my podcast.
$1. Nice.
That's good. Okay, shout out to our FundMe contributors, Majamalu, Eyes on the Ball, Molecular, the show we love, at Cash Stamps, use BCH for the win. Sir, mix a bit. I like big ints and I cannot lie. No ops, celebrating the devs, emergent reasons, appreciate what you do. Hope you all stay grounded in truth and reality. Real money for the world. Cash Dragon, essential work. Thanks. Ricky, Kyle, and HP, our patrons and our sponsors, General Protocols. Check out bchbull.com. Of course, you can find more about the show, information, FAQs, etc. at bitcoincashpodcast.com. Particularly for this episode, if you are new to the show, if you're from the BTC community, bitcoincashpodcast.com, and go to the FAQs section. There's loads of information there about BTC as well, and sort of a BCH perspective on a lot of things, including a lot of it being propaganda and lies and debunking all the different areas of it. So I'm just saying, maybe worth considering some of that. At least, don't trust, verify that we are just clueless morons by checking for yourself. And that'll just about do it. Vlad, any final shout outs you want to give?
No, I'm fine. I talk too much.
All right. Jet, any
5 hours, 30 minutes. It's crazy.
All right. And my shout out goes to Vlad and our other guests on the show today, SuperTestnet, Robin, and Paul. I'm very glad Paul was returning, but I'm glad everybody could join for the first time. And I think it's really important to have those kind of dialogue. And thank you, Vlad, for helping to coordinate that, for doing the original BCH stream and then challenging us to return the favor. I hope it's met expectations. It hasn't reached 8 hours, but relative to the average length of my average show, we're well over. This is like 2 episodes at least, almost 2 long episodes worth of content. So I'm sure the dedicated listeners will have plenty to chew over.
Because. I promised I was gonna do this dance and I forgot. Yeah.
I think he does like this, right? It's like kind of like side to side.
Because.
Oh, that's right. It's the hands up.
And then you give me the middle finger, and that's how it ends.
Fuck off.
Exactly.
Let's go. Woo! All right. See you later.
Bye.
Till next time.
Let me recap the earning call. Yeah. They said, Mike, don't touch the Bitcoin stack. Now I'm buying more while they fading into black. SGRC printing, engine running clean, watching debt transform into the Bitcoin dream. Turned on the BTC drive, no shame in my face. 65 billion and I'm still winning the race. They panic when I say, sell a little coin just to prove the whole market doesn't break or get destroyed. Company fine, Bitcoin fine, world still spins. You scream Ponzi while the weak cave in. Bitcoin getting stronger every cycle, reborn while I keep building through the middle of the storm. I'd like nothing better than to rip your wings off. Every short position getting weaker when we lift off. I'd like nothing better than to rip your wings off. We use the equity ATM, yeah, we said it with pride. Then this DRC machine came alive on the side. More tools, more options, more fuel for the fire. While the shorts pray every quarter that the stock expires. I buy Bitcoin like development land. Buy it low, build it up, then expand what we can. Flip the profit back again into more BTC. That's the difference between conviction and jealousy. I like nothing better than to rip your wings off. Watching every short seller realize there's no second best. I like nothing better than to rip your wings off. There is no second best.